Arms folded tight, a man scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. Anyone know where we are? He finally asked. He straightened his stance. Mormont Carl. Mercenary. Another man, deep in thought, spoke after a pause. Lyle, he said slowly. Carpenter. From Edora. But I've got no idea where this is. A shaky voice followed. A young man, eyes squeezed shut, stammered, I am Grit. I run a stall in Halsea. I don't know how I ended up here. A girl turned aside, studying the place carefully. Jenna. I live in the forest, she muttered. But I've never seen anything like this. Then, calm and steady, another man added, Han. Farmer. And no, I don't remember a thing, either. The noise around them grew. People murmured, overlapping one another. Some insisted it had to be a dream. Others admitted their minds were blank. Carl, Lyle, and Han traded uneasy glances as someone whispered it might all be part of a magician's experiment. But Lyle kept his gaze far off and muttered, We're all from Tayanir. That much fits. We just need to piece it together. Before anyone could respond, a blur shot past the group. A girl zipped through the air, laughing as she twirled overhead. Why is everyone standing around? She called. The master tore open a rift in time and space. Battle's about to start, so be ready. Two men froze, staring up at her. One leaned closer, voice low. What are you? Hovering midair with her hands on her hips, she grinned. I sell. Guardian Fairy. And here's my advice. Don't start a fight unless you've got a death wish. Carl stepped forward, his tone sharp. Did you bring us here? Isel ignored the question and slowly drew her sword. Carl's hand went to his weapon. So you dragged us here, won't give an explanation, and think you can get away with it? His voice rose. Fine, I'll make you talk. Isel let out a tired sigh. Last chance. You sure you want this? Carl's grip only tightened. Big words for something so small. She raised an eyebrow. Bravery? Or just plain stupidity? That did it. Carl roared and charged forward, and froze mid-stride. His eyes glazed over. His body collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Blood seeped across the earth. His head was gone. A glowing message appeared in the air. Emotion overload. Cause of death. Suicide. Silence. No one moved. The crowd stood stunned. Isel's voice broke the stillness. I warned him. The others stood stiff, fear wrapping around them like a noose. Her gaze swept across the group. Anyone else? Same result. Self-defense is simple enough to understand, right? The words snapped the silence in half. Panic erupted. People scattered in every direction, screams and disbelief filling the air. The mercenary was gone, completely gone. Something flickered in front of Isel, a glowing system window. The party had been formed. Time to slot the Haynes members into place. A sly smile touched her lips. So the master's ready. She spun back to the group, voice carrying. All right, everyone, brace yourselves. With a confident stride, she moved toward a massive door, raising her hand high. Open a rift. The door groaned. Behind it, a portal rippled into existence, radiating with an ominous glow. The crowd froze, rooted to the spot. Fear kept them still. Isel's smile never wavered. Step through. Unless you'd rather share the mercenary's fate. Someone near her started to protest, voice shaking. Han cut in, stepping forward with restrained anger. Isel, at least request weapons from the master. We're 1 stars. No gear, no armor. You expect us to storm a tower like this? Tower. Jenna's brows knit. What tower? Isel glanced at Carl's body, then back at Han. He wasn't wrong. Han pointed toward a small house nearby. There, the arsenal. Move. Grab whatever you can fast. The crowd scrambled, panic boiling over. What battle? What beginning? We're not ready. We can't fight this. Inside the arsenal, racks brimmed with blades, bows, and shields. Chaos erupted. People grabbing wildly, clutching anything that might keep them alive. Minutes later, they stumbled back outside. Armed, unsteady, but no longer empty-handed. By the portal, Isel was waiting, grin stretching wide. That's more like it. Time to go, she shouted, pointing at the swirling gate. One man hesitated, hand reaching toward the glowing surface. The rest just stood frozen. Fear thickened the air. Isel snapped at them, voice sharp. Move it, or do you want to end up like Carl? Jenna's eyes slid toward Han. He held a flimsy shield, barely worth anything. She stepped closer. What's on the other side? Why do we need weapons? He let out an irritated breath. Too many questions. Just know this. We're being thrown into an arena. We fight. That's it. Before anyone could answer, a system window appeared. One woman has left her world. Seconds later, more alerts flooded the air. Multiple members have perished. Han's jaw tightened. As expected, 1 stars don't last. Even Isel's grin faltered as another brutal message appeared. One group, wiped out completely. Han's expression darkened. That was fast. A voice rang inside Isel's mind. The master wants the next group. No more waiting. Han turned to the others. Our turn. Jenna's gaze locked on the swirling portal. Then why hasn't anyone come back? Then a man, shaking, stepped toward Isel. Please, he pleaded. I have arthritis. I can't. Before he could finish, Jenna grabbed his shirt, pulling him close. No one makes it alone. Stay with us. With that, the group surged forward, straight into the unknown. Isel's voice rang out behind them. You'll be fine. They landed hard. Feet slammed against solid ground as their eyes darted around, trying to take in the strange new world. Whispers spread as they struggled to process it. Towering above them, glowing words stretched across a massive door. Main dungeon, floor 1. A system window blinked, gate opening. Prepare yourselves. Don't lose focus now, Han shouted, steadying the group. Stay together. The world shivered. Everything shifted. Light burst around them, and in the blink of an eye, they were somewhere else entirely. Soft grass rippled beneath their feet under a calm, endless sky. But that peace only made the dread worse. They stood in an open field, and the weight of fear sank into every chest. Haynes scanned the horizon, lost. Where are we? There was no time to answer. Goblins erupted from nowhere, charging fast. Bright numbers floated above their heads, displaying their levels. A system message flashed, defeat your enemies. Han's voice cut through the chaos. Together. If we don't fight, we die. But the instant the goblins closed in, terror spread. Haynes spun on his heel and bolted without a word. Han froze, stunned, speechless. Jenna's voice broke the moment. Where's the old man? Another message appeared. Status, fear. Stats reduced by 30%. In the distance, the old man was already sprinting, yelling, I feel amazing now. 3 others panicked and ran after him. Windows popped up one after another. Status, fear. Minus 30% stats. Jenna turned just in time to see them slam straight into a wall. They reeled back, dazed. Reality sank in. They were trapped. No escape. One man pounded the wall with his shield, screaming to be let out. Han glanced over, his voice sharp. Pathetic cowards. Jenna steadied herself and looked at him. If we take down the goblins, will the wall fall? Han's eyes stayed forward. That's the only way. I'll go in close. You cover me from range. Jenna hesitated. What about the others? Han didn't bother turning. Forget them. Dead weight. The goblins shrieked, fangs bared, claws swinging as they charged. Han braced himself, muscles tensed. He rushed forward, while the truth gnawed at him. He had never held a real sword or shield before this moment. The goblins lunged, claws slashing. Han gritted his teeth, muttering low, names Han. Steel clashed. He and Jenna fought side by side, dodging, blocking, swinging with everything they had. Each strike was survival. It was starting to sink in. This wasn't some twisted illusion. They were trapped, inside the very game Han once played on his phone. Game Choose Me. The memories came rushing back. Climb the tower. Reach the 100th floor. Forge weapons. Strengthen heroes. Plan every step with care. Just yesterday, he had been sprawled on the couch, scrolling through a new event, the paranormal dungeon. Back then, 7-star heroes were the ultimate prize. Everyone had one. Everyone but him. He'd burned through thousands of summons, and still nothing. His luck was rotten. Han had thought it unfair, brutal, even. Because in Game Choose Me, there were no second chances. A fallen hero stayed gone. Forever. He remembered the red warning flashing across his screen. His team shivering, all of them marked with the status, fear. Even his strongest fighter was trembling. Then it happened. A boss appeared. Level 999. It ripped through his squad like paper. Han had blinked in disbelief. A glitch, he wondered. But before he could react, the monster struck, fast, merciless. His entire party was erased before the attack animation even ended. And then, a shadow burst out of his phone. A voice thundered. There you are. Han froze. Impossible. The game was over. None of this could be real. Darkness swallowed everything. In the pitch black, a window glowed. Create your account. Another prompt followed. Choose your name. Before he could even touch the screen, his nickname appeared automatically. The game loaded. Windows stacked in front of him, flooding his sight. Welcome, player. Another flashed. Would you like to begin training? Accept to receive a reward. Han stood motionless, sword gripped tight, staring into nothingness. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. The system spoke, its voice echoing. In a small, forgotten town lived a boy named Han. The screen displayed Hyam territory, where people lived alongside slaves. Then another message appeared. An unknown force has invaded. To protect this world, you must climb the tower. Han pressed a hand against the wall beside him, staring out at the field ahead. His chest tightened. This wasn't a tutorial. This was war. A new directive appeared. Eliminate the goblins attacking the city. One lunged. Han had no time left to think. Han's grip tightened. He swung his blade once. Twice. Again. He forced himself past the panic, past the disbelief, and kept striking. His arms burned. His legs screamed, but he didn't stop. With a final shout, he cut another goblin down. These weren't pixels. They weren't lines of code. They were alive. Still gasping for breath, he stumbled forward. A message flashed before his eyes. Mission complete. He froze. The main square. The very one from game, choose me. And now he was standing in it. His throat went dry. His voice cracked as he shouted into the empty air. What the hell is going on? A new prompt appeared, glowing faintly. Summon players from the main menu. Then, a door creaked open ahead of him. Blinding white light spilled out. Inside, a shadow stirred. A figure began to take shape. Han watched as the outline stepped forward, his first summon. She approached, steady and direct. You summoned me, didn't you? My name is Shay, she said. Knight. There was no time to waste. Together, they entered the dungeon. Han was clumsy, unsteady with his weapon. Shay was not. Her strikes cut sharp, precise, merciless. Goblins fell before her blade like wheat before a scythe. Han panted hard, lifting his head just as another notification appeared. Mission complete. He glanced at her stats. 3 stars above him. The gap was undeniable. Another window flickered to life. Use synthesis to strengthen your heroes. Han's jaw tightened, already falling behind. Suddenly, Isel zipped into view, pointing sharply toward the door. Move it. The master's waiting. Han steadied himself and looked at her. Isel, that's your name, isn't it? The fairy froze midair, stunned. Wait, how do you know that? He introduced himself, calm, deliberate. But she didn't answer. Her eyes darted across the player cards in the system. Then her face twisted. There's no one named Han here, she snapped, glaring. You don't even look like a player. Unfazed, Han replied evenly, I'm Han. From Seoul. Not Tayanir. The moment he said Earth, her expression shattered. What? She screamed, her voice rising with fury. That's impossible. She shot upward, frantic. This shouldn't be happening. Their voices clashed. Isel shrieking that he had to go through the door, Han refusing, calling it suicide. She didn't care. She shoved him toward it, her voice echoing like a command. Get in. Then Shay stepped forward, calm and unshaken. You barged in without warning. Now your body's reacting, absorbing magic. Han stared at his hands in horror. No, this is synthesis. It was happening, and he knew exactly what it meant. One hero would be consumed, so the other could grow stronger. The truth hit hard. Shay was 4-star. He was only one. No sane player would ever trade her for him. Shay stood aside, eyes closed, head bowed, jaw tight. Han shut his own eyes, fists clenched. He knew what was coming. He was about to absorb her. The screen lit up, synthesis complete. His eyes snapped open. Shay's body was glowing, her form dissolving into pure light. Han froze, stunned. Why? Why are you disappearing? She met his gaze, voice calm. This is how it ends. The system chose you. Her lips curved into a faint smile. Good luck. And then, she was gone. Han stood in silence, the emptiness around him crushing. He'd survived, but the cost was unbearable. A scream ripped through the battlefield, Grit's voice. From the chaos ahead, Han's voice rang out, commanding, stay sharp. If we run, they'll rip us apart. Blood sprayed, blades clashed. Han forced his way through the goblin swarm, sword flashing. He was still alive, and now he understood. Synthesis wasn't just about growing stronger. It was sacrifice. One life fed to fuel another. Power didn't come free. Someone else had to vanish for it. His stomach twisted. The only reason they were still alive was because the so-called master running this nightmare was clueless. This world, it was broken. Jenna fought at his side, calling out, got one, but another's coming. A goblin's teeth sank into Han's shoulder. He didn't scream. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself through the pain. Nothing made sense. How'd he ended up inside this game? But then the truth struck. Han himself had been summoned by a 1-star hero. Snarling, he slammed his shield into the goblin, sending it tumbling away. And in that moment, he remembered the level 999 boss. Its gaze had locked on him, and then it had walked away. Blood on his hands. Monsters closing in. Now it all clicked. He had crossed paths with something, or someone he was never meant to. Across the field, Jenna crouched beside a man, trembling on the ground. He wouldn't move, wouldn't even look at her, just muttered to himself. It'll heal once we're back. Han collapsed into the grass, clutching his bleeding side, his breath ragged. Memories churned. Players didn't even control the combat. The AI always took over once the fighting started. And yet, this game had over 1 million downloads. There was only one reason for that. Han lifted his head. Above, high in the sky, it was there. The eye, watching, always watching, like a god peering down at its creation. Han let out a bitter laugh, tilting his head back to scream at the heavens. You enjoying the show up there? Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. The truth weighed heavy, but undeniable. He was a player now, same as the rest. And he knew the system. Crafting, leveling, strategy. This wasn't new to him. He turned away, mind set. Whoever's watching, keep your eyes open. I'm climbing to the top. A window blinked into view. Floor cleared. Another followed. Battle rewards unlocked. Then, at the top of his vision, the MVP card appeared. Han. Beneath it, a grim list. Dozens of names, grayed out. All perished. Only 2 names remained lit. Han. Jenna. The last one standing. Training resumed. Han accepted it. No whining. No complaints. Complaints didn't change a thing. They never did. Slowing down meant death. If he wanted to keep going, he had to fight. Han ran. This world wasn't real, but it felt real enough. And he was trapped here as a 1-star. His voice carried into the emptiness. In this place, you either die fighting or die in synthesis. That was the truth. 1-stars were fodder. Sacrifices. Disposable pieces meant to fuel the stronger. But not him. He wasn't going to be anyone's discard. Low stats. Slow progress. That wouldn't define him anymore. He gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the horizon. He didn't just want to survive. He wanted strength. Strength for revenge. Strength to find a way home. As he ran, thoughts churned. He didn't know what lay ahead. But he knew one thing. If he didn't adapt, the system would devour him. Training dummies stood scattered across the field. Han threw himself at them, ignoring the sting in his muscles. This grind, it wasn't new. His whole life, no one had helped him. He had always been alone. And here, nothing had changed. Dropping down, he started push-ups, driving himself harder. That's when Jenna appeared, stopping nearby, her gaze fixed on him. "What are you even doing?" she asked. Han shot back a sharp reply, but she didn't flinch. "I was just looking for you," she said simply. Without another word, she lifted her bow. Still facing forward, she spoke. "I've been thinking. We need a plan. My dad was a hunter. He taught me archery." She knocked an arrow, drew, and let it fly. It sank straight into the scarecrow's head. "No point crying about it," she said. "That won't change anything." Han wiped sweat from his face, eyes narrowing. "How good are you with that thing?" Watching her form, he could tell her stats had climbed by 4 points since yesterday. She was still low-ranked, but her accuracy was sharp. No wonder she hadn't faltered in that first fight with the goblins. Han studied her more closely. How quickly she steadied herself after losing her whole team. She wasn't just surviving. She had focus, direction, and that was enough for him. He held out his hand. Jenna smiled and clasped it. "My dad always said bonds mattered more than anything," she said softly. And this time, he was right. A system message blinked into view. Relationship bonus granted. Han froze, eyes flicking across the screen. Then he shouted, "I sell." With an annoyed huff, the fairy zipped into sight. "What now?" "I'm busy." She glared, snapping. "Don't expect answers from me. If you want them, climb the tower yourself." Han glanced at Jenna. "Am I the only one who can see these system pop-ups?" She turned away, shrugging. "No idea what you're talking about." But Han didn't take his eyes off Isel. "You're level 257. She said nothing, but the flicker in her expression told him enough. The messages weren't for everyone. They were for the master. And somehow, he could see them. That changed everything. His voice dropped low. Then what happens if the master just stops playing? The question hung heavy in the air. Pieces started to click. The synthesis with Shay, it hadn't been his choice. Just a careless tap. A mistake made by someone outside the screen. A 4-star hero, wasted. And this account? It was locked to one phone. No resets. No rerolls. Just one save file. And the master? Hadn't logged in for over a week. The weight pressed down on him. Han stepped closer to Isel. "Does time flow differently here than it does on Earth?" She glared. "I told you. I'm not answering anything else." Han smiled faintly. That was enough. Confirmation. Time didn't match between worlds. And Isel? She wasn't really in control. Fairies like her only acted under 2 rules, when the master gave a direct command, or in self-defense. That meant freedom. Freedom to question, to experiment, to learn how this world truly worked, at least until the master returned and shut it all down. Later, beside Jenna, Han laid out the truth. "There are 100 floors in this tower. That's the goal." Jenna frowned at him, waiting. "All missions come from a master," he continued, pointing at Isel. "She just delivers them. Like it or not, we follow." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. If they reached the top, Jenna stepped closer. "So it's just us?" Han shook his head. "No, the master can summon more. We won't always be alone." Still, every choice had a matter. Standing in a vast stone square, Han felt it. No matter how strong they became, their fate still belonged to someone else. The days that followed were brutal, training from dawn to dusk, grinding until their bodies broke. But on one of those days, Han made a discovery. Inside the house, essentials reset daily. Food, water, supplies, always replenished. If he pictured something specific, it appeared, by the fire, tucked in a drawer, wherever it fit. But only survival basics. Weapons, gold, gear, Those stayed locked behind the system's rules. Even so, something mattered more. This world was teaching him things the game never did. Real mechanics. Hidden rules. The kind of details players never saw through a screen. Among the 1-stars, some began to stand out. Not because of stats, because of effort. Training didn't raise their levels, but it sharpened instincts, unlocked abilities, revealed potential buried deep. Patterns surfaced. Han started to see how the master judged them. First, fortitude. Fear killed faster than any monster. Shay had proven that. Second, skill. Higher-ranked heroes spawned with powers already unlocked. 1-stars had to claw their way forward. Third, conditioning. Limits had to be shattered over and over again. By day 3, Han was still pushing every rep, every swing, every ounce of sweat. And when a master finally logged in, Han lifted his gaze to the sky. They're back. Han called over to Jenna. Get ready. He pulled up his status screen. 2 skills. That was it. That was all he had to work with for now. A system window materialized in front of them. The master is initiating a summon. Han didn't need an explanation. The party was meant for 5, which meant 3 more were about to appear. Right on cue, glowing silhouettes took form in the training grounds. 3 new figures solidified. Jenna wasted no time. She sprinted toward the arsenal, shouting, "Gear up! A fight's coming!" At the rift, Isel buzzed impatiently, snapping at it to open. Han and Jenna grabbed what they could. Time was slipping, but as Han approached the portal, he noticed it. No new weapons. The recruits were left with scraps, the abandoned gear of fallen heroes. One of them, Toby, sneered at Jenna. "You just another 1-star like us." Han stepped through the portal without turning back. "You'll figure it out soon enough." He didn't slow down. "Jenna, leave it. Not our problem anymore." Isel shoved them forward with a snap. "If you want to stay alive, try following instructions for once." The door sealed shut behind them. Her smirk lingered. "Have fun." Inside, a message appeared. Second floor reached. Han turned to Jenna, gave her a steady nod, and ignored the panic building behind them. From every direction, beasts slinked through the tall grass, circling slow. The recruits froze, paralyzed. One of them whispered, trembling, "What is this place?" Han's face darkened. He glanced at Jenna. Her stats had plummeted. Fear status, minus 30%. Without warning, he rammed his shield into her side. "What? Didn't eat enough porridge this morning." Jenna spun on him, furious. Han didn't blink. He pointed ahead. 2 goblins. "Yours. I'll handle the wolves." One glance at the rookies told him everything. They were useless. The wolves struck first. Snarling, one lunged. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, bellowing, and drove his blade into its open jaw, piercing clean through its snout. The steel was sharp, the strike heavy, but one hit wasn't enough. He ripped the weapon free and slashed again, cutting in every direction. Blood sprayed. Muscles burned. But he kept moving. This was the edge. His breaking point. One final swing, and a last wolf's head dropped to the dirt. But there was no break. Another beast launched itself at him. Han didn't even blink. He met it midair, shield first, jamming it deep into the wolf's mouth with a bone-crunching crack. Teeth clenched. He stared it down, just as another came from the flank. He turned sharply, blade flashing. Steel met flesh. Blood arced wide. Breath ragged. Han scanned the chaos. "Jenna," he shouted, eyes narrowing. "Status on the goblins?" His gaze locked on the fallen goblins. Something was off. Every single one of them, armed. Han turned to the girl beside him, disbelief in his voice. "How many times did you shoot them?" Haynes just stared at the pile of bodies. All of them. Already down. The battlefield was silent now. Power still hanging thick in the air. Above their heads, a message appeared. Floor secured. Han and Jenna moved forward. The 3 newcomers trailed behind, saying nothing. Then the ground trembled. Jenna stiffened. What was that? Han didn't break stride. Second floor is cleared. We're heading to the third. As the platform beneath them shifted, carrying them higher, he glanced at the new players. And in that moment, he understood. The master wasn't going to stop. Not now. Not ever. They'd keep climbing. Han looked ahead, wondering what the third floor would bring. Harder? Easier? Would any of them survive? A slow breath escaped him. Then a new message appeared. The master has logged out. Behind him, Isel stretched out and groaned. Finally, I'm exhausted. Han turned toward the portal, fitting the pieces together. 1 floor per day. Time here flowed 3 times faster. That meant they had just 3 days before the master came back. He dropped his shield at the arsenal, then froze. His stats had shifted. -1 intelligence, +2 strength. Total gain, +4. Leveling speed, increased. He was getting stronger. So caught up in the numbers, he barely registered the 3 arguing with Jenna. Their voices blurred in the background. Han's mind was elsewhere. Why wasn't the master rushing? Charging blindly would lead to failure. So why hold back? The answer hit him. 1-star heroes weren't fighters. No training. No instincts. Just people. That's why they were considered disposable. He thought of Mormont Carl, reckless, headstrong, dead in an instant. Then Shay, calm, decisive, unflinching. High-ranked heroes didn't hesitate. They just acted. 1 stars froze when it mattered most. Han's eyes shifted to Jenna. Maybe Shay had told her something before she vanished. Something worth keeping. Jenna met his gaze. Maybe we should explain things to the others. Han's response was sharp. Why bother? She faltered, glancing back at the trio. Maybe, just maybe, they could be taught. Helped. Han studied them a moment before muttering, they'll probably die anyway. Still, he could see it. They were starting to adapt. He called out, voice firm. Don't freeze next time. You're in this with us. Then he turned away. Just before vanishing around the corner, he shot one last look at Jenna. His face unreadable. I'm done wasting time on you. Out of nowhere, Toby stormed up and grabbed Han's collar. In an instant, Han flipped him to the ground and slammed his fist into Toby's face. Standing over him, his words came cold. While we fight, you hide. Han's gaze locked on Jenna. This what you wanted? The next day, training picked back up. Well, kind of. They started with scarecrows, nothing serious. Just drills, swings, shots, steps, over and over again. Calling it training was a stretch. Han hacked at a dummy with a wooden blade. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, each landing cleaner than the last. The trio? Nowhere in sight. Like they were waiting for a secret exit from this world. Han stayed focused, driving his blade harder, faster, until pain shot through him. He looked down. An arrow jutted from his leg. Jenna rushed over. Are you okay? The wound was already closing. This place doesn't play by normal rules, Han muttered. I'll be fine. And, without hesitation, he went right back to swinging. Get ready, he barked. It begins now. Something shifted in him. Pain wasn't the enemy. It was proof he was still alive. Suddenly, thwack. Arrows hammered against his shield in rapid succession. A glowing system prompt appeared. The master has returned. Isel, sword overhead, scanning the field. Everyone, back to the square. Jenna stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. Finally, been waiting for a real fight. Han glanced at her, surprised at how fast she was adapting. The 3 recruits? Not so much. They shouted at Isel, furious. Send us home already. Her smile vanished. You're driving me insane. With a flare of power, she flung them high into the air. Han and Jenna just stood back in silence as the trio crashed down. Isel pointed sharply. Inside. Now. Another prompt lit up. 3rd floor initiated. New monsters deployed. Han tightened his grip and turned to Jenna. We've leveled up. Time to prove it. Then he charged. Steel ripped through goblin flesh as Jenna fought at his side. Starting to get boring, Han muttered mid-swing. They're just standing around. Again, Jenna shot back, nodding toward the others. Another message appeared. Tip. Uncooperative players can be reset. Jenna met Han's eyes and gave the slightest nod. And then, everything shifted. Back to the 1st floor. Jenna scanned the field. Could be worse. Same monsters. Same fight. But she cut them down easily, dropping the last one with a grin. A new system message flickered. 1st floor repeated. The master was testing them. Again. Together, Han and Jenna kept climbing, floor after floor, cutting down anything in their path, and collecting every reward. But eventually, Jenna staggered, barely keeping herself upright. She looked at Han, silently begging, no more. As they stepped out of the rift, she moved ahead, whispering, I'm done protecting everyone else. Han followed, steady as ever. The master doesn't care about weaklings. Ahead of them, a massive structure loomed. Its doors creaked open with a low rumble. A new message flickered into view. Synthesis process initiated. The 3 others stared blankly. What's that even mean? Han studied the glowing window. The answer was obvious. The master wasn't just summoning them. He was demanding sacrifices. He glanced at the others. They'd had chances, plenty of them, and wasted every single one. A map unfolded before them, tracking their every move. Where they trained, where they wandered, or more accurately, where they did nothing. And then, the gates creaked open. Han's eyes stayed fixed on the path ahead. So many missed chances. All gone. He could imagine the master's screen. The little things faded, but the big ones? Always clear. Achievements. Damage dealt. Effort spent. Or effort never made. Isel motioned with a wave. This way. Han glanced at her. Relax. You're not the one being tested. One of the men faltered, voice trembling. What happens to us in there? Han didn't look back. His tone cut sharp. You'll get exactly what you earned. The man screamed suddenly, swearing he'd been forced into this. Han finally turned, cold as steel. No one cares about your excuses. The fairy added with a shrug. For once, I agree. Han's words sliced deeper. You've always hidden behind others. Never fought. Never even tried. And now, this is where it leads. The fairy snapped. Enough. Get in. The man stepped forward. The gates slammed shut. A new prompt appeared. Synthesis initiated. His voice rang out from inside, desperate. No, let me out. You can't. Too late. Blue flames erupted, swallowing the chamber. And then, she appeared. A girl with blazing red hair stepped from the fire. Synthesis complete. She looked around in shock. Wait, where's that guy? He's gone. Han didn't flinch. That's what happens to dead weight. He turned toward the group. So who's next? The fairy pointed. Move it. One player froze, pale as ash. The next walked forward, grinning. They're sending me back. I knew it. I'm going home. Han's head stayed low. Whatever lie keeps you calm. Light burst. Synthesis complete. He was gone. Moments later, Han entered the chamber himself. His body surged with power. Level rising. A new trait unlocked, cold-bloodedness. He brushed past another player, muttering, You got lucky. The red-haired girl stared at him. So, if the master decides we're useless, that's it? We're erased in there. Han looked back over his shoulder. Why are you surprised? You're the one who said you were tired of them. She trembled. But what if I'm next? Han turned away. Then that's it. Every floor we climb, the monsters get tougher, and so do the sacrifices. Han's voice cut through the silence. The master sends the orders. We either fight to live or get burned in synthesis. The girl's voice softened. So you knew from the start. Still facing forward, Han replied, Maybe you should have listened to your father. She fell silent, gaze lowered. Han added coldly, Stick with the right people. That's the only way through. The next day, head lowered, the girl called out, I'm counting on you. Han's reply was flat. Is there a point? Her fists clenched. You told me if I stayed close, I'd survive. I'm trusting you now. His eyes narrowed. Then follow orders. Do that, and you'll live. A tall man stepped forward, fist tight, voice unsteady. I messed up. I was scared. I left everything to you. But I want to change. Han's tone sharpened. Why should I believe you? The man bowed his head. Then let me kneel, if that's what it takes. The girl cut in. At least now he knows his place. Han picked up a stick, staring him down. Ever fought a monster? The silence gave the answer. Han tossed a wooden sword his way. Then prove it. He turned to his teammate. I'm just trying to survive, same as you. Han pointed toward spear. Take it. From what I've seen, it's the easiest for beginners. Mid to long range, fits you better. The girl crossed her arms, a hint of a smile on her face. Close range with the sword. Mid-range with the spear. Long range with the bow. Every angle covered. Han gave a short nod. For a squad thrown together on the fly, the setup wasn't bad. But his tone hardened again. Why are you just standing there? Get ready. The man hesitated. Maybe someone could show me the basics first. Han launched forward, slamming into the ground in front of him. No one show me anything either, he barked. The first time I touched a spear was in a real fight. You learn as you go. Then he exploded into a flurry of strikes. At least you got someone to train with. All I had was a scarecrow. The man gritted his teeth, squeezed his eyes shut, and swung the spear. Han kicked him hard in the gut. Eyes open. You close him to fight, you're dead. The man crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Han looked down coldly. And that was me holding back. If it had been a monster, you wouldn't be breathing. Behind him, the girl's voice broke in. Is this really his first time? Maybe ease up a little. Han didn't bother looking back. Don't care. I don't need dead weight. If he can't keep up, I'm not wasting my time. He stepped closer, voice dropping. You got family? The man muttered. A younger sister, she's waiting for me. Han's tone shifted, barely. Then at least you've got something to fight for. He lifted the wooden blade to the man's throat, eyes steady. Now picture what happens to her if you don't come back. The color drained from the man's face. Han pressed harder. If you're going to die anyway, you don't belong out here. Monsters won't spare you. If you want the easy way out, step into synthesis. Decide now before it's too late. The man's jaw tightened. His fists shook with silent rage. Han smirked. There it is. That's the look I was waiting for. Scene shifts, base. 2 alerts blinked in the air. Arsenal unlocked. Forge complete. Cost, 500 crystals. Han scanned the new structure, nodding. A real forge. Finally, progress. He raised his voice. Hey, fairy, get over here. A blur zipped toward him, wings buzzing, face twisted in annoyance. Who do you think you are? Ordering me around? Han replied flatly. You're gonna need better comebacks. That act's getting old. Fuming, the fairy pounded his chest with tiny fists. Han stayed calm. Come on, you're the one sending those system messages, right? Just admit it. He studied her. They're worded exactly like those forum posts. You got internet access. She folded her arms with a huff. Yeah, I check the forums when I'm bored. So what? Han raised a brow. Then you've read the top strategy guides. First build a training center, unlock 10 weapons, then the forge. Her eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Han shrugged casually. Why wouldn't I? That guide's famous. Everyone knows it was written by Loki. Her eyes widened. Wait, even that. Of course, Hans said. I was a player too. The fairy's whole expression lit up, smiling wide. Loki, the legend. Once among the best, feared and admired. If only he pulled a 7-star hero, he would have reclaimed the top spot without question. Dreamy-eyed, she floated in circles, sighing. He could do anything. Nothing was impossible for him. Han suddenly broke her daze. Sorry. She blinked. Sorry? For what? His voice was flat, steady. Because I am Loki. Chapter 6. A system window appeared. Upgrades, 6. The fairy froze midair, then zipped backward like she'd been struck. What kind of dumb joke is that? Han didn't flinch. Account number, 46,631,900. Only the player and the server admins know it. Go on, check it. Or test me with another email. Her eyes went wide as she typed the number in. Seconds later, she gasped. This no way. Her voice shook as she stared at the glowing screen. Then, in a burst, she shot upwards, spinning in the air. Sign something. Anything. I need your autograph right now. I'll be queen of the fan club. Han blinked. There's a fan club? She shouted at the top of her lungs. The fan club. Loki, master of all masters. Expression flat. Han muttered, never heard of it. The fairy stiffened midair, her voice cracking. I really said all that to the actual Loki. Han sighed, scribbling his name across the first thing she shoved in his hand. Great. I'm a 1-star hero now. Huge win. But she wasn't done. Wait. You can't disappear again. What about the settlement? Han shrugged. Beats me. Scene shifts. A towering fortress stretched skyward. 30 floors tall, built to hold more than 20,000. Every building nearly maxed at level 22. A masterpiece of design, years of effort poured into it. And now, none of it mattered. Han was the dungeon master. The fairy hovered nearby, voice hushed. What's going to happen to all those people? Han didn't flinch. If you're that worried, disband the settlement. She faltered. I can't. Arms crossed, Han nodded slowly. Figured. Just a mid-level mod. Stuck babysitting. Then he tilted his head. The guy who owned this account. He was human, right? And the ones summoned here, they're not NPCs. The fairy shook her head. No. Every single one of them is real. They come from different worlds. She hesitated, then whispered. Even the creator doesn't know. To him, this is just a game. He throws them into danger like they're nothing. Han turned away, jaw tight. So if I make it to the top, can I go back? The fairy lowered her gaze. I don't know. Han's frown deepened. Then who brought me here? She looked aside. I can't tell you that. Floating higher, she added softly. My permissions are limited. I can advise the account holder, manage buildings, offer a few choices here and there. That's all. Han gazed out toward the horizon, arms folded. Do the other masters' cities look like this? More or less, she said. Some small differences, but the core's the same. Han's mind raced. He pictured countless floating islands, millions of them, each one a settlement of its own. He remembered the system that generated them, thinking it was just an algorithm, skills mixed, traits shuffled by code. But it wasn't. These weren't programs, weren't simulations. They were alive. The infinite content system, the endless multiverse of worlds, all real. Han stared at his phone, thumb pressing a button, and the truth hit hard. None of it was virtual. The game, the missions, the sacrifices, every careless choice he'd made had sent real people to their deaths. Han's jaw tightened. He called the fairy over. She drifted closer, worry flickering in her eyes. If you want to reach the top, Han said coldly, then listened carefully. Cut to the training field. The girl cut through the air, dagger flashing with each strike. Quick, sharp, fluid. Han watched closely. She was different. Fast, natural. Her progress was far beyond what he expected. First time holding a dagger, and already near mastery. The tall guy? Struggling, barely blocking, stumbling with each swing. Han's expression hardened. If that was his limit, he wouldn't survive. The girl gestured behind her, dagger loose in her grip. I even went easy on him, she said. But it hadn't made a difference. Han didn't sugarcoat it. Don't get cocky. We're moving out. She smirked. What? No more training for your #1 assistant. Before Han could answer, the fairy shot out of nowhere, yelling at the top of her lungs. #1. She's #1. I'm the top assistant here. She ranted, puffed up with pride, until Han casually plucked her out of the air mid-sentence. Not your shift, he said flatly. Pinned in his grip, she still thrashed. Still counts. I was here first. I'm the original assistant. Han gave her a sidelong glance, debating if he should crush her little delusion, then turned away without a word. Open the warehouse. Inside, a system message flashed. Iron, leather, and wooden boards found. Back outside, Han told the fairy to unlock the forge. She grumbled, but got to work. The girl rolled over a cart, curiosity in her voice. What are you doing? Han's eyes narrowed on the forge. I'm not planning to swing this junk forever. His thoughts drifted. He wasn't just a hero. He was a master, which meant he might have access to things no normal hero could touch. The fairy zipped beside him, eyes wide. So what'll it be? A Leviathan weapon? A brunk? Han didn't hesitate. Not here. Not yet. Then, a new system message appeared. No building upgrade found. Penalty, no master blacksmith available. Penalty, no blueprint detected. Success rate, extremely low. Proceed with crafting? The fairy leaned in, squinting nervously. Okay, seriously. What are you even trying to make? Han's answer was calm. An item. Another prompt blinked onto the screen. Select difficulty level. Higher difficulty equals higher potential reward. Han didn't hesitate. Extreme hell. The fairy nearly fell out of the air. Extreme hell. That triples the penalties. Han stayed steady. Just watch. The forge roared to life. Most masters ignore this system, he muttered under his breath. Too dangerous. But if you know how to handle it, it's worth the risk. Timer, 3 minutes. The fairy's voice wavered. I can't even tell what you're making. Han reached forward, hand closing around a glowing cube with precise, deliberate motion. Head lowering slightly, he said, I don't need to see it. From behind, the girl gasped. Wait, that's the thousand hands technique. Han's fingers blurred, lightning fast, snapping cubes together with flawless precision. System message, absolute success. UC rank, cunning long sword created. The fairy lit up, stunned. Another prompt followed. The cunning long sword, durable, lightweight, razor sharp. Mediocre materials. Expert craftsmanship. But Han didn't pause. His hands blurred again. More cubes. More movement. System message, balanced short bow created. Sharp long spear created. Strong iron shield created. Han lifted the shield, gave a quick glance. C rank. Figures. Materials were trash. The fairy crossed her arms, floating beside him. You're not doing that again. Han gave a small nod. Too flashy. If the other masters see this, we're in trouble. Scene shift. 4th floor forest. The girl stood firm, bow drawn. In one fluid motion, she loosed the arrow. Clean hit. The enemy crumpled without a sound. Their mission, eliminate all enemies. She eyed her weapon, a grin tugging at her lips. This bow's way stronger than the last. Nobody's taking it from me this time. Han scanned the tree lean. Activate the personal lock. That'll bind it to you. The forest rustled. Harpies burst from the underbrush, wings slicing the air. Han's eyes narrowed. 3 of us, and the master expects a full clear? Unreal. They fell into formation. The tall guy lunged in, spear in hand. His movements were sloppy, wild, desperate. He missed. Han darted forward, intercepting a strike just in time. System alert. Ally is affected by fear. All stats minus 30%. He's panicking, Han muttered. The guy swung again, off balance. That's when the girl stormed forward and punched him straight in the face. Snap out of it. Blood dripped from his nose. He froze, stunned. She didn't back down. You get it now? This isn't a game. It's your life. Han cut through a harpy in one clean strike. Pull yourself together. The guy gripped his spear tighter. I got it. His voice steadied. And this time, they moved in sync. Coordinated. Focused. Together, they wiped the harpies out. System message, floor cleared. Rewards, 10,000 gold, iron, or leather. The guy stood hunched, breathing heavy. I was dead weight again. So what now? What happens to someone like me? A soft chime. System message, you have been added to the master's favorites. Han stared forward, voice calm. You'll live. For now. The master marked you as a favorite. The guy's eyes went wide. His mouth dropped open, then clenched shut as he raised his fist high. I did it. The girl leaned close with a sly grin, glancing at Han. So, number 1 passed, and now number 2 made the cut too? Han didn't look at her. I don't have subordinates. He turned, walking toward the warehouse. His gaze dipped for just a moment. But if I ever did have a first, it'd be her. My ex. Han's thoughts flicked back to old memories. Hero cards flashing through his mind. A perfect squad. 5 members. All 6-star units. All maxed to level 99. Each one with god-tier abilities strong enough to break the system. Maybe they were still out there. Somewhere. His mind shifted to the city. This game was kill or be killed. He knew that well. But the Vice Master could keep things running. Especially with those 2 backing him up. They were sharp. Too sharp. Sometimes Han even wondered, were they really AI? Then came the image of the tower. And like before, the truth hit hard. They weren't programs. They weren't code. They were real. A girl stood at the top, watching her companion. You're really leaving? Every minute counts. The other replied without hesitation. Dressed in white, the first girl's voice softened. I won't be able to help with this part. The research is in your hands now. There was a long pause. Then, as her companion turned to leave, she whispered, I hope you find the master. Back at the base. System message. Living area upgraded to level 2. Hero limit increased. Dining hall complete. Meals now higher quality. Cut to the training ground. System message. Training area upgraded to level 2. Training efficiency boosted. Near smaller building. System message. Forge, carpenter's workshop, and metalworking station merged into equipment workshop. And finally, system message. Settlement territory upgraded to level 2. The girl stood frozen, mouth hanging open. What is even happening right now? The guy beside her shook his head. This master's a monster. Seriously, who even does this much? Han glanced around casually. Just drop some funds. Guess he's really into the game. He studied the new buildings, the way the Hanes moved, fluid, alive, natural in battle. Not like NPCs. Not like characters. Like real people. The higher we climb, the better life gets here, he added. His gaze shifted toward the ferry. Player logs in on a schedule. Probably has a full-time job. Still finds time to grind and spend. Lucky it's not just some broke college kid. His girlfriend nodded. Yeah, he dropped 65,000 on one gear set. We definitely hit the jackpot. Han smirked, head lowering. This wasn't like other games. Crystals didn't just fall from quests. Everything here had to be earned. Finding someone willing to spend real money? That was pure luck. Then, system alert. The master is summoning 10 new heroes. The portal flared alive. The guy turned, stunned. Wait, is this really a summoning? Han nodded. Renovations are done. Time to celebrate. Inside the new house, Han pulled up the hero cards in his mind. He knew the system by heart. 2 summoning types. Gold summons and crystal summons. No question which was stronger. The whole setup was a trap. A system built to dig deeper, to make players spend more and more. A crowd gathered at the gate, appearing out of thin air. An older man blinked around, dazed. I was just at home a second ago. Han stood silent, listening as confusion rippled through the group. Voices rose, panic spreading. Without warning, he raised his sword, pointed straight at the old man. Startled, the man stumbled back. Who are you people? Han stepped forward, voice unyielding. Quiet. No explanations. Not yet. His gaze swept the crowd. First, survive. Then you'll get answers. The fairy shot upward, arm raised. Listen up. No time to waste. Carpenters, over there. Blacksmiths, step forward. Cooks move. The group muttered in disbelief, their confusion only growing. A girl nearby frowned. What are you even trying to pull? Eyes closed. Han replied calmly. She's assigning roles. There are jobs open. Take one. The fairy kept directing people toward the portal, her voice sharp. Watching her, Han muttered under his breath. If the ones who died earlier had been summoned now, maybe things would have gone differently. The settlement was changing, growing, becoming something real. Then a system prompt appeared. To create a group, drag chosen heroes into available slots. Han stepped forward, voice firm. Everyone listen. From here on out, we go all in. With only a few stars between us, we can't afford dead weight. If you can't pull your share, you're worth less than a raw potato. He pointed toward the group. The master decides who stays. 1 stars. Most will be thrown into the dungeon. And most won't come back. The portal lit up. The fairy shouted, Move now. System alert. A fighter has fallen. Return impossible. His spirit will be remembered. Han's eyes narrowed. That was quick. Beside him, the girl spoke. Shouldn't we at least explain things? Give them a chance. Han's reply was sharp. If they can't clear floor 1, it's already over. He stared into the glow. 2 are dead. Only 2 made it through. The crowd froze. Fear spread. One man stumbled back, voice trembling. I can't fight. I won't survive this. Suddenly, one of Han's teammates stepped forward. Then I'll go with them. But the fairy snapped. Don't interfere. That's not your mission. The girl at Han's side smirked. Was he always this intense? Han's tone was flat. Might as well count me in too. I'm barely better than a rookie. He turned to the volunteer. It's good you want to help, but don't get in their way. They need the experience. The girl threw her hands up. Forget this. I just want a real meal for once. All we've had are boiled potatoes. Han looked at her, realizing something. The fear she'd been carrying, it was gone. He lifted his eyes skyward. It's bright today. Almost feels like someone's watching. Han turned back with a faint grin. Relax. There's no god out there tracking every word we say. In his head, he pictured the system, cold, mechanical, automatic. Everything we say gets filtered, shortened, turned into basic messages before it's ever seen. Not long after, the guy returned, this time leading a group of new recruits. Han gave them a quick scan. No injuries. Everyone breathing. How many goblins did you drop? The guy scratched his head. Just 1. Han stepped aside. Whatever. Let's head back. Maybe this time we'll eat something besides boiled garbage. Scene shift, dining hall. Han glanced around the new space. Looks better in here, he muttered. A real dining hall means real meals. If the master sees we're worth the effort, maybe we'll get rewards. The girl suddenly jumped up, cheeks flushed. This is amazing. I'm calling dibs on lamb steak. The guy chimed in right after. Turkey for me. Han raised an eyebrow. Why are you two even listening to me? Then came a letdown. Plates slid across the table, stacked high with potatoes. An old man rose nervously. He got spices, plenty of them, but the only thing stocked right now is potatoes. Han's eyes narrowed. That same man had claimed to be a cook. Pulling up his stats, Han's scowl deepened. No cooking skills. Not even one. Turning away, disappointed, Han muttered. Maybe someone else here's got real talent. He looked at the girl. Name? She blinked. Huh, you're the new cook, Han said flatly. Her eyes dropped, unease written all over her. The old man stammered. Wait, I could try making something else. Han's gaze cut sharp, quick to adapt. Fine, but lie again and I'll know. You get one free pass. Soon after, the table filled with steaming dishes. Still potatoes, but roasted, mashed, fried, and seasoned with spice. The girl took one bite, her eyes lighting up. This is insane. I didn't know you could do this much with potatoes. She pointed out the spice rack, overflowing. With it, the food tasted 100 times better. Han jabbed his fork into his plate. Eat, and listen. Closing his eyes, he added, I'm not repeating this. The new ones need to hear it. Their survival depends on it. Later that night, recruits huddled under the stars, wide-eyed. Is this stuff really true? Someone asked. The girl smiled. I'd never touched a weapon before coming here. If I can do it, so can you. The fat man folded his arms, serious. So what happens now? Just because I'm a cook, does that mean I can't help in other ways? I've done carpentry before. Han's gaze turned cold. Lie again, and you'll be first in line for synthesis. Honestly, you'd make a perfect candidate. He turned to the group, voice firm. Sure, settlement work feels safe. But don't fool yourselves. The moment someone stronger shows up, you'll be replaced and sent straight into the front lines. He let the words hang, picturing the settlement spreading wider by the day. The next morning, routine was gone. Han stood outside, facing the small squad gathered before him. His tone cut sharp. Only 3. He studied them briefly, unimpressed. The girl shrugged. Looks like the others bailed. Probably hiding. Han exhaled. Tired of the same drills, he muttered. Let's change things up. He threw down a challenge and crushed the recruits without effort. The gap was overwhelming. 7, maybe 8 stat points apart. In reality, it was like an adult sparring with toddlers. No way Earth could have allowed such a leap in power. His eyes shifted to the girl. Her arrow flew fast, crisp, archery already at level 5. Her dagger work? Level 2, but climbing steadily. Then he glanced at his teammate. Spear raised, form steady. Spear mastery sat at level 2, but it had stalled. No matter how hard he pushed, progress refused to budge. Looking back at the newcomers, Han noticed something. Each had already unlocked level 1 in ball control. Their growth lined up almost evenly, likely their age keeping pace. Still, compared to the cowards hiding in camp, they were miles ahead. Soon after, the master summoned another wave, 10 fresh heroes. This time, Han didn't even move. His comrade and the others handled it without him. The girl watched, lips curving slightly. Looks like the numbers are growing. Han gave a short nod. This is only the beginning. He took note, just 1 death this round. Not bad at all. Then the girl asked, why hasn't the master sent us to the 5th floor yet? Feels like it's been forever. Han's gaze narrowed, fixed on the distance. The 5th floor wasn't just another step up. It was a wall. Because he's waiting, Han said at last. He knows better than to rush it. In his mind, the tower loomed. Every 5th floor was a turning point, a boss fight disguised as progress. Even he couldn't guarantee survival. He imagined a storm pressing down on the city. No matter how much they trained, no matter how carefully they picked recruits, waves like that always claimed lives. The spike in difficulty, not even his girlfriend understood how brutal it truly was. Cards flickered in his thoughts. Combat heroes, all just 1 star. Then the supports. Scene shift, 4th floor. The Hanes lined up in formation, steady and focused. Han watched from behind. Their shields for now, he murmured. No need to rush. Our spears and bows will cover them. The signal rang out. The team charged. 1 fighter blocked a harpy strike. A shout cut the air. Even weak ones can land a hit. Another knight deflected cleanly. Another voice followed, sharp and commanding. Stay together. This works only if we fight as one. A spearman slipped to the side and drove his weapon straight through. More voices rose across the field. It's not about being the strongest. Fight together. Han stayed silent, just watching. Clearing this floor alone would have been easy for him. But that wasn't the point. They had to prove themselves. System message. Battle complete. Rewards. 2,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. The squad cheered, clapping shoulders and laughing. Small victories, but for them, they meant the world. Han studied their faces quietly. The 5th floor, what waited there? Maybe even a mission he couldn't handle alone. He pulled his teammates in briefly. So, how's it feel? The girl grinned. You guys nailed it. Han gave a small nod. Yeah, I'd say so too. Armory. The master had started showing up less often. Still, from the last batch of 10 recruits, he'd chosen exactly what they lacked. A blacksmith, a tanner, a carpenter. Inside the workshop, hammers rang nonstop. Ear-rank swords, shields, armor. Barely enough for rookies to survive. But the core team? They got stronger gear, crafted from better materials, giving them sharper odds in battle. Checking the player map. Han spotted 3 names marked for synthesis. All 3 had skipped training. All 3 swore they'd bolt the second danger showed. One of them was the same liar who once claimed to be a cook. Days passed. That same man stared at the shield in his hands. We're heading back to the 4th floor today? Honestly, I was hoping for something harder. Han kept his eyes forward, his tone cut like steel. So, we're not stepping onto the 5th floor yet. The fairy answered quickly. Not likely. The girl caught on instantly. Wait, are we? Han stepped forward. His voice carried no hesitation. This isn't going to be a routine sweep. Stay sharp. Don't panic, but don't relax either. Got it, one of them shouted, just as a blinding light swallowed the group. Scene shift. They landed inside a ruined structure. Cracked walls. Rubble scattered across the ground. The street ahead lay broken and empty. 5 heroes stood there, dropped into silence. Eren scanned the ruins. No monsters. Nothing moving. Form up, Han ordered. We head for the center. The quiet pressed in. No enemies. No civilians. Not even background noise. Han's gut told him this wasn't a standard clear. Han, Eren called, pointing. A skeleton leaned against the wall, its armor rusted and shattered. He knelt closer. This place, it's abandoned. The girl walked past slowly, gaze catching on dried blood across the ground. This isn't like the last floor at all. Han's eyes locked on the distant tower. There used to be flowers here, he muttered. Now, we're heading up. Suddenly, the girl froze, scanning the shadows around them. Han turned. What is it? She hesitated, then pointed forward. A city just ahead. Her voice wavered, cutting off mid-sentence. I want to think I imagined it. Eren stepped up beside her, shoulders tight. No. She saw something. She froze, then whispered, barely audible. Is this real? Her voice broke into a scream. There's a goblin horde outside the city. Thousands. They're headed straight for us. Han's focus snapped instantly. How many? Thousands, she repeated, eyes locked forward. System alert. Objective. Survive the goblin horde. Eren's voice cracked with panic. You've got to be kidding me. The girl shot him a glare. Does this look like a joke? Enough. Han cut in, his voice slicing through the chaos. Eren's fists clenched. What the hell went wrong? This isn't a clear, Han said coldly. It's survival. All we can do is hold out. Another fighter stumbled forward. Then what about hiding? No, Han barked. We can't hole up in buildings. Move now. The squad bolted, boots hammering the stone. Eren shouted over the noise. How long do we have to last? 10 minutes after contact, Han snapped back. His scowl deepened. Only a 9% chance for a survival mission on the 5th floor, and they'd rolled the worst possible outcome. Off the main streets, he commanded. Cut through the alleys. They tore through the narrow passages, breath heavy, hearts pounding. Han's mind raced. Low-tier cities had no safe zones. Heroes here were often wiped out before even getting their footing. From the rear, someone yelled, there has to be a better place to hold. They'll break through anywhere. Han growled. No time to scout, this is it. They skidded to a stop at a 3-way split. Tight enough to funnel the enemy. Circle up, Han ordered. We hold here. His blade gleamed as he raised it. Even if 10,000 come, they won't hit us all at once. One of the fighters gave a grim nod. Then we go all in. Han barked orders fast and sharp. Hold the choke points. Rotate the front line when you can. Don't waste rest. You, he turned to the girl, stay in the center. Save your arrows. Fire only when I call it. The squad square their shoulders. One breach, Han warned, and we're finished. Block everything before it reaches us. He narrowed his eyes. 10 minutes. Was it game time or real time? Didn't matter. The clock would start the second they made contact. And then he saw it. A lone goblin slipped from the shadows. It stopped and grinned. The countdown had begun. Han roared. We don't even have a barricade. He lunged, cutting it down clean. But more burst from behind it, screeching, snarling, flooding the alley. They're here. Han's command cracked like thunder. Forget walls. Stack their bodies instead. He carved through one, then another, but the swarm didn't stop. The girl's voice rang out from behind. She was ready, waiting for his mark. Han's rhythm was brutal and precise. Block, strike, move. Just mindless beasts, he muttered. We'll treat them like it. The horde slammed into them. Goblins shrieked, clawing in endless waves. One of the spearmen spun, panic rising. We'll never last 10 minutes at this pace. Han's voice cut through the chaos, calm and cold. When have I ever lied? But the goblins didn't stop. They poured in endlessly, clawing, crawling, clawing over each other to squeeze through every gap. Han gritted his teeth. We're not dying here. Not like this. Dawn broke just as another goblin lunged, jaws snapping wide. Han didn't flinch. His blade was already tearing through its throat. Ed, switch out, he barked. Ed groaned, still holding the line. I've got fight left. Then fight from the back. Move. Han snapped. He didn't dare look away. His stamina was draining fast, but worse, his eyes caught a teammate barely holding up, swings clumsy, movements breaking down. One mistake, one sloppy hit. That's all it would take. Han's grip tightened. One strike. One kill. No wasted moves. These things are no better than floor one trash, he roared, cutting through another pack. Still, they kept coming, flooding the field. A voice rose over the din. Do they even know fear? Han didn't answer. Instead, he called another rotation. The next fighter jumped in without hesitation. On it, scanning the swarm, Han spotted a weakness. A gap. He turned to the girl. Shift left. Use their own arrows against them. She moved instantly, spinning into position. One clean shot, straight through Goblin's eye. I'm done waiting, she shouted. Aaron slashed mid-swing. Han said 10 minutes. Han growled back. We're only at 5. Another Goblin lunged, but never made it. The girl slammed her knee into its skull, dropping it cold. Stay down, freak. Then a scream cut the air, raw, blood-curdling. System alert. One teammate critical. Health dropping fast. Han's eyes burned. Get him out. Fill the gap. Don't let a single one through. The injured man tried to argue, but Han's glare silenced him. Save it. Heal outside the line. The soldier collapsed, trembling. System alert. Fear status inflicted. All stats minus 30%. Han snarled and shoved another goblin back. Pull yourself together. You want to die whining? The man gasped out an apology. Stop the bleeding. Han roared. The girl was already there, bandages in hand, working fast. Han turned on the rest. You want him alive? Then fight like it. A goblin lunged from behind, but Han twisted, cutting it clean, then stomped another into the ground. Out of my way. The waves didn't stop. One fighter shouted, panic rising. My sword gone dull. Another soldier grabbed it without pause, forcing himself upright. I'll make it work. He stared at the chipped blade, doubt flickering. Han's voice lashed out. Worry about sharpening it after. Swing it now. The soldier swung. The blade cracked a goblin down. Han knew it was inevitable. Not junk tier, but still just iron. Weapons wouldn't last forever. He roared above the noise, blade flashing through another swarm. Blades or not, these things still fall. Han smashed a goblin's skull flat with a shield. No sword? Then use this. He spun. Aaron, swap out. But Aaron stood his ground. Still holding. Behind him, the girl cut another goblin down. Take the break while you can. Don't try to be a hero. 3 minutes. Han barked. That's all we need. Why does 30 minutes feel like forever? He snapped again, louder. Aaron moved forward. The girl's eyes stayed locked on the fight. She looked rattled. 10 seconds, Han muttered, voice low. That's all we need. Then he raised his blade high. Cover us. But his gaze caught her quiver. Only 4 arrows left. His jaw tightened. Not good. Let him fly, he shouted. If they break through, none of this matters. She nodded. Understood. 2 arrows loosed, both hitting clean. But then, one goblin slipped through the line. Its eyes burned wild, clutching a jagged stick. On the ground, the injured soldier barely stirred. The goblin lunged, driving the weapon straight into his gut. Blood burst from his mouth. The girl's arrow dropped it instantly, but her eyes locked on the fallen. He wasn't moving. Blood pooled thick beneath him. System alert. Critical condition. Life at risk. Han's fury erupted. He tore through the horde, cutting down anything in his path. Jenna froze, panic clawing at her chest. Do I try to save him? But if I move now? Up front, a fighter raised a shield, shouting, hide. Just 30 seconds of cover. A beast surged forward, strike, aim to kill. Han intercepted, shield up, timing flawless. The impact rattled his arms, but he roared back, charging, blade tearing a line through the swarm. He reached the soldier. Left flank, move now. Han ordered. A young fighter hesitated. But what about Hyde? He's down. We move. Han snapped. Then the screen lit up. System message. The fallen warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will be honored forever. The soldier bowed his head for only a moment, then turned back, carving through goblins without hesitation. Han locked eyes with Jenna. His voice was flat, merciless. We can't save them anymore. Forget them. If you drop, we all die. She clenched her jaw, nodding hard. Got it. Han smashed another goblin aside with his shield. Jenna was right there, blades flashing, cutting down anything that slipped through. How many are left? She shouted. System alert. Basic dagger skill. Level 3. New skill unlocked. Fast movement. Han raised his sword high in signal. Unload everything. If you're watching the clock, make it count. More updates hit one after another. Heroic Awakening activated. Sword and shield technique. LV5. Pain threshold. LV2. Cold-bloodedness. LV3. Even as he blocked another strike, Han's thoughts pressed in. What's the point of these skills if none of us live through this? Then it came. Another scream, sharp and desperate. Another soldier hit the ground, blood flooding fast. System alert. Bleeding. HP dropping over time. The boy was cornered, eyes wide with terror. He raised a trembling hand, screaming, Han, Please. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down his face, voice cracking in raw fear. Han heard him. His jaw clenched tight, but he didn't turn back. The goblins swarmed, shrieking, ready to tear the boy apart. Still, Han pressed forward. Jenna, Aaron, with me. Jenna froze, her gaze flicking to the soldier about to be ripped apart. Faces of the fallen flashed through her mind. Han's voice cut cold. We mourn later. Not now. They bolted, weaving through a crumbling alley in the ruined city. Then came the system message. Your companion has returned to the arms of God. His spirit will be remembered. Jenna stopped dead. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Are we next? Don't say that, Han snapped. He pointed sharply. That wall. Climb it. She stared, breath shaking. You want me to run ahead, alone? We're right behind you, Han said. Then, as goblins rushed in, he added, we just need to carve a path first. Sword raised, Han stepped forward. One per swing won't cut it anymore. He charged, sweeping his blade in a wide arc, cutting through goblins in a single motion. From above, Jenna's voice rang out. I'm up. Hurry. Han leapt, grabbing the ledge. Aaron, climb. Jenna reached down. Take my hand. Aaron jumped, catching her arm, then cried out in pain. A goblin's blade jammed deep into his leg. Han dropped instantly, cutting the attacker clean in half. Don't let go. He barked at Jenna, locking eyes. Then he turned. More goblins. Dozens. No time, Han muttered. I've got to cut it. His sword flashed down. Aaron's scream ripped through the air, raw and unbearable. System alert. Bleeding. HP declining steadily. Han hauled him up, shouting at Jenna. Lift him now. Another message blinked across their vision. Critical condition. Life at risk. Then all of them froze. Below, a wall of goblins was rising, stacking on each other, clawing upward like a living staircase. They're stacking. When the boys screamed, panic exploding. They're figuring it out. His eyes widened wild. You have to kill Aaron. Use the spear now. Jenna didn't even flinch. She drove the spear down, fending off the wave clawing up the wall. Han's voice was ice. We can't risk him turning. There's nowhere left to run. But her grip slipped, metal clattering against stone. The spear, it's gone, she cried. What do we do? Kick them. Han snapped, never breaking rhythm. Hands clawed upward, scratching, grabbing, dragging at anything they could reach. How much longer? Jenna shouted, panic breaking through. There's too many. 30 seconds, the boy yelled back. Feels like an hour, someone muttered through gritted teeth. I'm serious. We're almost there. Han's blade kept flashing, every swing cutting back another wave. His thoughts narrowed to one single focus. Just a few more seconds. Just hold until the timer shows. And then, it appeared. A countdown lit up, numbers ticking away the final seconds. That's when it struck. A goblin lunged, seizing Han's shield and yanking it down. Han didn't flinch. His sword was already rising. But before he could swing, another goblin drove a blade straight into his gut. The creature grinned, its eyes glinting with malice. Han's body shuddered, his teeth clenched. You piece of... The goblin twisted the blade, then ripped it free. Agony tore through him like lightning. Han's scream ripped raw from his throat as his knees nearly buckled. His vision blurred. System alert. Bleeding. Health will gradually decrease. Not far off, Jenna stumbled, clutching her side. She'd been struck too. Another alert flared. Bleeding. Health will gradually decrease. Both of them, on the brink. Amid the chaos, one boy knelt, staring blankly at the ground. So this is it. Dying here on the 5th floor. What a joke. His head sagged. Why? Why me? I never chose this. Not back on Earth. Not here. Despair clawed deep. But something snapped. His eyes tore open. Rage surged like fire through his veins. Why? He roared. He shot to his feet, his blade slicing a goblin clean in two. You freaks. System alert. Berserker mode activated. One eye blazed blood red. The other stared hollow and black. You think I fall here? On the 5th damn floor. His sword dropped low, hanging loose at his side. There's no reason, no meaning to any of this. A goblin rushed him. Han moved faster than lightning. One strike dead, another gone. 5 more, shredded to pieces. I'm not dying here. Limbs scattered. Blood drenched the stone. Han stood at the center, eyes wild, face locked forward. Come on, he roared into the horde. System update. New skill unlocked. Berserker. For the first time, the goblins hesitated. Jenna's chest heaved. Even breathing hurt. Feels like my body's tearing apart. Han's voice cut through, cold and feral. You want me dead? Then try. He slashed again, faster, harder. Each strike more vicious than the last. Then steel cracked. His blade shattered in his hands. The goblins howled with twisted laughter. Han didn't stop. Fine. I'll tear you apart with my fists. He lunged, bare hands clenched, eyes burning like fire. I'll never stop. He charged into the swarm, and at that exact moment, the timer hit 0. Everything froze. The goblins around him locked mid-motion. Their skin flickered, color draining until they stood silent, lifeless. Han staggered, chest heaving, surrounded by stillness. Not one monster moved. Jenna stared wide-eyed. Han's fists were still clenched, blood dripping from his knuckles. Neither could process what they were seeing. Then Aaron, still breathing, still alive, lying on the rooftop, unmoving but alive. System message. 5th floor cleared. Their levels surged. Han, MVP. Rewards cascaded across the screen. 5,000 gold. Iron ore. Leather. Wooden boards. Before anyone could react, the system pulled them out. Congratulations. 5th floor cleared. Daily dungeons unlocked. Gather resources. Build your base. Train your heroes. Every weapon they still carried came with them. Jenna dropped to her knees, breath ragged. She couldn't process it. Han stood motionless, his body still trembling from the battle. Aaron lay nearby, silent but alive. Jenna's wide eyes fixed on him. Then, suddenly, a stunned smile broke across her face. Tears welled, spilling over. She laughed, a hollow, breathless laugh, half disbelief, half exhaustion. Han didn't move. The weight of it hadn't hit him yet. Too much, too fast. Still on her knees, Jenna lifted her head toward him. Can you help me? I can't stand. He said nothing, just reached out a hand. As he pulled her to her feet, she whispered, Did we really make it? Yeah, Han said. This is the waiting room. We're clear. She glanced around. Are all floors like that? He shook his head. No, that one was different. Bending down, he picked up the shattered pieces of his sword. Missions like that, it comes down to your team. If the others had been a little stronger, maybe things would have ended differently. He turned toward her. With the right crew, those missions aren't impossible. But we got the worst timing. Jenna lowered her gaze, nodding quietly. They left the waiting room without another word. Outside, a boy rushed over, grinning. You guys crushed it. Chloe's got food waiting. Where's the rest of the crew? Still inside. They're dead, Hans said flatly. The boy froze. What? They didn't make it. Silence hit hard. The kid just stood there, stunned. Han and Jenna walked past. Then a voice boomed across the space, sharp and unfamiliar. The master calls for heroes. If your name is announced, step forward. Later that night, Han collapsed face first onto his bed. He didn't feel much of anything. Not grief. Not shock. Death was just part of the front lines. His mind drifted instead to the new skill, Berserker. How was that supposed to work with cold-blooded? One thrived on rage, the other smothered it. Total opposites. It didn't add up. Was it a glitch? Or was it because he was both a hero and a master? Too many unknowns. Too much to process. He'd figure out later. For now, he just needed a rest. As his eyes closed, he muttered to himself, It's only going to get harder from here. Scene shift, training grounds. Early morning. Jenna was already out there, her blades slicing clean through the air in sharp, practiced arcs. Han blinked. She was always the last one to rise. What got you up this early, he asked. She didn't pause, her strikes still crisp. I want to stay alive. Han watched her closely. Every move was fast, focused, precise. He remembered, Jenna had unlocked a new skill yesterday. Talented, relentless. Then his thoughts drifted to Aaron. The guy trained just as hard, yet never gained anything in return. Still balanced on his hands, Han weighed his own limits. Skills, level 5. Nothing special for a 3-star hero. Then came the system ping. Level 9. One more level, then promotion to 2 stars. That's when Jenna leaned in and poked him in the side. Han glanced down. What are you doing? She shrugged. You just look cool in that pose. Cut it out, he muttered. She smacked him lightly on the head, lips curling in a pout. Your muscles don't even look tired. Pulling a shirt over his head, Han thought to himself. She kept catching him off guard. After everything that happened yesterday, she'd bounced back faster than he expected. Jenna rubbed at her head, then said quietly, Aaron's not here. He probably needs space, Han replied. He was closer to the ones we lost. Silence fell between them. Finally, Jenna spoke. He's usually first on the field, always here before everyone else. Han nodded. Daika was the same. They trained harder than anyone. His eyes swept across the training grounds. Compared to them, they're the real heroes. Across the field, others milled about, pretending to stay busy, avoiding synthesis training, only showing up when a master was watching. Han's voice dropped low. They had talent. They just never had time to prove it. Maybe it would have been easier if one of them had died on floor 5. Jenna didn't argue. She just said softly, let's get back to it. But before they could move, a voice called out, apologizing for being late. Aaron. Something about him felt wrong. Han stepped forward. What's wrong? Aaron's answer came quiet, heavy. If I'd been stronger, maybe things wouldn't have gone the way they did. Han's expression didn't shift. They died because they were weak. That's all. He looked out across the base. It's already been a month since I came here. Outside, barely 10 days. He pulled out his phone. Whatever checked in 3 times a day, morning, noon, night. Time here ran 3 times faster. Han pictured the game in his hands. During battle events, the timer synced to reality. 30 minutes meant 30 minutes. Any other time, those survival runs would have stretched into 90. No one would have lived through that. Then Isel appeared, grinning like she just won a bet. Han, everyone should be learning from you. Cleared the 5th floor with a squad full of freeloaders, no less. She raised her arms dramatically. Truly, the master of all masters. Jenna leaned in, whispering, "What did you do to make her like this?" Han smirked. "Classified company intel." Isel wasn't finished. She spun on the others, shouting, "While I'm out giving it everything I've got, you're all sitting here like couch potatoes." Isel's voice rang across the field. "You think laziness goes unpunished? Think again." Han watched the commotion from the sidelines, then slipped away. Better to leave them to it. They'll move when someone gives the order. A system ping flashed in front of him. Group 4 has been formed. Names scrolled into view. Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen. The others froze, confused. Han stayed quiet, unreadable, just listening. Then a voice thundered from above. "Selected heroes, report to the rift of time and space." Immediately, Jenna blinked. "Why are we grouped with people we don't even know?" Inside the rift, standing among strangers, Han leaned toward her. "Relax. This will be way easier." Ahead, a glowing portal shimmered into existence. Daily Dungeon. Active. These appeared once a day. Resource runs. Today's location, Kinout Forest. Estimated duration, 11 hours. Han skimmed the mission text. So daily dungeons are finally unlocked. Next to him, one of the men spoke up. "So, are we actually working together here?" Han glanced at him. "Name?" "Owen," the guy replied. "But honestly, we're probably not much use." As the portal pulsed, Owen added quickly, "It's fine though. Daily dungeons don't start with combat." A flash of blue light swallowed them. In the next instant, they stood inside a dense, fog-laden forest. Group 4 has entered. Kinout Forest, low tier. Objective, gather resources. Return when time expires. Note, dungeon types rotate daily. Plan accordingly. Jenna scanned the trees. "Where are the enemies? Is this another weird mission?" Han reached over and tugged her cheek. She blinked. "What was that for?" "You looked ridiculous," he said flatly. He crouched, grabbed a pebble, and tossed it into a swirling portal nearby. "It's not about fighting," he explained. "Daily dungeons are for collecting." One of the men pointed at the swirl. "What's that thing supposed to be?" "Think of it like a trash can," Han replied. "Storage for junk. System alert. Item discarded. Not required by settlement. Avoid collecting unnecessary materials." Han snapped a branch from a nearby tree, holding it up. "Now this is what we want. Natural resources." He tossed it in. New item detected. Contributing to material pool. Note, 100 branches equals 1 log. Carpenter's bench required. Owen's jaw dropped. "Wait, that's it." Just snapping twigs and feeding them in. Another teammate muttered, "We're seriously not going to fight?" Han shrugged. "Not your problem." Then, with a faint grin, he added, "Let's go hunting instead." They followed. Jenna groaned. "Why do I never get a break with you guys? What are we chasing, boars? Deer? Rabbits?" Then her eyes lit up. "Actually, if it means meat, I'm in." They slipped into a quiet clearing, where a lone deer grazed. Jenna's gaze locked instantly. "That one's mine." She raised her bow, practically drooling. "Stay still, cutlet." One smooth shot, clean through the neck. The deer collapsed on the spot. Jenna strolled up, grinning wide. "Look at this beauty." Behind her, Han stepped closer. "You even know how to butcher that?" Jenna didn't miss a beat. "Of course I do. Watch my dad 100 times." She got right to work. First drain the blood, then open the belly, pull the organs. Han stood by, watching her move with practiced precision. When the meat was neatly set aside, he turned. "Toss the rest into the rift when you're done. Don't leave scraps." She looked up. "Where are you going?" He didn't glance back. "Got something to take care of. And I'm sick of potatoes." Han disappeared into the trees, slipping deeper into the forest until mist from a massive waterfall blurred the air. He checked the timer. 30 minutes left before return. That's when he saw them. A cluster of deer, half hidden in the brush. He froze. There it is. One stood apart, the forest queen. Rare spawn, rare material, rare chance. Han drew his blade. Rare beasts didn't bother to hide. They didn't need to, and they were the source of attribute stones, essential for hero upgrades. No hesitation. He charged. The first deer lifted its head only to lose it in one clean strike. The rest bolted, but one turned, rage in its eyes, charging. Han met it head-on, blade flashing until it collapsed. Now only the queen remained. Tall, snow-white. Her gaze burned with fury. Han raised his sword toward her. Too late. They're already dead. She pawed the earth, unshaken. "Come on, then." Narration shift, daily dungeon rotation. Mon and Tuesday, Israel to mine. Wed and Thursday, Kinout Forest. Friday and Sat, Simral Plateau. Sun all unlocked. Elsewhere in the forest, a sudden cry split the silence. There's something out there. A boy yelled, eyes wide. Owen squinted into the brush. Where? I don't see it. Then, just barely, they caught it. A pair of red eyes glowing in the dark. Owen yanked his friend back. Wait, something's not right. The leaves parted. Han emerged, dragging a massive carcass behind him. He smirked, expecting someone else. With a heavy thud, the forest queen's severed head hit the ground. Jenna's eyes widened. That thing's huge. Han exhaled. Yeah, I'll need help moving the rest. One teammate scrambled forward, storing the body into the portal. Han turned to Jenna. How much did you gather? Before she could speak, the system chimed. Item acquired. Queen's blood. I also dropped 2 deer and a boar, she added. Enough to feed everyone. She bent, picking up the queen's head, studying it. Why keep this? It's not edible. Han strapped his shield across his back. The horn. I need it. Only way forward is like this. Jenna leaned in, examining closely. It's a female. Han arched a brow. You can tell that just from looking. She gave a firm nod. Spent enough time in the woods. Right then, a system alert flashed across the air. Skill unlocked. Forest Hunter. Without hesitation, Jenna began carving into the head, her hands steady, like she'd done it 1,000 times. Han stayed quiet, watching in disbelief. Another awakening, just like that. His gaze shifted to her awakening stone. At this rate, she'd rank up easily. No obstacles at all. Another message appeared. Low-tier wind, attribute stone acquired. Infused with forest energy. Useful for crafting equipment that enhances hero rank. The scene dissolved, fading into the bustling tavern at Haynes' main camp. Tables overflowed with roasted meat, the air thick with rich, savory aroma. The room rang with laughter and cheers, everyone celebrating the taste of real food. Jenna strolled in, grinning. They took down an entire deer. Han didn't even flinch. If you're done feasting, come with me. His mind had already moved on. Dungeon rotation. Today's opening, Simral Plateau. The perfect place to farm attribute stones. Not long after, the two entered the dungeon. System notice, 2-person team entered. Low-tier, Simral Plateau instance. Jenna glanced around. You really think this place will make us stronger? Attribute stones are everything, Han replied. We just need to find them. They made their way to the cliff's edge. Jenna stopped, letting the wind curl softly around her. Han's eyes narrowed. Life flowers. Rare, valuable, essential for health potions. He marked their location in his mind. Then noise. A sharp howl split the air. A massive wolf lunged from the shadows. Steel clashed. Blood flew. The fight was brutal but short. The beast collapsed at their feet. Jenna caught her breath, smirking. That's it? Just one wolf. Han slid his blade back into its sheath. The blood might attract more. She crouched, already carving. What about the fangs and claws? Take them. Han answered, eyes still scanning the ridge. Another system ping lit up. Low-tier water, attribute stone acquired. Charged with plateau energy. Vital for crafting and rank progression. Still working, Jenna looked up. It's kind of peaceful out here. Han raised an eyebrow. Wait till I'm done draining the blood before you say that. She let out a quiet laugh. If life was always like this, hunting, gathering, eating, it'd be enough. Perfect even. Her words lingered. If not for the master. Han froze. He hadn't heard anyone say it aloud before, but once he thought the same. Her voice softened. I hope he never returns. Han's eyes flicked toward her. Do the people in Nibelheim feel the same? Jenna held a glowing stone in her hand, its light dancing in the dim air. I don't see the point in endless fighting anymore. Synthesis is over. Jenna closed her eyes. If you could do something for me, something quieter maybe. Han didn't answer right away. Maybe. Depends on how things play out back at base. She turned toward him, sharp. Then why talk about peace if you've got no plans to leave the front lines? That cut deep. Han shut his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But he stayed silent. Days slipped by. Then light. The team materialized in the middle of a dense forest. System alert. Floor 6 reached. Mission type, reconnaissance. Objective, scout and assess the surrounding terrain. Another ping followed. Daika has joined Group 1. Daika flashed a confident grin. You got nothing to worry about. I got this. Aaron wasn't convinced. This doesn't feel like one of the daily dungeons. The squad leader cut in. It's not. Recon missions follow their own rules. Aaron swept his gaze across the tree lane. The forest was unervingly still. Feels like the 5th floor again, too quiet. Quiet, someone hissed. No talking, no movement. The group hit the dirt instantly. One teammate whispered nervously, do we really need to be lying here? Han glanced at Aaron, his voice calm but firm. This isn't like before. Trust the process. Follow orders, we'll get through it. Aaron gave a slight nod, lowering himself further. Minutes crawled past. Then they saw them. 3 goblins. Level 8. Standard enemies. Nothing special. But Han's eyes locked on one detail. The horn strapped to a goblin's belt. Everything shifted. He lifted his head. Jenna was perched in the branches above. You see anything? She answered without hesitation. Goblin village up ahead. Large. At least 100. Hans got twisted. A trap. One wrong move, and they'd be buried in numbers. He ran the battle through his mind, fast and precise, then gave the call. Jenna, take the one on the right. Aaron, move as soon as they're distracted. Take the second. Aaron steadied his grip, eyes locked in. Han turned to Daika. If it goes bad, cover them. You got it. Daika drew his blade. In an instant, Jenna loosed an arrow. Clean shot, straight through a goblin's forehead. Aaron burst from cover, spear driving through the second. The last goblin's hand shot for the horn. But Han was already there. Too late. One strike. Head severed. System notification. Floor cleared. MVP. Han. Reward. 5,000 gold. In a blink, the forest dissolved. They stood in the waiting room. Daika blinked in surprise. Wait, that's it? We're done. Han shook his head. No, not even close. He didn't wait. He broke into a sprint, heading back toward the tree line. Recon missions weren't just routine sweeps. They were previews. Hints. The future written in fragments. Patterns buried beneath the chaos. He pushed forward until the trees opened. And there it was. The goblin stronghold. Massive. Wolves chained to stakes. Goblins patrolling the perimeter. Not a camp. A fortress. Through the fence, Han caught something odd. One goblin suddenly snapped its head around, staring into nothing. But all that lingered was a faint shimmer of blue particles fading away. Then, flash. The whole squad was yanked back into the waiting room. Jenna's eyes found him right away. Why'd you run off like that? Han didn't look at her, just scouting ahead. But inside, his thoughts wouldn't stop. Main dungeons don't just appear. They follow a flow, one chain leading into the next. And those who read the flow, they know what's coming before anyone else. But that all hinged on one thing. Whether the master noticed. Han wasn't sure if anyone else had seen what he had. And not knowing, that unsettled him more than anything. The pace was shifting, faster than he expected. Right then, Chloe came running in breathless. No build-up, no pause, straight to the point. Strangers had arrived. Armed. Dangerous. And there was something unnatural about them. Han's expression hardened the instant he heard it. He already knew. In his mind, the image formed clearly, top-tier heroes. The system backed him up, notifications flooding in. The wolves of destruction have arrived. Special condition. 5 heroes with a linked bond. Strength amplified. Han's jaw tightened. This wasn't chance. And then Isel appeared. Han wasted no time. Did the master make another move? Her answer came with a smile. Yes. A beginner's bundle. 50 grand. Han calculated instantly. That meant 25,000 crystals. 50,000 gold. He glanced at Chloe, still frozen beside him. Yeah, these weren't just strong. They were elite. If it were him, he'd have brought them in too. The 5th floor demanded it. He turned to Chloe. Go back to the kitchen. Nothing will happen to you. I promise. These ones, they're built different. Aaron passed by then, his voice casual, almost careless. Relax. Kick back. New people won't change much in the end. Han said nothing, but he knew better. The scene shifted. Another building. A black-haired girl stood in silence. Jenna spotted her immediately and hurried over, all smiles. Hi there. The girl blinked, surprised, then quietly returned the greeting. Hello. What's your name? I'm Jenna, she said with a grin. Then tilted her head, expectant. The girl hesitated. Edith. Jenna's gaze drifted past her. The man behind Edith stood tall, serious, imposing. Yet in her mind, Jenna imagined kindness hidden beneath the steel. He stepped forward. Not a word. Just silence as his eyes scanned Edith's status window. The truth was clear instantly. She carried class. A 3-star hero. A thief type. Classic. Deadly. Her build wasn't about muscle or stamina. What stood out was speed. Dexterity maxed, sharper than anyone else. Daggers, not bows, were clearly her weapon of choice. Without breaking eye contact, Han asked again, her name, and if they could talk somewhere more private. They moved to a tavern. Jenna set water on the table before slipping into a seat beside them. Edith studied him for a moment, then asked plainly, Do you even know what this place is? Han's reply was steady. Some of it. Not all. What about you? Her gaze dropped, voice low. She admitted she didn't remember much, only that she'd been summoned to fight. Every attempt to think beyond that brought nothing but pain. That made Han lean in. What do you know about synthesis? The word alone made her tense. Slowly, she explained. Synthesis was strength, power gained by absorbing others. Han's mind turned. That kind of knowledge wasn't common. From the look of her equipment, she'd been in the mercenary trade. Resting her chin on her hand, Edith let something slip. She had been part of the wolves of destruction. Jenna's eyes lit up. That name sounds so cool. Edith gave a faint nod. The last memory she carried was a mission in Halcea, then darkness. Until she woke up here. Han sorted through hero cards in his mind. It became obvious Edith wasn't just another 3-star. Her skills proved her history. She really had been a mercenary. But even with that, she was nowhere near the level of someone like Mormont Carl. Jenna leaned closer, fascinated. That actually is pretty cool. Edith didn't answer right away. Her head turned, voice dropping. Things aren't the same anymore. Then, voices rang out from the square. Loud, calling names. Avant, Jack, Kevin, Duck, Edith. The master wanted them outside. Han glanced at the window. Looks like we're headed to the square. Right then, a broad-shouldered man stepped out, face twisted in irritation. Who the hell called me? Edith rose calmly. The master. Time to go. Jack sat at the table, chewing through meat, grumbling under his breath. TSH, figures. With a master like this. He shoved the rest into his mouth and stomped toward the door. Moments later, Chloe rushed into the hall, panic written all over her. He took everything. Enough meat for 5 people. Jenna's eyes blazed. He better give that back. Han stood unbothered. Forget it. Let's just head to the square. At the same time, the newcomers began to gather. A decision was made. Group 5 would no longer exist. From this moment forward, they were the Wolves of Destruction. A system alert sealed it. Group name updated. Wolves of Destruction. Members. Avant, Edith, Dirk, Jack, Kevin. Leader, Avant. The 5 stood gathered in the square. Eyes followed them from the crowd. Something's off about this group, a man muttered. They even brought a gun. The boy beside him shrugged. I've got a gun too. The man hesitated, searching for a retort, until Han cut in. Doesn't matter. They're dangerous. That much is obvious. At that moment, Isel appeared, waving the newcomers forward. The master's waiting. As the wolves disappeared inside, the man finally nodded. Unease was natural. These weren't friendly faces. And they definitely weren't weak. Han glanced at Jenna, who had quietly trailed him. What do you think of them? She didn't hesitate. Edith seems fine. The rest? Hard to read. Han turned back toward the crowd. His tone sharpened. So, what is it you all want from me? Protection, someone blurted. Han raised an eyebrow. That's it? You just want me to protect you. A nervous voice followed. We came to you because you're strong. Han smirked, the edge in his voice cutting deep. You skip training, avoid effort, waste time, and now you come begging for help? Silence. No one could answer. In his head, he compared them to Daika. Not even close. All these people ever did was put on a performance when a master was near. His eyes dropped to the rally meat Jenna had brought. They had endless chances to learn a skill, pick up a craft, do something. But all they'd done was run from synthesis. Han's voice went cold. Get out before I lose my patience. The view shifted to the newly registered stat cards of the Wolves of Destruction. The man from earlier, pale now, didn't wait to be told twice. He bolted. The others quickly followed. Han turned to Aaron. While you're bleeding out, swarmed by goblins, guess what these guys were doing? Eating, sleeping, acting like nothing was happening. His tone was flat. So no, I don't feel sorry for them. His gaze shifted to Daika, who stood nearby, bruised and battered. Looks like you've actually been working. Daika blinked, caught off guard. How could you tell? Han shrugged lightly. It's obvious. Still confused, Daika admitted it had just been a duel. He'd volunteered. Han gave him a single nod. Then take a break. You've earned it. He turned to Jenna again, who was softly humming beside him. You still trailing me? Before she could answer, a system alert cut through the air. Floor cleared. From the portal, a squad of mercenaries stepped out, muttering in frustration. What a waste. Just goblins. Barely worth the effort. Avant pushed past them, his eyes locking on Han. Who the hell are you? Han smiled lazily, giving a careless wave. Does it really matter? That set Jaken off. He stepped forward, irritation clear in every movement. You think you're tough? Who even are you? Before tempers boiled over, Jenna slipped between them. No one's even introduced themselves yet, she said evenly. Kevin gave her a puzzled look. And who are you supposed to be? Avant stepped forward again, voice firm. I'm Avant, captain of the mercenary unit, Wolves of Destruction. Let's do this properly. Still lounging, Han gave a faint smile. Han. Avant's eyes drifted to the weapon at his side, assumption ready. A mercenary then? Han didn't blink. Nah, just a farmer. Avant studied him, unconvinced. For now, he let it slide, hand resting casually on his sword. Locals usually gather in the square during conscription, right? They do, Han replied flatly. Why ask? Avant didn't bother with an answer. His eyes said enough. He understood exactly what was happening here. Then, system alert. The master is summoning 10 heroes. The entire square froze. 10 at once? Han's brows rose slightly. That was new. A second message followed. Synthesis in progress. Free slots required. Once used in synthesis, heroes will be lost. The gate opened, releasing a wave of confused faces. A crowd of men and women stumbled out, glancing around in panic. They didn't even know where they were. Someone at the fair muttered with disdain. Another batch of nobodies. Isel stepped forward, her voice sharp and cold. She called out names, directing them toward the synthesis chamber. The newcomers froze, shock in their eyes. How did this woman know who they were? Before questions could form, she cut them down. The master gave the order. Just follow it. Chaos broke loose. Jakin stormed up, seizing one of the new arrivals by the throat. It's you, isn't it? This is your fault. The man's value suddenly began to spike. Jinna's breath caught. This can't be real. The person beside her didn't even flinch. Anything can happen here. We just got here, remember? Off to the side, Avant leaned toward one of his men. Don't forget, we still have a second target. The subordinate, still dazed, blinked slowly. Who's next? Spotting the last of the marked, he grabbed both targets and dragged them toward the synthesis gate. Han stayed silent, unsettled. So this is what happens to heroes summoned with money. Beside him, Jinna shook her head. This isn't right. They weren't even given a chance. Han didn't answer, but he agreed. Deep down, he knew, and was making a reckless mistake. Among those one-star throwaways, there could have been diamonds. But the master didn't care. No screening, no testing, just fuel for the grinder. Then, light burst across the square. A muscular man emerged, body glowing gold. I've leveled up, he shouted triumphantly. The system confirmed it instantly. But before relief could spread, the fair's voice rang out again. Another batch of names. Screams followed. Raw, desperate cries from the fresh summons. They begged, pleaded. No mercy came. Avant lifted his blade high. Don't let anyone escape. His crew moved in at once, weapons drawn, ready to cut down every runner. Avant glanced back, spotting Edith frozen where she stood. What are you doing? You with us or not? He snapped. She didn't answer. Her head dipped, eyes closed. Then, without a word, she drew her dagger. Han broke the silence, his voice steady. Isel, send a message to the master. Tell him this. Don't throw people into synthesis without checking first. Without hesitation, Isel summoned her keyboard, fingers flying. She added her own warning. You might be wasting valuable assets. Han exhaled slowly, eyes shutting. This world, it really is a second life. Jakin stormed forward, fury written across him. You'd better stay out of this, he spat. Han didn't even flinch. His smile lingered. I'm not interfering, just passing along some advice to the master. Then he turned his gaze on the still glowing warrior, smirking. Not so amusing anymore, is it? The man snapped. Roaring, he tore his axe free and lunged. You bastard. An arrow whistled through the air, burying itself just short of Jakin. Joanna stood, bow drawn, eyes sharp. The next one goes between your eyes. Jakin's jaw tightened. You little. Avant didn't hesitate. His sword came up, blade leveled at them. Did you just attack us? Edith rushed forward. Wait, don't do this. Let's just talk. Avant shoved past her. Stay out of it. His blade turned toward Han, voice low and sharp. Do you even know who you're talking to? Han met his stare calmly. Of course. And then, with a smirk. You're trash. A system alert cut across the air. Hostility detected toward 4 heroes of the Wolves of Destruction. Feud status triggered. Monitoring inter-hero relations. The wolves closed in, tension spiking. Before blades crossed, the fairy zipped between them, hand raised. Heroes can't fight each other, she warned. Unless you're eager to be punished by the master. Han's voice was cool. That's not a real rule. The fairy froze, nothing to say. Han's tone shifted, heavier now. Let's drop the act. You call yourselves mercenaries. Avant glared back, voice sharp. Yeah, mercs. Hire blades. Paid for the job, paid for results. Han let out a cold laugh. No, what I see is a pack of bandits playing dress-up as heroes. Avant's jaw clenched. His voice dropped, venomous. I've been patient with you. And this is how you repay me? You trying to die today? Han didn't acknowledge the threat. His eyes moved to Isel above. These so-called heroes. His tone cut like a blade. Dead weight. Rank means nothing without backbone. They'll drag everyone down. Start fights. Ruin everything. Isel stared down at him. Stunned, words caught in her throat. Han raised his hand, smile curling. Let's settle it with a duel. The system lit up immediately. Duel challenge issued. Han versus Avant. Rules were clear. Duels settled disputes between heroes. Conditions could be added at will. Avant's second in command gaped at him. What's gotten into you? Han didn't flinch. His eyes stayed locked on Avant. You're nothing but a rabid dog, snapping at anything you see. It wasn't theory. Han had already seen enough. The way the wolves carried themselves, how they prowled through the settlement. He turned to the crowd. All the residents are here, right? The moment the mercenaries realized there weren't any real powerhouses among them, their fear had evaporated. Han lowered his hand, eyes shutting briefly. The new recruits, they won't be able to stop people like this. Avant scowled. What the hell are you talking about? Even Jinna tilted her head, confused. Han opened his eyes. If I win, I absorb you. If you win, same deal. That's the condition. Avant's grin stretched wide, hungry, cruel. The system chimed again. Avant has accepted the duel. Condition confirmed. Synthesis. Begin duel? A weapon shimmered into being before Han's eyes. His lips curled into a smirk. This is going to be fun. The duel screen hovered, waiting. Han's fingers twitched toward it. Avant was already unsheathing his blade, wasting no time. Han chuckled. Nervous? Then his gaze flicked to Jenna. Get everyone out. Now. She blinked. Wait, you're fighting him alone? Han rolled his shoulders, stretching casually. Calm. Loose. Catching the worry in her eyes, he smirked. What? You're actually worried about me? Click. The button was pressed. The duel began. Both men locked eyes. No retreat. No interference. The fight wouldn't stop until one of them surrendered. Avant wasn't aiming to kill. He needed Han alive. Han spared a glance at Isel. Make sure no one interrupts. Before the words faded, Avant lunged, sword cutting through the air, rage behind every swing. Furious Han hadn't even drawn his weapon. Han read him instantly. Strength pushing 20. Swordsmanship at level 3. Definitely not an amateur. Then, his pupils burned red. Berserker. Activated. Avant froze. His confidence fractured. He'd miscalculated. Han blurred from view, vanishing, then appeared behind him like a phantom. His hand clamped down on Avant's arm, his grip locking on the back of his skull, and he drove him into the stone. Face first. The mercenary slid across jagged rock, skin ripping against the ground. Han finally drew his blade, gave it a slow, casual spin, effortless. The message was clear. He was in control. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword straight through Avant's body. Say it. Han's voice was cold. Surrender. Avant screamed, body twisting under the pain. His own cries drowned his attempt at words. Han leaned closer, pressing the blade in deeper. His voice cut sharper than steel. Louder. Everyone here needs to hear it. Kevin suddenly stepped forward, panic etched across his face. Stop. That's enough. He's finished. Han's eyes cut toward him, cold and unshaken. Don't fool yourself. Him and his crew, they wouldn't hesitate to wipe us out. This isn't a sparring match. Kevin froze. Until now, he believed they were all chasing the same goal. But Han's words, unyielding, final, left no room for doubt. Avant, a bloody wreck on the stone, lifted his head. His voice broke, trembling. Why do you hate me this much? He whispered. We agreed to this duel. Isn't our choice how it ends? Just as he tried to stammer out surrender, Han clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him. The fight's still on, Han said, voice like ice. He hasn't spoken. He turned back to Kevin. He's mine now, and I'll decide what happens to him. With one hard pull, he yanked Avant closer, his grip unshakable. Dirk and Edith stood frozen, discomfort plain in their silence. One of Avant's men snapped, shouting across the square. You'll regret this, Han. You know who we are. You think this ends here? Han didn't blink. His hold never faltered. Instead, his gaze slid to Edith. Calm. Steady. You really call yourselves mercenaries? She looked away, unable to meet his eyes. We used to be, she murmured. Han's smirk cut deep. No, you're bandits. Thieves who rob even their own clients. Then his tone sharpened. So why are you still with them? Edith faltered, caught off guard. My father asked me to. That's all. Don't judge me so quickly. Still pinning Avant to the ground, Han didn't soften. One question then. Are you staying? Or are you walking away? Edith froze in place. From behind, one of her teammates erupted in fury. Don't even think about it. Betray us, and you'll pay for it. Avant's bloodied hand reached toward his fallen sword. The teammate kept shouting, voice cracking with rage. You'll regret it forever if you turn your back on us. Avant's fingers brushed the hilt. Han moved first. His blade drove straight through Avant's hand, pinning it to the stone. He never even looked away from Edith. There's room for one more, Han said. Calm. Certain. Final. Her teammate screamed again, spitting venom. You'll regret this. Don't do it. Edith trembled. Her whole body tensed. She closed her eyes. Then, quietly, firmly, she stepped forward. She didn't turn back. She walked straight toward Han. And just like that, Edith severed her ties with the wolves of destruction. Han felt a wave of satisfaction ripple through him. Her choice had shifted everything. A true turning point. The wolves stared, frozen, rage and betrayal written across their faces. But Edith didn't waver. Disappear, she said, brushing off their threats like nothing. Meanwhile, Han shoved Avant harder into the dirt. The man coughed, gasped, choking through soil, still struggling to force out his surrender. But Han wasn't convinced. His voice cut like steel. Do you mean it? Or are you just hoping I'll let you crawl away? Avant's eyes burned, fury twisting his face. You'll regret this, he spat, then screamed for his allies, desperate for help. That was the end. The instant his cry rang out, his teammates snapped. They charged, blinded by rage. But they never made it. Isel materialized before them, her presence like a wall slamming shut. Hovering midair, her eyes were sharp, unyielding. "The duel isn't over," she said coldly. "You have no right to interfere." They didn't listen. "Move!" one of them shouted, surging forward. Han's lips twitched, almost amused. He already knew they wouldn't get past her. Isel's gaze sharpened, a wild glint sparking within. "I warned you," she whispered. And then chaos. Screams ripped through the square. Bodies were hurled like toys, smashing against stone. Blood sprayed high, painting the air before raining down across the dirt. When silence fell, Isel drifted above the carnage, lowering her hand with calm finality. "You were warned," she said softly. "Now, you belong to death." Avant's body trembled violently. Trapped between Han's crushing grip and Isel's merciless judgment, reality crashed down on him. There was no escape. Isel floated back, serene once more. "Did I handle it properly?" Han gave her a small nod. "Perfectly." That was the breaking point. Avant's voice cracked, a faint whisper barely escaping his lips. "I surrender." Han heard it. The glowing symbol above them flickered, then dissolved. His berserker state faded with it. The crimson fire in his eyes dimmed, his hair settling as the wind passed through. But pain throbbed hard in his skull. The backlash was sharper than expected. Not worth it, he thought. I'll need to be smarter with this next time. Looking down at Avant, Han smirked faintly. "If you really understood the system," he murmured, "you never would have accepted that duel." Above, Isel's voice cut in. "The Master's been tapping non-stop," she warned. "He's furious with how this played out." Then a glowing card formed before Han. His skill level surged. He didn't react, but Isel did. Her expression twisted with concern. If he's this frustrated, he might drop the game altogether, especially after spending so much on a hero he barely used. Han stayed calm, voice steady. If he was going to quit, he'd already be gone. After all, he had just absorbed a 4-star heroine. Han pushed himself to his feet, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. So many summons, so many wasted. In the end, all of them, nothing but dead weight. His gaze swept over the broken corpses strewn across the square. Maybe one day, the Master will see how flawed his choices really are. But right now, the Master was livid. Han felt a shift inside him as he hit level 10. His stats had risen, solidly matching a 3-star hero. Strong, dangerous, but still not enough. Not for the summit, not for the tower. Unless the Master chose to synthesize him, Han knew he'd never reach the very top. He lifted his eyes skyward. Above, the Master's ever-watchful gaze lingered. "What are you thinking up there?" Han wondered. "What do you feel when you look at me?" He held the stare, unflinching. And in that moment, quietly, but with iron resolve, Han made a vow. "I won't let you vanish. Not now. Not ever." The sun burned overhead. In the distance, the city's towering wall loomed, sealing everything in. Han leaned against a nearby house, eyes closing for just a moment. He needed silence. But peace didn't last. The crowd gathered fast. Dozens of voices swelled around him, full of awe, full of gratitude. Daika's face lit up with pure respect, eyes shining bright. But Han didn't join their celebration. He reached out instead, fingers brushing Jenna's cheek. His voice low, steady, edged with quiet disapproval. "Why'd you tell them?" Jenna kept silent. The crowd never noticed the shift in his tone. They kept cheering, their voices piling on praise. To them, Han wasn't just strong, he was a savior. Han sighed, long and quiet. Then his gaze swept over the faces around him. "You're all missing the point." A man stumbled forward, voice breaking with emotion. "We give our lives for you. You saved us." Han's eyes went cold. "That had nothing to do with you," he said flatly, turning his back. Silence fell heavy. Someone dared to whisper, "What do you mean?" Han turned again. The Master's furious. That's why he summoned his allies. Confused murmurs rippled through the group. One man tried to calm them. "Maybe it's just another goblin wave." "No," Jenna interrupted, unease in her voice. "Why summon 6? Wasn't 5 enough to clear it?" Han didn't even look at her. It was for synthesis. The words sliced through the air. Gasps. Silence. Faces drained of color. One man, shaking with rage, stepped forward. "We've always fought. We've done everything we could to survive." Han didn't move. Instead, he called Aaron and Daika forward. They approached, cautious. Han's gaze locked on them. "You really think these people gave their all?" he asked. "What were they doing while we were out there? Breaking ourselves, pushing past the limit." Then he turned to Jenna. "Did they help you hunt?" She faltered. "They carried the meat." Han didn't blink. "Even animals can do that," he said. "They're no better than livestock." That broke the crowd. A roar of anger erupted. One man lunged at him. Han struck first. One blow. The man collapsed. Silence slammed down again. Then Isel appeared, her eyes blazing with authority. "Enough," Her voice cut like lightning. All of you, get to the square. Now. From the crowd, a man stumbled forward, desperate. Please, Han, talk to the master. You're the only one who can stop this. Faces turned toward him, pleading, full of fear. But Han stood still. He didn't move. He didn't answer. And his stance never shifted. Jenna's voice broke the silence, soft, uncertain. Who are you sending in first? Han crossed his arms. His reply was firm. Absolute. Edith. She froze. Her level was too low, Han said. And, as the newest arrival, she was the obvious choice. Edith's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, just give me another chance, she begged. But it was already sealed. A glowing card floated above the gate, her face stamped across it. System notification. Synthesis complete. Her level ticked upward. A faint yellow glow wrapped around her form. The crowd was silent. Horrified. Han's gaze swept over them, his voice cutting cold and sharp. Don't think you can cling to me and survive by doing nothing. If you want to live here, earn it. At the front, a man trembled, his voice breaking. I don't know how to fight. My hands won't stop shaking. Han didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he turned to his team. Start training the villagers, he ordered. The blacksmith shifted uneasily. From scratch, it wouldn't be easy. But Han was certain. Fear alone would force them to learn. He added, anyone who thinks they've got the guts for close combat, come to me. I'll show you what you're really made of. For hunting and butchering, Jenna. For carpentry, Enoch. They've got options, Han said. All they need is the will to survive. Jenna's eyes lingered on him. Something in him had shifted. Softer, more willing to guide. You've changed, she said quietly. Han brushed it aside. But deep down, he knew she was right. If they followed him, maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't die for nothing. Later, the group climbed toward the towering 10th floor. Han felt it in his gut. He was going to need a second squad. One that could stand on its own. The next morning, darkness still hung over the sky when Chloe appeared with a tray of steaming golden buns. Morning, she beamed. Han raised a brow. What's cooking? Bread, she grinned. No flour, though. My partner was a baker. We used ground potatoes instead. Han tore into one, nodding with approval. Clever. Maybe we should grow wheat on the plateau. Could be the start of something real. The door creaked open. Edith stood waiting. Let's head to the training arena. Han noticed it immediately, the shift in her stance. Straight. Confident. On the field, Jenna was already waiting, bow strapped across her back. Han walked up. Lose the bow. Spar with Edith. Daggers only. Jenna blinked. Daggers weren't her specialty, but she didn't hesitate. She drew the blades, spinning them smoothly in her hands before stepping onto the field. The match began. Edith moved fast, darting, weaving, eyes tracking every twitch of movement. She couldn't help but admire Jenna's precision. But Jenna wasn't holding back. You're not a kid, she called out. So stop fighting like one. Their pace accelerated. In seconds they were blurs, blades flashing, steel clashing across the arena. In one swift motion, Jenna flipped Edith onto the ground, her dagger pressed just above her chest. Edith lay still, catching her breath. Tell me, she asked, are you really just a mercenary? Or do you come from some great warrior family? Jenna shook her head. Neither, she replied. I'm just a hunter's daughter. What you see is the result of years of training. Han stepped forward, watching the spar come to an end. If the wolves of destruction had worked half as hard as this, he said with a faint smirk, they might have been worth worrying about. His eyes shifted to Edith. You're behind now, yes. But your potential goes far beyond your current level. Keep pushing, and the gap won't stay for long. The moment was cut short as Aaron stormed in, his frustration boiling over. That's not fair, he shouted. I've been training nonstop, and I still can't catch up. Han's voice was calm, steady. It isn't just about effort, he told him. It's about how you train and how you grow. Then, turning back to Edith, his tone sharpened. I don't care who you were before. Edith wiped the sweat from her face, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember what you did. I remember the work you left behind. Aaron kept running laps, his breath ragged, while the others practiced against dummies. Han simply stood back, observing in silence. This wasn't about preference anymore. They had to raise their worth. Because if they didn't, survival wouldn't be an option. Even with a few stepping into support roles, they were still short. 2 spots remained, and someone was going to be chosen for synthesis. Han's gaze fell on a man lingering at the edge of the field, hands in his pockets, sweat glistening on his skin. Han approached. What's your name? Usher, the man replied. That thing, the master, dragged us here to fight. Han picked up a club from a barrel, sizing him up. The man's build was strong. He looked ready. So, who were you before this? Usher scratched the back of his neck. A porter. Carried supplies for mercenaries. Set up camp. Took night watch. Han raised a brow. You moved better than someone who only hauled gear. Usher gave a small laugh. I always dreamed of getting promoted someday, becoming a merc myself. A faint grin crossed Han's face. Without warning, he raised a club. Then prove it. Show me what you've got. Not far away, two angelic statues stood carved into stone, the markers of the trial every recruit would face. That night, the master made himself clear, volunteers didn't matter. Eren threw himself into fight after fight and still went unnoticed. Two were chosen for synthesis. Neither survived, but Usher's card glowed with light. He endured. He rose again, stronger, now level 3. The rest were sent to the daily dungeon. One terrified recruit barely escaped, sprinting from a monster's jaws. Meanwhile, far underground, the mine of firestones remained sealed untouched, and under the heavy silence of the night, the settlement slept. At dawn, the streets filled with restless voices once more. Han stood at the front, arms crossed, scanning the gathered crowd. Anyone want to guess why you're here? The group shifted uneasily until Daika raised a hand. Are you picking a new team? Jenna frowned. Wait, I thought only the master could do that. Han gave a casual shrug. He listens to suggestions. This one's mine. He lifted a glass filled with folded slips of paper. We're drawing lots. Murmurs rippled through the group. 2 teams, Han said with a faint smirk. 6 of us. 3 each. Daika's face tightened with doubt. Relax, Han added. There's no downside. Each team gets a leader. He tapped his chest. One team has me. Then, turning slightly, the other has Edith. Edith froze. Me? Not Jenna. Han's gaze dropped, his voice flat. I don't like Jenna. Edith hesitated. Why split us at all? Han's reply came sharp and clear. We can't put everything on one team. If they fall, it's over. We need backup. For a moment, he closed his eyes, the memory of the 5th floor flashing in his mind. The chaos, the raw power difference. They'd barely made it out alive. One weak link had nearly dragged the entire squad down. He pictured maps, routes, and strategies. In a perfect world, a single elite team could storm through every level. But reality demanded more. Some missions ahead would require dozens, maybe hundreds. And one unprepared recruit could ruin it all. This second group wasn't just insurance. They were the final safeguard if Team 1 ever collapsed. Han thought of ending, recklessly throwing money into summoning heroes without plans or strategy, yet still managing results. There had to be a secret behind their success, something he hadn't figured out yet. He shook the thought away and raised the glass again, the slips now color-coded. Red team's with me. Blue goes with Edith. The division was clean. No room for protests. Setting the glass down, Han's voice cut through the air. Move out. A sudden gust swept across the training field, stirring dust and rattling wooden dummies. Jenna and Eren glanced down at the red slips clutched in their hands. Edith scanned the faces around her. She didn't need to guess. They didn't trust her. Daika confirmed it bluntly. Yeah, we don't trust you. Edith only shrugged. I'm new. Haven't done much yet. I get it. Han watched the tension build, then called out with a crooked grin. You'd better level up fast, Edith. Otherwise, you'll be choking on our dust. She smirked right back. After what we pulled off yesterday, don't expect us to go down easy. The moment didn't last. Both teams reached their next destination, and the skies split open. Rain came down hard as monsters closed in from every direction. A glowing system prompt appeared before their eyes. 7th floor, mission objective, eliminate all goblins. Rain poured down in sheets, but Han and his squad stood firm, goblins snarling all around them. Eren grinned, hefting his massive blade off his back. This'll be a walk in the park, he said, ready to charge. But Han stepped in front of him. Stand down. I'll handle this. The goblins shrieked and lunged. Han closed his eyes, drawing in a steady breath. A glowing prompt appeared before him. Berserk mode activated. His body ignited in a deep crimson glow. Then he moved. Like a storm unleashed, Han tore through the horde, every strike cutting down another foe. In moments, the battlefield lay silent, littered with motionless goblins. Only one remained, frozen and trembling. Han slid his blade onto his back. Jenna stepped up beside him, wanting to finish it. He shook his head. No, something's wrong here. This floor has more to it. Leave it. It's no threat. Turning away, Han walked toward the river where a broken dam loomed, shattered under the storm. As he studied it, a system alert rang out. Floor cleared. Reward, 10,000 gold, iron, or leather. Back outside the dungeon, Jenna stretched. I'm heading to wash up. Eren cracked his knuckles. I'll hit the arena. Need more training. But before he could leave, Han stopped him. Wait, Eren. A new system prompt appeared. Master has selected double beginner's pack. Cost, 90,001. Reward, 5,000 crystals, 100,000 gold. Han turned to Jenna, his tone sharp. Grab the lot from my room. Then he looked Eren dead in the eye. Go get Edith. Another notification blinked. Items would arrive by mail. Han's gaze shifted toward a nearby building glowing faintly pink. New players are about to flood in, he muttered. A small smile tugged at his lips. This always happened. Han wasn't the type to spend freely, but once he started, he never stopped. He remembered his first time logging in, how real it all felt. The AI alone had stunned him. Just watching Haynes move had been entertainment in itself. It wasn't just the battles or the synthesis system that drew people in. The game felt alive. Real players making real choices, even support heroes acting like they had minds of their own. Han had pulled plenty of friends into the game by now, and he always told them the same thing. The best part wasn't winning. It was watching how people handled the chaos. Memories of past players flickered in his head. Every floor harder than the last. Every wave, something new to manage. That was the thrill of being a master, guiding, planning, deciding every move. Then, two figures stepped into view. System IDs appeared. Ivalka and Roderick. The man scowled, glaring at the girl beside him. Who's she? Before anyone could respond, Ivalka stumbled, collapsing right in front of Han. Jenna walked over, frowning. What's with her? Why is she on the ground? Han brushed it off with a wave. Probably her clothes. Too fancy. Not made for moving. Edith stepped up, eyes scanning Ivalka. She's definitely noble, she said flatly. Edith glanced at Han. I've seen enough mercs to know people. So tell me, what's a noble doing here? Sunlight poured over the settlement walls. Han stood in silence, turning it over in his head. He understood summoning, he understood synthesis. But stats, skill trees, the finer mechanics? Still a mystery. He wasn't some high-level gamer, just a city guardian who happened to take things seriously. Then Roderick spoke up, uneasy. It's strange, like something's pulling the strings. Like there's an enemy right in front of me, and I'm forced to act. I can't shake the feeling. Han gave a slow nod. I'll explain everything, after the draw. He turned to Edith. It was time. The draw began. Blue team ended up with the old man. Red team drew the noble girl. Han stayed quiet, observing. A hardened veteran versus a sheltered aristocrat. The difference couldn't be clearer. Just then, Jenna rushed in carrying a glass. She sat down firmly. All right, time to draw your lots. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, hand shooting toward the glass, straight for the left slip. Ivalka's eyes tracked his every move. Then, something flickered in his mind. Fire? Edith reached at the same moment, her hand colliding with his. They locked eyes above the glass, both refusing to pull back. The same question hung unspoken between them. Who's letting go first? Han's gaze shifted to Ivalka. You a mage? A small flame danced in her palm as she raised her hand. Consider this my introduction, she said calmly. Neither Han nor Edith moved, neither willing to give up the lot. Han's thoughts raced. Warriors, rogues, even archers could be summoned in droves. But mages? Mages were rare. Too rare. Only available through donation summons. And even then, the odds were terrible. Caught in the tension, Ivalka looked shaken. Why are you all acting like I've done something wrong? That's when Jenna snapped. You peeked at the lot, she shouted. That's cheating. She yanked the glass away. This was supposed to be random. No more bending the rules. Ivalka blinked, overwhelmed. What are you even doing? Han's reply was casual. Figuring out who gets you. You hesitated longer than the old man. Ivalka shook her head in disbelief. How am I supposed to understand any of this? It happened so fast. Roderick gave her a firm look. Think carefully. Did you claim a lot? Her hand flew to her mouth. This is awful, she whispered. Jenna folded her arms. This time, no tricks. We do it properly. Han gave Edith a nod. Let's draw again. Fair and square. Both pulled their lots. Han held his up, grinning. Settled. He turned to Ivalka. You're with me. With a quick motion, he sent her the party invite. Suddenly, Isel's hand shot out, dragging the other man away. His eyes widened in panic. You said we wouldn't get hurt if we worked hard. Han's tone stayed calm, almost indifferent. I'm not great with support types. Then, glancing back at Ivalka, his voice sharpened. If you don't want to end up like him, stay close to Isel. A message blinked into view. Synthesis complete. Ivalka's card pulsed with light, her level climbing. Han closed his eyes. That's what happens when you fall behind. He watched Isel walk off with the others. No choice this time. Better to follow the plan than get forced into it. Standing beside Roderick, Han gave a small nod. You're next. Then, almost casually, they were just synthesis material anyway. Another alert chimed. Roderick, level up. At the gate, Isel raised her hand. Open the space-time rift. Han's gaze sharpened. This was the rookie trial. Every step unfolding exactly as expected. Team 2, head inside, Isel ordered. Edith shot Han a sly grin before turning away. Looks like I'm leading Roderick this time. Guess that makes me your stand-in. Han's attention shifted back to Ivalka. What kind of magic do you use? She crossed her arms. Why do you need to know? His voice hardened. Answer the question. Ivalka flinched at the edge in his tone. Then she snapped back, voice trembling. This is disgusting. I shouldn't have to fight monsters at all. Han's reply was cold as steel. Disobedience leads to sacrifice. Fear flickered in her eyes as he stepped closer. His words dropped low, cutting. One last time, what's your magic? Later, Ivalka sat stiffly on a bench. Her voice finally broke the silence. Fire. Third circle flame. That's my strongest spell. Han stood in front of her, arms folded. Teleportation? Support spells. Ivalka lifted her chin. Any third circle mage can learn support magic. A grin tugged at her lips. But trust me, my firepower will blow you away. Han studied her for a long moment. Confidence, yes, but could she back it up? Flashy offense was easy. What mattered were shields, barriers, support, rare skills that actually decided survival. That was what he was hoping for. Still sitting on the bench, Ivalka didn't look rattled. Han's thoughts turned over. Why had he asked? She didn't show a visible skill window. Maybe she hadn't fully awakened. Unlikely, but not impossible. His tone dropped serious. You understand, don't you? From here on out, you will be fighting. Before Ivalka could answer, Edith's squad emerged from the rift, grinning. Roderick stood steady at her side. From the gleam in Edith's eyes, Han figured he'd held his own. Han turned to Jenna and Aaron. You're up. Get ready. Across the field, Isel's voice rang out. Team 1, prepare to enter the space-time rift. Han smirked. Let's move. They stepped into the glowing portal. Calm, calculated, Han guessed they'd be dropped on the 4th floor. As they walked, his voice stayed even. Nothing heavy yet. Harpies, goblins. Enough for us to gauge her abilities. Then he looked at Ivalka. When the fight starts, we'll hang back. Show us what you've got. His next words came almost lazily. Any one of us could solo this floor anyway. Ivalka froze, her earlier bravado wavering. But then she thrust a hand forward. Wait, just watch, you'll see. Isel blinked, a little amused, a little curious. She waved them off with a smile as a system prompt lit the air. Gate opening, 10 seconds. Isel's tone shifted, sharp and serious. Good luck. The gates creaked open. Han's eyes locked on the field beyond, and froze. This wasn't the 4th floor. It was the 8th. His breath caught. Weapons out now. He scanned the tree lean, voice grim. This has to be punishment. Or a test. His teeth clenched. We might have to retreat. Ivalka's eyes darted around. I've seen this place before. Down! Han roared. An arrow split the air, whistling toward her. She froze. Han lunged, slamming into her shoulder first, knocking her to the ground as it screamed past. A glowing prompt blinked before them. 8th floor, mission objective. Eliminate 27 level, 9 goblin riders. Then chaos. From the forest, goblins thundered out on massive wolves, snarling and armed to the teeth. Jenna's bow twanged. An arrow drilled through one rider, sending it crashing to the dirt. Han lifted his shield, barking orders over the storm of hooves and claws. Aaron, frontline now. The goblins surged forward. A blast shook the ground beside him, smoke clouding the air. Han threw his shield up, absorbing the impact. Out of the haze, one rider lunged. Han spun, steel flashing, cutting the goblin down mid-leap. But more came, wolves barreling straight for him. Aaron, I'm on it. Aaron roared, driving his spear clean through another rider. The goblin still fired as it fell, its crossbow bolt whistling, dead on, toward Aaron's chest. Han's voice cracked through the field, sharp and commanding. Ivalka, cast now. She spun, panicked. Cast what? What am I supposed to? Her eyes darted wildly. What do I do? Han's fury snapped through his words. You're a mage, prove it. He slashed through another goblin, blade cleaving in a blur. How long to cast? Dodging a rider's swipe, he roared again. Start casting now. Frustration boiled in his voice as his sword carved another foe down in a single sweep. Behind him, Ivalka finally shut her eyes. Runes flared to life, glowing circles spinning in the rain-soaked air. Between her hands, a dense sphere of mana swelled. Aaron, Han barked. Cover Jenna, block the bolts. Aaron twirled his spear, nodding once before planting himself in front of Jenna. She steadied her aim, arrows flying with renewed focus. Han stepped back, bracing himself protectively in front of Ivalka. The goblins had caught on. She was the threat. Their eyes locked on her, charging harder. Han grimaced. She doesn't need a magic shield, and soon. He risked a glance over his shoulder. Could she even channel through barriers? He wasn't sure. Didn't matter. She wasn't listening. Her eyes were shut, mana pouring into the spell, everything else shut out. Wide open. Jenna's shout cut through the clash. Han's jaw set. This was bad. Ivalka was rising, feet lifting off the ground, her entire body glowing as she focused. But she was frozen in place. At her level, she couldn't move and cast at the same time. The wolves drew closer. One lunged, jaws snapping. Han braced, shield colliding with the rider's strike. The impact rattled through his arm, knocking him off balance. The goblin slashed, narrowly missing as Han rolled hard, mud splattering across the ground. He sprang up in one fluid motion, sword arcing clean through the rider's chest. The wolf collapsed, lifeless. But the swarm kept coming. Another wolf lunged, low and fast. Han didn't hesitate. His blade cut clean, splitting it in a single stroke. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. He spun, and his stomach dropped. A goblin was already on Ivalka, weapon raised. Han didn't think. He just moved. He darted forward, yanked her back, and ran. Through the chaos, he shot her a hard look. You're reckless. Don't cast without defense. The squad sprinted toward the forest. Is the path still blocked? Jenna panted. We'll deal with it when we get there, Han growled, dragging Ivalka by the wrist. As soon as we hit the trees, you unload everything you've got. The goblins closed in. Ivalka nodded once, breath sharp, eyes narrowed. Jenna glanced back, pointing ahead. We might be able to cut through. Ivalka faltered. Han didn't slow. He shoved her forward with a hard kick. You think dying's an escape, he snapped. Then he stopped cold. Eyes locked on the swarm. His body shifted. Fangs bared. Muscles coiled. Go, he growled. I'll catch up. A notification pulsed. Berserk mode activated. Crimson light tore across his body. His second transformation that day. His muscle screamed, but he kept going. A crossbow bolt screamed toward him. Han caught it with a shield, then ducked under a charging rider. The collision nearly dropped him flat. On one knee, gasping, surrounded. Another goblin rushed. Han's grip tightened. With a roar, he exploded forward, smashing through their line like a wrecking ball. They think mobility's their edge, he shouted, voice wild. Then we take it away. His shield slammed into a rider, sending both goblin and wolf crashing back. He fought like a storm, strike after strike, no pause, no mercy. Han, behind you. Aaron's voice cracked, panicked. Too late. Pain ripped through him. A system alert flashed across his vision. Berserk mode deactivated. A goblin loomed above, spear ready. Han twisted hard, driving his sword up through its chest. Blood splattered as its wolf collapsed under it. He tore his blade free, turning for the next wave. Aaron froze, helpless. Snap out of it. Han barked. I've got this, just hold your ground. He ducked another blow, dodged a wild flurry, striking back in brutal arcs. How much longer, Ivalka? He roared. She's done. Jenna shouted. Han bolted, bursting from the mob. He leapt high, vaulting across the battlefield. Midair, he kicked off a goblin's helmet, weaving through the chaos like a blur. Disappear, he snarled. And then it came. A crimson light exploded around Ivalka. Wind tore outward, her hair flaring as the earth shook beneath her. Her eyes snapped open. Ignite. Flames roared from Ivalka's hands. A firestorm erupted across the field, ripping past Han, obliterating everything in its path, yet leaving him untouched. The blast split the earth, shockwaves rattling the ground. Smoke blanketed the battlefield. Han hit the dirt, eyes darting, stunned at the sheer force behind her magic. What is she? Another beam ignited from Ivalka's palms, raw energy tearing through the goblin line as if it were nothing. From cover, Jenna peeked around a tree, jaw slack. That's real magic. Han's focus sharpened. Goblins were regrouping in the haze. Need backup now, he barked. He launched forward again, muscles heavy with fatigue, but his strikes stayed precise. Brute force alone wouldn't cut it. He had to rely on technique. Steel rang. Han parried one goblin's slash, twisted, and drove his blade straight through its chest. An arrow whistled, piercing another. Jenna grinned. Did that help? Aaron appeared at her side, his spear impaling a rider clean through. The wolf tumbled with its master. Need a hand, old man? Aaron teased. Han chuckled between sharp breaths, finally growing a spine. Jenna dove in. Arrows sang from her bow. She rolled under a strike, drew a dagger, and rammed it into a goblin skull. Then, a wolf, riderless, bolted straight at Ivalka. She didn't flinch. Her eyes stayed shut. Before it reached her, a gunshot cracked. The wolf crumpled, a bullet buried in its skull. From the dirt, Jenna muttered, All right, now, it's serious. She whirled on Ivalka. Snap out of it. Move. Too late. Flames curled tighter around Ivalka's fist. Strange runes burned across her face. Jenna's eyes widened. Panic. Retreat. Now. Han and Aaron yanked back, retreating fast. Ivalka's eyes opened slowly. They'll burn, she whispered. The ground sizzled, then detonated. A torrent of fire ripped through the field. Ash and heat flooded outward. Han raised a shield, bracing against the inferno. If she didn't stop soon, they'd be consumed too. The smoke thinned. The battlefield was scorched, twisted, barely recognizable. Han scanned the wasteland. Is it? He stopped cold. More riders surged through the haze. And then Ivalka raised her hands again. Go beyond, she whispered. Ascent. A cyclone of fire exploded outward, spiraling into a storm that swallowed everything. Trees bent, earth shattered, the air itself burned. Jenna clung to a tree, nearly torn off her feet. The battlefield became a blazing maelstrom. When the flames died, Only ruin remained. A massive crater, scorched black and smoking. At the center stood Ivalka, motionless, surrounded by charred earth. Han's eyes widened. A system prompt appeared. Floor cleared. Reward, 20,000 gold, iron, or wolfskin. MVP, Ivalka. No one spoke as they walked from the battlefield, silence heavy around them. Finally, Aaron broke it. She wiped out over 20 riders. In one blast. Ivalka grinned, unbothered. That's the strength of fire. She pressed a hand to her chest, voice steady. And if I ever draw on my true power, you won't believe what you'll see. I carry the soul of the Rivel Witch. Ivalka's nose bled, then she crumpled to the ground. Han dropped to a knee beside her, pulling up her stats. She's out. Mana's at 0. He studied her unconscious face and let out a long sigh. She won't be casting again for at least a minute. That meant only one thing. They'd have to protect her until she recovered. Her card blinked into focus in his mind. No support skills. Strength, agility, endurance, all barely 1 star. But Han had led mages before. He knew what made them dangerous. Still, this was different. She wasn't a fighter. She was a weapon. A living artillery cannon with no armor. Pure firepower, wrapped in fragile skin. Jenna slung Ivalka over her shoulder with a grin. Watching them, Han thought to himself, power like this didn't show up often. She was worth keeping an eye on. When they stepped out of the portal, the team carried a different energy, spirits high. Han glanced at the sky. At this rate, he muttered, I might not be the one standing in the spotlight for long. The next day, progress shifted to a new priority, building a magic center. As the player logged in, the city map unfolded. A prompt shimmered into view. Select building. Research and Magic Lab unlocked. New research skills available. Alchemy Lab unlocked. Materials can now be synthesized. Library unlocked. Mages can expand magical knowledge. The map zoomed out, the 3 structures fusing into one sprawling complex. The Magic Hall. But as the city expanded, complaints came with it. Sweat dripping, Ivalka sprinted with the group, face twisted in frustration. Why should someone of my rank be doing this pointless training? She snapped. My brain is my weapon. Han watched her stumble along, shaking his head. She could rain fire like no one else, but if she couldn't move while casting, she wouldn't last. He picked up speed, pulling ahead. Quit talking and run. In a real fight, stamina matters, especially when swords and spears are flying at you. A smirk tugged at his lips as he glanced back. Besides, training gear looks a lot better on you than that stiff dress. Ivalka huffed between breaths. That stiff dress was custom-made by my family. It boosts my firepower. Han didn't slow. Yeah? Doesn't matter if you're too slow to live long enough to use it. He sprinted harder. And this barely even counts as training. 3 laps, no weights, jogging pace. Compared to my drills, it's nothing. With a grin, he surged ahead. You must really want potatoes for dinner, he called over his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll make sure someone hears about it. His eyes flicked to the side, spotting a guy still standing, just watching. Han laughed. You planning to stand there all day? Observation skills are great, but you'll need more than that. The scene shifted. Han stood before the newly finished Magic Hall. City map hovering in view, with Ivalka's data highlighted. A lucky break. Just before reaching the 10th dungeon floor, they had gained a mage. His eyes scanned the dungeon access routes. The newly unlocked Israelita mines widened their options. They could now clear 3 separate weekly dungeons in one run. Han pictured the loot vault. Dark, quiet, brimming with materials waiting to be forged into something greater. Time to begin potion production. A system notification flickered. Ending has logged out. Still jogging laps. Jenna raised her arms, shouting toward Ivalka. Come on, you've got this. Inside the Magic Hall, Han spoke half to himself as he worked. High-grade potions usually came from professional pharmacists or alchemists, sure, but with the mini-game system, anyone could craft them. Just like weapons. Just like gear. He glanced at his avatar. In the interface, it looked like he was holding a book, though he couldn't make out a single word on the pages. His gaze shifted to the cauldron. All right, he muttered. Let's get started. Flowers. Fangs. Tossed in. The interface blinked alive, the mini-game sparking to life. Han tapped through each prompt quickly. Success messages lined up, one after another. Test tubes lit, glowing with bright, swirling liquid. 6 healing potions. 2 for mana. Isel stood off to the side, while Han ran through the numbers in his head. Maybe people would ask questions later, but better to be over-prepared than dead. Night fell over the fortress city. Han stood at the brazier, fire crackling in the dark. His team circled around him. We've got a mage now, he said. His voice carried steady. He gestured at the flames. Guess why I brought this? With a sly smile, Han lowered his hand straight into the fire. Jaws dropped. What are you doing? Jenna gasped. Han didn't flinch. If Ivalka uses fire, then we'd better get used to fire. The flames licked at his skin. His grin turned sharp, almost feral, as he began to count. 1, 2, 3. Then he pulled his hand free. The skin was black and charred. He gripped his wrist, staring at his palm as the others froze. I'm fine. Before their eyes, the flesh began to heal, slow but steady. This, Han said, voice low, is why it matters. He turned toward them, tone firm now. Her spells aren't just fireworks. If you're not ready, they'll cut through you the same way they cut through the enemy. If you want to survive, train for it. Jenna shifted uneasily. Do we really have to do this now? Eren glanced down, nervous. How do we even know when to stop? Han raised his hand, scars still fading. You stop when the pain wins. He looked into the fire. We keep going until our bodies remember the flame. Eren's lips twitched into a tight smile. 5th floor. I remember. His fingers trembled as he stepped toward the brazier. Han's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. He leaned in close. Do it when no one's watching, Han whispered. No need to stand here proving yourself by screaming in front of the others. Eren froze, then slowly stepped back. Jenna stood stiff, fists clenched. Her voice cracked. I can't. I'm not doing this. I fight from the back anyway. Han stepped toward her, smile softening. He took her trembling hand, guiding it toward the flames. If we do it together, it won't hurt as much. Just a little sting, like a mosquito bite. His tone gentled, but the weight stayed. You really gonna keep running every time Ivalka casts? In his mind, Han saw it clearly. Ivalka surrounded, monsters pressing in on all sides. No teleportation, no shields, only fire, only her. Without them, she wouldn't even last a minute. She couldn't dodge, not even against the slowest foe. Han's eyes locked on Jenna. If you don't want to see her fall on the 10th floor, then it starts here. Now, steel rang as he drew his blade without warning. Sorry, Eren, he muttered, turning. The sword spun once in his hand, then sliced deep across his own palm. Blood welled, dripping. He raised it high, a sharp grin cutting across his face. We train for pain too. He passed Eren a smaller knife. You don't need to follow my lead. As long as it builds your resistance, it works. Even as he said it, a weight pressed down on him. It felt wrong, brutal, but survival demanded it. Han lifted his hand over the brazier. Heat pulsed against his skin. Wounds heal with potions, yes, but the agony stayed. And in battle, you needed to keep moving, no matter how much it burned. His gaze flicked back to Jenna. This isn't mandatory. Not for you. But one day, it could mean the difference between life and death. Jenna bit her lip. Maybe, I'll try later. Han gave a short nod, then turned toward the window. There's another option. Switching. With that skill, she could flow seamlessly between daggers and arrows. Close or long range, no hesitation. Unpredictable, lethal. You picture their formation. No fixed lanes, no rigid roles. From now on, they would move like a single body. A triangle with Ivalka at its heart. Training would start tomorrow. He met Jenna's eyes again. I know this isn't your style, but me and Eren, we can't shield her forever. You're part of this too. In his mind, the image sharpened. Their party forming a wall of steel around Ivalka, knights circling their queen. Only then could her true power break free. 2 mages would have been ideal, one for attack, one for support. But they only had her. No backup. Han exhaled slowly. They hadn't even cleared the 9th floor yet. And chances were, they wouldn't. The second team would likely claim that victory, gain the experience. Everyone knew it, even Enning. They were being molded into the fallback unit. Han set down a bucket of water and spread the cards across the table. Each bore a single word: subjugation, survival, guard, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, escape. It was clear now. The 10th floor wasn't for one team. It would demand 2. He struck a match, dropped it into the brazier. Flames roared to life. This wasn't just another dungeon. It was a joint operation. High stakes, high risk. Han thrust his hand back into the fire. His jaw clenched. No more mistakes. No more close calls. Smoke curled up, burning his throat. He coughed, eyes watering, but he didn't move. The scene cut to a small glowing house. A new message blinked in the air. Skill unlocked. Fire resistance. Inside the chamber, Han stood face to face with Ivalka. His words cut sharp and direct. As you are now, you're nothing but dead weight. She froze, eyes widening. If you're going to tone down your spells, he pressed on, then shortened the cast time. Save your mana. Otherwise, don't even bother. His gaze didn't waver. Well, can you handle that? Ivalka jolted, stumbling forward as though her body moved before her mind. I can. I'll do it. I'll follow your orders. Han watched her rush ahead. In his head, the battlefield replayed itself. Erupting flames, waves of heat tearing across the ground, chaotic bursts swallowing enemies whole. That was her gift. Pure fire. But raw destruction wasn't enough. Her arsenal centered around 3 branches of magic: ignition, flaring explosives, and focus blasts. Each came with its own variations, each draining her reserves at an unforgiving pace. The stronger the output, the heavier the cost. Han's hand brushed the hilt of his sword as he shifted toward Jenna. She was waiting with bow in hand, eyes bright, ready to push. He knew they all had more to give. Ivalka's firepower could wipe armies, but if the rest of them didn't rise to match her, they'd crumble long before the 10th floor. Jenna loosed an arrow with a grin. I'm ready. Han deflected it with a clean strike. Once, sparring had been simple, dodge, counter, reset. Not anymore. No shields. No buffers. He had started weaving in extra challenges, more pressure, more risk. Jenna's smirk widened. You're adapting fast. Almost impressive. His eyes fixed on the arrowhead, his voice steady. This isn't about trading compliments. Another arrow flew. He split midair. Skill acquired. Projectile defense. Fencing basics, LV6. Shield basics, LV6. Jenna suddenly broke into a charge, blade flashing in her grip. Han leaned back, slipping just out of range, but she was already reaching behind her shoulder, arrow drawn, switching weapons mid-motion. Han tightened his hold on his sword, tracking her every step. She'd begun as a 1-star, a name barely worth mentioning. But her growth, it was staggering. Without this push, without training, she might have stayed a shadow forever. Jenna raised a finger to her lips and whispered, teasing, "Didn't you say no compliments during training?" Han laughed under his breath, lunging in to grab her cheeks between his palms. Careful. People are going to start asking where those scars came from. He turned then, his focus shifting. Aaron's turn. A 1-star, through and through. Still crawling at level 3 with a spear. For days, he'd even disappeared from training altogether, isolating himself, forcing his body to adapt to pain. A dangerous path, but one he'd chosen alone. Meanwhile, Ivalka stood in the heart of the magic hall. Her own chamber forged for fire. Even restrained, her flames flooded the space, licking at walls reinforced to withstand her power. Unless the battle demanded more, she had to limit herself to first-class spells. Anything higher risked breaking the hall itself. Han's attention drifted toward the far wall, where a cluster of recruits sat, slumped in exhaustion. A scattered bunch of 1-stars. Weak, uncoordinated, drowning in their own struggle. Not one of them could hold a proper fight. And with the 5-person cap, every slot mattered. None of them were worth it. Han's jaw tightened. Was Enning seriously considering pulling these deadweights into his unit? The thought alone made his grip tighten around his blade. The following day, the scene shifted. Edith's squad returned, bloodied but standing. They'd cleared the 9th floor. Players stumbled out of the portal, battered and limping. Some carried wounds that potions couldn't fix. Others weren't whole anymore. Han stood to the side, arms crossed, his eyes refusing to meet theirs. What was the mission? His voice was flat, cold. Edith stepped forward, her eyes closed. We were ordered to wipe out a goblin village. Roughly 50 of them. Anything unusual? Han pressed. Her head lowered. The ground was slick. Mud everywhere like it had been raining for days. That was all she offered before turning away, saying nothing more. Han stared straight ahead. Now was their turn. A sudden flash lit the portal, flames exploding outward. A system notice followed. The floor had been cleared. Ivalka's level rose instantly. Han emerged with his team, his mind already racing. The 4th floor had served its purpose. It wasn't a training ground anymore. He quickly took stock. Han himself had reached level 10. Jenna sat at 8. Aaron trailed at 6. Ivalka had just hit 4. His fist clenched. That was it. They'd hit the ceiling. Without access to higher floors, their growth stopped here. Later, another player approached to introduce his squad. Dagger production had begun in earnest, and equipment had been upgraded across the board. The flimsy D-rank leather was gone, replaced by solid D-rank iron plate. Han and Aaron now carried proper daggers. The guy even revealed Shern and Makin's cards. They'd been officially slotted into the 1st and 2nd squads. Still trailing behind, but at least they were moving forward. Han thought back to how long it had taken just to push this far, to scrape their way up to the 10th floor. Isel leaned back with a smirk. So what now? You turning into Loki? Planning to call all the shots? You think you can juggle something that complex? Han sat at a table buried in paperwork, stacks of documents closing in. If I could figure all that out, he muttered, I'd be a god by now. He shot her a look. Why do you always show up just to toss weird questions at me? If it were him, he would have already broken through all 100 floors. Han explained that the guy she was comparing him to wasn't just strong. He was chosen. The system itself had marked him. And even with that, it had taken him 2 full years just to claw his way up to the 88th floor. Dozens of teams have been erased along the way, caught by random traps and twisted mechanics. Han leaned against his hand, lost in thought. The Master of Choose Me only grew stronger every time a squad failed. And yet Ink had never failed. Somewhere deep inside, Han admitted it. Maybe their first true defeat wouldn't come until that man was gone. Meanwhile, out on the street, tension coiled. A group of men stood facing the guards. Ivalka looked away, uneasy. It's too crowded, she whispered. That little fairy hasn't summoned anyone yet. Han stayed silent, his gaze fixed on nothing. Half an hour had passed since Inning last appeared. That could only mean one thing. He was still deciding. Then, the system prompt appeared before them. Would you like to enter the 10th floor? The guy fixed his eyes on the dungeon gate. Should he step through now, or hold back? Han folded his arms, a hard frown pulling at his face. The newest recruit wasn't ready. Even after hitting level 10, promotion hadn't come. His skills were still shallow, not nearly polished enough. With another week, maybe less, they could sharpen everything, max out the squad's basics. Then the 10th floor run would be smoother. But Han knew better. If this was Ennington's call, waiting wasn't on the table. Above the portal, Isel rose into position. The rift of time and space unfolded, shimmering with power. Han's jaw tightened. For them, this was survival. For the Master? Just another trial. If they all burned out here, he'd summon replacements without blinking. Sharon glanced toward Han, uneasy. The order was simple when the fight began. Don't get involved. Stay back. Han clenched his fists. His swordsmanship was stuck at level 1. Even reaching level 3 wouldn't change much. He'd only drag them down. He cursed himself quietly for not starting sooner. Then the system voice rang out. Critical mission. 2 squads required. Insufficient numbers? Reinforcements will be dispatched. Tactical stations active. Heroes may be assigned roles before engagement. Han's expression darkened. Tactical stations? He didn't even know how to use them. The mechanics were far beyond what he'd learned. Exhaling, he crossed his arms. I sell. Pull supplies from storage. System confirmed. Inventory restocked. The right hero with the right gear could trigger items mid-battle. Han went over the list in his head. 6 healing potions. Split evenly, 3 per group. Edith snatched them up, grinning. Locked and loaded. Han gave a short nod, turning to Ivalka. Magic potions are yours. His tone sharpened. And once we're in, expect separation. Find the center. If you can't climb, get high ground. Isel scowled, stretching out her hand. Nobody interfere with Han. I'll be keeping watch. Han brushed her off with a smirk. No need, fairy. Don't worry. I'll climb that tower. Light swallowed them whole. Suddenly, a man crumpled to his knees in a yard, clutching his head and sobbing. We're all dead. They'll kill everyone. No way to win. Han didn't hesitate. He shoved the man aside with his boot. The figure spun, dazed, eyes darting. Who are you? Jenna studied him carefully. He doesn't notice us. Can you even see us? She paused, brows furrowed. Or maybe he's just an NPC. Han stood still watching. NPCs spawning mid-mission wasn't new. Sometimes they bugged, repeating lines, breaking immersion. Just part of the system. He lifted his gaze, scanning their surroundings. The town's buildings, something about them felt off. Familiar, almost. Aaron shifted stiffly at his side. Yeah, I've seen this before. Not exact, but close. Feels Western somehow. Han shot him a sharp look, startled. That couldn't be right. Aaron suddenly pointed toward one of the buildings. No, this lines up. We've been here before. The guy scanned the streets, brow furrowed. Yeah, this is the same city we saw back on the 5th floor. Except back then, it was already in ruins. Han paused, recalling it clearly. Leaves scattering over broken rooftops, the silence of a place long dead. The difference was obvious. Back then, the city had already fallen. Here, it was still standing. The girl spoke up, uneasy. The timeline feels wrong. Han stepped in front of Jenna, steadying her. That's not the only strange thing going on. We'll sort it out later. Han faced the group, arms crossed, voice firm. We've already been summoned. The only way out now is through. Complete the mission, or we don't leave. One of the men muttered what they all knew. The battle hadn't started yet. That gave them a small window to scout. Han gave sharp nod. 5 minutes. Gather what you can. Meet back here. If you're late, we move without you. Dark clouds coiled above the tower, casting the city in shadow. Han climbed to a window, taking in the streets below. From here, he had the best view. His brow furrowed. The soldiers patrolling the city looked uneasy. Morale was crumbling already. Then came the sound. Steady, heavy marching. Goblins. Thousands of them pouring in from the northern forest, closing the distance like a tidal wave. Han guessed they'd bring assault ladders first. No siege weapons yet, but it was only a matter of time. He shifted his focus eastward. The river. It was the same scenario they'd faced back on the 7th floor. An overwhelming rush of enemies, fury boiling at the front. But here, no battering rams. Han's eyes moved to the front lines. Knights were forming up outside the castle walls. But less than half of them were human. The rest, something else entirely. He calculated quickly. 10-1 odds. Even if the line looked steady now, it was a setup for disaster. Han descended the stairs, his thoughts racing. The mission wasn't official yet. That gave them one advantage. Time. Survival-type missions weren't about eliminating every enemy. They were about holding out, lasting long enough to see the system declare victory. He pictured the strategy unfolding, shouting commands, directing squads. If all they had to do was defend for a set duration, maybe this floor wasn't as impossible as it looked. He remembered the crowd from earlier, the way Ivalka had laughed at the noise. That many NPCs meant bodies on the field. Decoys, distractions, and with a defensive mage in their roster, they had at least one anchor to lean on. His squad regrouped one by one. Han stood silent, eyes narrowed. The wheel was turning again. Then he froze. 3 notifications struck in rapid succession. Triple ping. There was only one meaning behind that: top-tier difficulty. The system pulled up the city layout, stamping the mission across the screen. Prevent the city from falling. Han pictured it in his head, knights straining to hold the wall as goblins swarmed in. Even with squads 1 and 2 combined, they had only 10 players. Add squad 3 and the NPCs, and that brought the count to around 360 defenders. Against thousands. The guy's expression darkened. We'll share findings first. Then we finalize strategy and lock in positions. Jenna sat casually on someone's pack, swinging one leg as she spoke. I tried talking to the townsfolk. Nothing. They don't respond at all. We can touch them, see them, but it's like we're invisible to them. Aaron stepped forward and rolled out the map across the table. The attack's coming from the north and east gates. South and west are sealed. No escape routes. The meaning was clear. If the outer wall collapsed, everyone inside was finished. Edith folded her arms, her frown deepening. So what's the plan then? Han lowered his head, silent, stretching. The mission left no room for guesswork. Defense, nothing else. He straightened, arms crossing over his chest. We hold the line. No one breaks through. We stop every last one. Edith blinked at him, disbelief written all over her face. That's impossible. Roderick raised a hand, calm and deliberate. Then what about retreat? We could abandon the city, fight from the outside, use hit-and-run tactics. Han's brow tightened. His eyes dropped to the map. Maybe, but I doubt the system would count it. Not unless we break the invasion completely. His gaze lifted toward the central tower. Inside, the glowing statue pulsed faintly, radiating power. Han knew the sign. Twin goddesses, markers of critical missions. Special events only. He snapped back to the group. Forget the goblins. If that statue falls, we fail. Doesn't matter how many bodies we cut down. Roderick crossed his arms, eyes shut in thought. So what you're saying is, we guard that thing while being crushed under endless waves. Han squared his stance to match him. Exactly. That's the mission. We don't hold the line, we don't survive. His eyes swept across the squad, reading the unease on their faces. Roderick took a step forward. So it's a trap either way. No matter where we run, we're stuck inside. Sweat traced down Han's cheek. The system was throwing them into a wall. Brutal, nearly impossible. But if it was still winnable, then there had to be a thread they could pull. His jaw locked. He spread the map out wider. They've got numbers, but no siege gear. No rams. No catapults. Just ladders. It's one force, one server. If we play this right, we can stall them. His finger stabbed the northern wall. Edith squad, you head there. Reinforce the line. Your job is to cut the ladders before they latch. Edith shot him a hard stare. There's 5 of us. Even with the 300 station here, that won't be enough. Han didn't flinch. With second squad joining, that's another 50 bodies. His voice dropped lower. And remember, they haven't rolled out siege weapons. Not yet. He pictured it. Soldiers swarming the wall, ladders clattering against stone. They're betting everything on numbers. We stay mobile, reinforce weak spots, and we can hold out longer than they think. Edith's expression stayed sharp, unrelenting. That's not the problem. Han paused, shutting his eyes, listening. Her voice came quieter, steady as steel. Even if we hold them here, it won't end. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Han saw it in his head. Alleys flooded with goblins, streets drowning in chaos. Odds stacked 10 to 1. 2 squads against thousands. Even if they bought time, even if they stalled. Best case? They delayed the inevitable. Worst case? The city drowned in green, and they went down with it. He could see them now. Thousands of goblins rushing past broken defenses. Even if their fighters gave it everything, even if they cut that ratio in half, they'd still be outnumbered 5 to 1. And one thing they'd learned from the 5th floor, goblins don't run. This fight couldn't be won. Not by normal means. Just then, one of the guys walked up to Jenna, who looked startled. There's a river east of the city, he said. Same one we saw on the 7th floor. He remembered it clearly, standing in floodwaters, rain crashing down, the dam breaking, everything overflowing. Han's mind raced, piecing together every battle from floors 5 through 9. One thing kept coming up: the dam. The game had pushed them toward it for a reason. But why? How could a dam, far from the front line, change the course of this fight? His fist clenched. They were still missing something. Then Jenna froze, eyes wide. She clasped her hands tightly. I hear a horse, by the river. In her head, the memory hit like lightning. Rain. And across the river, an army forming ranks. Han spun to her, stunned. It all clicked. Edith stood still, staring into the distance. Shocked, Han grabbed Jinna's face, frustrated. Why are you just telling us now? Then he turned to Edith. Buy time, as much as you can. If the outer wall breaks, fall back to the inner defense line. Use everything, soldiers, civilians, whatever it takes. Shut the gates. Hold them off, no matter what it costs. Then he turned back, a small grin forming. We got the harder job, and when we come back, I want to hear you say we were too strong, not too late. Edith grinned back. We'll give it everything. Jinna blinked. Wait, this is a plan? Isn't this reckless? What are we even doing? Aaron turned sharply, tense. We're leaving the walls? There are thousands out there. Are you trying to get us killed? Han looked up, eyes sharp. If we stay, we're dead anyway. He imagined soldiers stranded by the river. Back on the 7th floor, the dam was already gone. If what Jinna heard was a reinforcement unit, then maybe the reason we lost the 5th floor was because they never made it across in time. He spread the map. Our job is on the east bank. Wipe out the goblins. And stop the dam from going. One of the girls glanced at him, uncertain. Han drew his sword. We move now. Time to strike. Charging ahead, he roared. This is just the inner wall. The real fight's beyond it. Near the gate, he turned. Jinna, scout the area from above. Aaron, be ready. Open the gate on my mark. He faced forward again. Ivalka, charge a 2nd level spell. Fire the second that gate opens. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Shern getting into position. Aaron reached for the rope. Knights rushed in, yelling for him to stop. From up top, Jinna shouted, They're everywhere. Goblins are packed outside. Open that gate, and they'll pour in. Han snapped, voice sharp. Doesn't matter, we're going through. He stepped between Aaron and the knights. Ivalka's burning us a path. Nobody interferes. The knights roared back in protest. We'll die before we let you through. Jinna darted out from behind a wall, her boots slamming into one knight's chest, sending him sprawling. Ivalka's palms shimmered, fire gathering fast. The gate creaked open. An arrow sliced through the crack. Han snatched it midair, inches before it could pierce Ivalka. Without pause, he spun and hurled it back. A goblin screamed as the shaft buried itself deep. From above, Jinna dropped down and crushed another soldier flat. Then rain. It spattered against stone. Cold. Heavy. Han tilted his head back, droplets sliding across his face. The sound echoed in his ears. Rain. He glanced toward Ivalka. Fire still coiled around her hands, unbothered by the storm. So, it's true, he muttered under his breath. Water can't snuff her flames. The gate groaned wider. Aaron screamed. A surge of monsters burst through, flooding forward. They charged straight at Ivalka. Her hand rose. Ignite. Flames erupted, a torrent exploding outward. The front ranks of goblins dissolved instantly, their bodies reduced to ash. The gate itself transformed into a blazing wall, fire consuming everything in its reach. Dozens gone in an instant. Jinna and Aaron sprinted forward, weapons ready, both throwing a quick glance back at Ivalka. She was already clutching a potion. Drink after every cast. Han barked, eyes locked on her. Don't stop. This is just the warm-up, you ready? Ivalka stepped past him, voice steady. Who do you think I am? Shern froze nearby, eyes wide, body trembling. Han shot him a look, still thinking of tagging along. The system alert flashed, Shern in panic. Stats cut by 30%. Han closed his eyes, exhaling. Go find Edith. She'll put you to work. Survive this, and maybe she'll finally hear that confession of yours. The knights slammed the gate shut behind them, bolts locking in place. Han's voice cut cold. Seal it tight. No turning back. He faced the swarm ahead, blade drawn. Forward's the only path, and I'll cut down every last one of them. He surged ahead, issuing orders. Positions. Everyone spread. To Ivalka, his tone sharpened. Stick to first-class fire. Low output, widespread. Scorch the field, don't stop. Rain hammer harder, sizzling as it hit the flames. They'll break through if the fire drops. Han growled. The horde surged again. Han tracked the rhythm. 20 seconds till her next cast. A goblin lunged. 18. His blade rose, cutting it down. Bolts whistled overhead. Crossbows firing. Han raised his shield, catching the volley before it struck Ivalka. A stone hurtled in. He spun, kicking it aside. Aaron's spear drove through a goblin's gut, ripping it free in a spray. Jinna's blade flashed, severing one head clean. She spun, loosing an arrow point blank into another skull. For seconds, another goblin crept up behind Aaron. Han didn't hesitate. He hurled his sword. The monster dropped instantly. Drawing a fresh blade, his eyes never left Ivalka. Protect her. Han's voice cut across the chaos. They're locking on, shift formation. Ivalka unleashed her next surge. Fire tore outward, a roaring blaze that lit up the battlefield. Screams ripped through the air as goblins went up in flames. Go! Push through! Han barked. They charged over scorched earth, heat searing through armor and skin. But they pushed on. With Ivalka at their center, it was possible. Still, the goblin tide never stopped. A wall of snarling bodies bore down on them, the stampede endless. Keep firing. Han roared above the storm. The rain's choking the flames. We need more spells. The fire barrier was already dimming. Han jabbed a finger left. Aaron, reinforce that side. I'll hold this wave myself. Steel clashed with flesh. The rhythm of combat was brutal, unrelenting. And through it all, Han kept the clock in his head. 20 seconds more. A goblin sprang from a flank. Han spun, cutting it down in one fluid strike. Switch positions, he commanded. Ivalka's voice rang out, another blast. Flames cascaded, reducing the next charge to cinders. Han snapped forward. Move with the blaze. Step with it. Press on. The team surged ahead, fire their only shield. Each burst carved them a path closer to the river. But the goblins didn't break. Packed shoulder to shoulder, they pressed under rain-soaked banners. No fear, only hate. Then the ground shook. Towering above the horde, a brute emerged. Massive, grotesque, his banner raised high. Red eyes blazed under a crooked brow, sword lifted to the sky. His roar split the battlefield. Filthy swine. Another wave of fire tore across the field, flames twisting through the rain like serpents made of light. Han shouted, Aaron, push harder. Don't stop. But through smoke and heat, two crimson eyes pierced the haze. A goblin lunged, spear thrusting. Han pivoted, sidestepped cleanly, then drove his blade deep into its chest. That's when he realized the goblins had shifted. No more hesitation, no more retreat. They were hurling themselves straight into the fire. They'd changed their strategy. Han snarled, blade sweeping in wide arcs, cutting down bodies one after another. Still, his eyes flicked upward, toward the hill. The brute was still there, roaring, pointing, commanding. He wasn't just muscle. He was directing every move, driving them like pawns. And then it hit Han. The delay in Ivalka's casting. He'd noticed it. That monster wasn't just strong. He was calculating. Meanwhile, Aaron and Jenna strained to hold formation. Heat pressed against them like a weight, each breath searing. Even with fire resistance, their movements slowed, exhaustion setting in. Han knew what he had to do. He had to draw the commander's gaze, break his rhythm, put all the pressure on himself. Raising his voice above the storm, Han roared, This is it. Miss this chance, and we're finished. Aaron shot him a glance, confusion flashing across his face. What are you saying? But Han was already moving. His decision was made. That leader had to fall. Across the chaos, the commander's roar cut like thunder. His orders were clear. Target the mage. Kill her at all costs. Inside the thinning wall of fire, goblins clawed and shoved, desperate to break through. One managed to slip past, briefly, before a crushing blow sent him flying. Blood sprayed, a fong ripped loose, and his body hit the ground like a rag doll. Arrows rained through the smoke. Han ignored them. His focus was locked on Ivalka. Now, he shouted, Give it everything. She obeyed. The blast ripped across the field, fire bursting in all directions, flooding the world in blinding light. A searing beam carved through the front lines, reducing goblins to ash. But the swarm didn't falter. Even as their bodies burned, they surged forward, driven by the roar of their chief. His twisted face bellowed through the flames, forcing them to charge again and again. Han's fist clenched. One strike wouldn't do it. But he wasn't done either. The fire thickened, darker, hotter, and then it exploded. The ground itself became a storm of fire. Goblins shrieked, stumbling and collapsing as the inferno devoured them whole. Panic rippled through the horde. Yet still, the massive chief's voice thundered over their screams, dragging them onward. That was the moment. The squad pressed forward through charred remains and drifting smoke. Jenna raised her bow, steady, precise. Aaron braced beside her, shield lifted. She loosed. The arrow sliced through the air like a bullet. The goblin chief saw it too late. His command turned into a strangled cry as the shaft buried itself in his skull. Blood burst, his body shuddered, then toppled. But there was no triumph. Behind them, Ivalka collapsed. Han lunged, catching her before she hit the ground. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed. She didn't understand what had happened. Neither did he. The blast, the overwhelming firepower, even that hadn't been enough. Because the goblins weren't truly after them. The fortress was the real target. They were just in the way. Han looked out over the battlefield. The commander was down, but unease gnawed at him. What next? Then he saw it. Shapes moving through the haze. One goblin stumbled out of the flames. Then another. Then dozens. Pulling back. Reforming ranks just beyond the reach of fire. The horde turned. Step by step, they shifted direction. Toward the fortress. Wind swept the soaked field, bending the grass under sheets of rain. Han understood in an instant. They were alive only because the commander had fallen. This wasn't a win. It was a pause. Potions. Now. Heal up, Han ordered. Every second counted, but the breather wouldn't last. Far to the north, the sound rose, war cries and steel. The goblins had already slammed into the outer wall. This was only the beginning. Through the storm ahead, a massive wooden pier loomed. Goblins marched across it, relentless, unstoppable. Han's chest tightened. Rest was over. The next wave was here. Heavy footsteps thundered through the gloom. Aaron froze, his voice shaking. Han didn't move. This fight, he growled, is just getting started. And then it emerged. Towering. Monstrous. Eyes glowing with fury. A level 23 ogre stepped into the rain. Han didn't hesitate. Ivalka, firewall. Aaron, hold the line. But even as the flames roared up, he knew fire alone wouldn't stop this monster. We need more, he muttered. Then louder. Ivalka, hurry. I'll take the ogre. The beast bellowed, axe raised high. It slammed down with earth-shaking force, the ground splitting where Han had stood a second earlier. He rolled aside. Barely. One mistake, and he was finished. The next swing came even heavier. Han realized instantly, no shield could block that. This fight wasn't about defense. It was survival. The goblins circled outside the fire, hesitant to enter. But the ogre stepped through the wall like it was nothing, flames clinging to its skin, ignored. Now it was just Han and the monster. The size difference was absurd. Still, he rushed low, blades slashing across its leg. Arrows suddenly tore into its back, Jenna's shots, sharp and fast, sinking deep into muscle. The ogre howled, staggering. They were sinking. Big target, easy hit. Jenna called. Defense is thick, but it can't dodge. Her tone shifted as she saw the damage. Forget that. Aim for weak spots. Han shouted back. Soft points only. Nothing else matters. Then Jenna's cry split the chaos. Panic. Another ogre. Han's stomach dropped. He hadn't seen it. Their formation collapsed. Aaron was overwhelmed, drowning in goblins. The line was breaking. No time left. Han braced. Shield up. The blow landed like a hammer, rattling his bones, forcing him back. He staggered, then steadied, teeth clenched, body screaming. He surged forward, sword flashing, and the ogre shrieked. Han's strike had landed, right between its legs. The roar told him everything. Weak point confirmed. The beast pounded the ground in a blind frenzy, but Han was already moving. He scaled its massive frame, blade in hand, and drove steel at its throat. Not deep enough. Without pause, he slammed his shield against the hilt, forcing the sword deeper. Flesh tore. Blood poured. The ogre convulsed, staggered, then collapsed. One down. Han spun just in time to see the second ogre charging. Jenna, distracted. She fired instantly. Arrows flew, but the beast was already swinging. One massive blow connected with Aaron, hurling him through the air. Han's heart clenched. Too late. The ogre barreled forward, straight for Ivalka. Han screamed her name, but the strike never came. She stood untouched, confused, watching as the monster thundered past her. It wasn't after them. Its target was the dam. Before anyone could react, Jenna moved. No hesitation. She leapt, climbing the beast's back, scrambling toward its neck. Jenna, don't, voices cried. Too late. Her blade plunged into its throat. The monster shrieked and raged. Han rushed to her side, hacking into muscle, carving deep alongside her. Together, they struck again and again. Blood gushed. The ogre, howling in agony, staggered toward the river. With a final roar, the beast hurled itself into the river. Blood spilled out, curling through the current like dark ink. Han stood on the bank, drenched, lungs burning. It was over. Barely. Then ripples. The water shifted. A massive hand exploded out of the river, the ogre screaming as it rose again. Han's chest tightened. Before anyone could react, the creature drove its fist straight into the dam. Stone split apart, would snap like kindling. And then it gave way. The entire dam collapsed with a deafening crash. A wall of water surged forward, ripping through the field in seconds. Aaron rushed over, breath ragged. All goblins down, awaiting your orders. But Han didn't respond. He stood frozen, sword clenched tight, silence weighing on him. When his voice finally came, it was low and sharp. We made a mistake. Behind that dam, reinforcements have been waiting. Now, cut off. And the only ones left standing against 3,000 goblins were them. The others called out, but Han couldn't move. Shock had him locked in place. A hand touched his shoulder, grounding him. After a long pause, he muttered, "We'll pull back, think of something. If there's even anything left to think of." But just as he turned, Ivalka stepped forward. Her hand lifted, her bracelet glowing faintly. Purple light began to swirl, humming with power. She whispered a spell, and a nearby boulder rose clean off the earth. With one smooth motion, she hurled it. The rock soared across the battlefield and slammed into the broken dam's opening. The rushing flood halted instantly. Han stared, stunned. Ivalka only said, calm and simple. Telekinesis. Basic spell. He blinked at her, caught between disbelief and relief. You could have mentioned that earlier. Her eyes flicked at him. I thought you already knew. Han groaned, then reached out, squeezing her cheeks. Next time, share the useful stuff sooner. She huffed, annoyed, but he just smiled faintly. We're still standing, because of you. The team barely had a moment to regroup before Jinna's scream ripped through the air. The goblins were back, and this time, they weren't alone. One rushed Han, spear driving straight for his chest. He twisted, barely dodging, and his blade lashed out in a clean strike that dropped the attacker. But even as his sword cut true, his mind spun. No sign of backup, not a trace. And then, the chilling realization struck him. There had never been reinforcements. None at all. His pulse spiked. Ivalka, he shouted. Drink everything. We need your magic, all of it. But she never got the chance. A goblin lunged out of the chaos, claws stretching for her throat. Han's heart stopped. He shouted her name. And then steel flashed. A rider broke through, blade cutting the goblin down in an instant. A man in a lion-shaped mask surged past on horseback, hooves tearing through the soaked earth. But even with his sudden arrival, the goblins didn't falter. They regrouped, snarling, ready to strike again. Han stared, barely breathing. The masked rider sat tall in the saddle, armor catching the light, his blade dripping red. Then his voice tore through the storm. One word, charge. The ground rumbled. Thunder followed. Shadows burst out of the rain, dozens, then hundreds. Riders armed and armored surged into the field like a living tide. Han's chest tightened. It was real. A cavalry unit. The masked warrior called again, sharp and commanding. Protect the mage. At once, Aaron and Jinna rushed to Ivalka's side while the cavalry swept past, storming the front lines. 500 riders, fewer than the goblins, but trained, disciplined, relentless. The impact was instant. Horsemen ripped into enemy ranks like a blade through cloth, scattering goblins with sheer force. The tide began to turn. Whispers spread across the battlefield. They were breaking through. Han turned his squad, voice steady. Looks like our job's done. Maybe we finally get a breather. He paused, eyeing them. Anyone know how to ride? Silence. Then, I'll learn now. He pulled up his interface. Masters couldn't fight directly, but they could still support. Skill book, horse riding. Cost, 500 crystals. Painful, but necessary. Normally, he couldn't unlock non-combat skills. But with the book, restrictions meant nothing. He confirmed. Knowledge rushed in. Han swung onto a horse, steady in the saddle. And just like that, he was riding. His team followed, galloping into the fray. For the first time in hours, something sparked inside him. Hope. The cavalry pressed forward, already breaking toward the siege lines. It was their chance. Time to strike back. Han rode hard, scanning the chaos. Goblins clustered thick around the northern gate, pushing siege ladders high. The defense still held for now. He mapped the city in his head. North was critical. The cavalry saw it too, shifting formation, charging to reinforce the gate. But then, Han's instincts flared. If he stuck with them, maybe they'd win. Maybe. But nothing in this game ever stayed simple. He snapped the reins and turned sharply. Change of plan, he shouted. A spearman beside him blinked. Aren't we reinforcing the north gate? That was the plan, Han said, pulling hard on the reins. His eyes cut to the horizon. It won't be enough. His voice rose. Fall back. Out of arrow range. Head for the northern forest. Move. The rain had stopped, the skies finally clearing. No time to hesitate. Han spurred his horse forward, leading his squad into the trees. But the moment they crossed into the woods, Han froze. Waiting in the shadows was a goblin force. Too clean, too precise. A trap, no doubt, lay by the riders. He gritted his teeth. If they struck fast with magic, maybe they could break through. But then the ground shook, and from behind the goblins, ogres stepped out. Massive shapes stepped out from the trees. Ogres. Each one towering, every step shaking the ground. The spearman beside Han froze. Han muttered under his breath, "This is gonna get ugly." If wolf riders showed up now, the cavalry wouldn't last. He leaned toward the girl at his side. How much mana left? Her answer was quick. Enough to cast, but not strong. That's fine, Han said. Forget strength. Just make it wide. If we're torching this forest, then burn it all. They charged toward the tree line. Cut to the castle, goblins flooding the northern gate. A defender rammed his blade into a goblin's chest. Relief hit, until the creature grabbed his tunic, dragging him in close. Before he could break free, a girl darted forward. Her sword struck clean, dropping the goblin instantly. The soldier gasped, shaken. She snapped at him, "Don't lose focus." Her gaze shifted, narrowing on the horizon. "What is that?" Elsewhere along the wall, the knight in the lion helm bellowed, "Push forward." No hesitation, the line surged. Again his voice roared, "Show them what the Iron Lion cavalry is made of." Steel clashed against claws. Knights slammed into goblins with crushing force, driving them back step by step. The girls scanned the field. A shout rose from further down the wall, "Reinforcements!" But a goblin scrambled up behind her. She spun, blade flashing, severing its hand before it could grab her. Then she called out, "Hold the line. We're close." Back in the woods, Ivalka raised her hands. Flames burst out, ripping through the underbrush, leaping from tree to tree. In seconds, fire devoured the forest. Chaos hit the goblin cavalry. Smoke swallowed the air. Horses screamed, stumbling into the flames. There was no escape. Still Ivalka pushed on. More fire, more heat, burning everything in sight. Han watched, jaw tight. This was her edge. One more spell, and she'd collapse. Any further, and the entire forest would vanish in a sea of fire. But then a thought cut through. Maybe that was the answer. That forest had always been a nest for goblins. Better to burn it. Let the fire wipe it clean. At the wall, the battle raged. A knight went down, but the line refused to break. Around 100 still stood on the northern ramparts. Many had fallen, especially during the ogre assault before the cavalry's charge. Han knew, without Ivalka's firestorm, those riders would have been wiped out too. On the field, a goblin froze, eyes wide, just before a knight's mace crushed its skull. Another rider swept in, sword flashing, cutting down his target in a single strike. From where Han watched, their discipline was undeniable. Their speed, their precision. They weren't many, but they didn't need to be. Bodies carpeted the field, and at its center, the knight in the lion mask thrust his sword high, voice thundering in victory. Han exhaled a long breath of relief. It was finally over. His team gathered on the ramparts, laughter breaking through exhaustion, hugs shared in pure relief. Above, a girl waved down at him. Han rode toward the wall, one thought echoing in his mind. Everyone made it. Not a single death alert. Hard to believe, especially after the hell they'd survived on the 5th floor. Behind him, a voice broke the silence. One of his friends laughed lightly. "We're nothing like we used to be." "Huh," she said with a smile. Then softer, "So, why are we still here? Isn't it done?" Han's smile slipped away. Something felt wrong. His gaze flicked forward, then back again. A memory flashed. The hulking goblin crushed beneath his strike. The forest engulfed in Ivalka's flames. The enemies they destroyed. The knights who claimed victory. And yet, no system message. No clear. Nothing. His chest tightened. Why wasn't it over? What was missing? Then, everything stopped. The battlefield froze mid-motion. A system prompt appeared. Loading. Han's jaw clenched. He spun. Another message blinked across the knight's shoulder. System recovery. His eyes darted around. Then a third. Error. Disconnected from server. He turned back. The girl was still frozen, hand lifted mid-wave. His teammates? Locked in place. Not a twitch. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. And then, behind him, a voice. "Turn around." Slowly, Han turned. Through the haze stood a shadowed figure. Still, silent, yet heavy with menace. And then he saw it. A towering form cloaked in darkness, aura pulsing like a heartbeat. Han's body locked. That face, he knew it, branded into memory. From the old days. From before. It was him. That same monster. Scene shift. Elsewhere, 6 elite players materialized inside a settlement. 6-star rank. Renowned. Korea's first to conquer the 88th floor. 5th in the world. Meanwhile, Han reconnected, logging back in, thoughts racing. This game was never about brute force. It was strategy, instinct, timing. He gave the orders, but the characters chose how to act. Sometimes they failed. Not from weakness, but because something didn't align. He pictured their cards, ran scenarios in his head. He knew. Luck hadn't brought him this far. This wasn't a game anymore. It was everything. Every battle, every floor, his life was bound to it. And if he had the skill, not even hell could stop him. Back in the moment, the dark figure loomed. Han's eyes narrowed. That thing what rank? 7-star? No, it shouldn't exist here. Then the world bent again. Suddenly, he stood inside a store. Another figure emerged beside the shadow. Hooded, unreadable. Text glowed above it. Level 15, Dark Apostle. The figure smirked. Its gaze locked on his. "I'll be waiting." Han's eyes widened. And then, both vanished into the void. The world snapped back. System reconnected. Recovery complete. The girl unfroze, whipping toward him. Her voice shook. What was that? Before she could finish, Han jolted back into motion. "Everyone, get to the castle. Now!" His voice cut sharp through the air. She blinked, stunned. Han kicked his horse into a hard gallop. "Move," he roared. Behind him, someone shouted, "What's going on?" Han didn't turn. His voice dropped, cold and final. "It's not over." Flashes tore, through Han's mind like lightning. Burning forests, mangled corpses, that twisted grin of the Dark Apostle. Whatever that thing was, it didn't belong here. Not on the 10th floor. Not yet. Then, movement. A corpse twitched. A knight spun, startled. The air itself seemed to pulse, heavy wrong. Across the battlefield, black ooze bubbled and writhed, sprouting grotesque growths. From the pile of fallen bodies, something began to rise. The knight stood frozen. Too late. The creature lunged, jaws tearing into him. His scream cut across the field. And then they all began to move. Goblins. Dozens of them, clawing back out of the grave. A man stumbled back, horror in his eyes as the dead dragged themselves up from the soil. Han's voice rang out from the saddle, sharp and commanding. Don't panic. Let them come. But inside his gut twisted. These weren't ordinary monsters. Triggered under the right conditions, they could reanimate corpses. Necrotic. And unless their skulls were shattered, they'd keep rising. Knights fell one after another, ripped apart. From the ramparts, a girl screamed, "Open the gate." The heavy doors groaned, splitting open. Han spurred his horse, racing through with her close behind. This isn't right, he thought. None of this should exist on the 10th floor. Inside, his horse skidded to a stop. The girl turned to him, breathless. Han leapt down, grabbed the sorceress by the shoulders. You're staying here. Guard the statue. Protect the goddess. Seal the gate. Just hold until I return. She blinked, startled. Wait back. What do you mean? Another voice cut in, shaky. What were we supposed to do against that? Han froze, eyes narrowing at the nightmare spilling past the gate. Undead by the hundreds. Then he turned, voice steel. Get together. I'm bringing him back alive. Or I die with him. The man swallowed hard, then gave a single, grim nod. I'll bring him back. The girl's gaze stayed locked on the battlefield. Are you really coming back? Han gave a faint smile. Of course. He turned away, sprinting back into the storm. Her voice cut after him. Then don't you dare die. Without looking back, he called over his shoulder, same to you. Step by step, Han pressed forward. Sword ready, eyes fixed on the undead. Twisted things, ugly things, but killable. The first lunged. His blade split its skull clean open. One down, 100 more waiting. If they swarmed him now, it was over. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. Han whipped around. The ogre. Back again. Towering. Club raised high. The weapon came down, slamming into the gate with a deafening boom. Han's jaw tightened. It revived too. The gate won't last long. Then, out of the horde, undead wolves burst free. Eyes glowing, fangs bared, sprinting straight for him. They leapt. Thwip. Arrows cut the air, striking mid-flight. The wolves dropped. A lone archer stood in the distance, bow still raised. She turned her head, locking eyes with Han. He gave a single nod, brief but grateful. But the ogre was already lifting its mace again. The knights braced, bodies trembling. Another impact hammered the gate. The wood splintered, groaning under the pressure. Then, one final crash. The gates shattered inward, exploding into fragments. A flood of undead stormed through, roaring as they poured into the stronghold like a living tide of black. Han spun jaw tight. The gate's gone, no time left. He raised his sword, grip iron, and charged headfirst back into the chaos. But his focus wasn't here, not on the horde. In his mind, he saw it, the apostle, slipping deeper into the forest, glowing faintly in the distance. That's where he'll be, Han thought. Waiting. He carved a path forward, each swing a kill. One chance. Just one chance was all he needed. Then the ground quaked again. Another blast. The battlefield shuddered beneath his feet. His thoughts locked onto two possibilities. First, if the goddess statue fell, everything was lost. Han's gaze darted to the defense lines. They were buckling. Knights staggering backward. Second, if the undead lost control of themselves, their hunger would devour them whole. And every ounce of strength they once had in life would be turned against them now. He surged forward, cutting through a fresh wave. They were faster, stronger, crueler. Their thirst made them monsters, twice as deadly, 10 times as vicious. The stronger they had been in life, the worse they were in death. Han's movements blurred, slicing through the storm of claws and fangs. No hesitation, no room for mistakes. One slip, and it was over. Yet even in the madness, something inside him sharpened. An urge, a need, to tear them apart, to wipe them out completely. Above, his eyes caught the girl on the wall, fighting like she'd never stop. She's giving everything, he thought. Even now, in his mind, he imagined 2 angels standing guard over the battlefield. Protect the goddess statue. That was all that mattered. A map formed in his head, tracing every shift, every threat. If the outer walls fell, retreat to the inner gate. Barricade it. Same tactic they used on the 5th floor. It bought time then. It had to buy time now. Screams cut through his thoughts. Civilians. They rushed toward the inner gate, pounding on the doors, desperate. What's happening? They cried. faces pale, eyes wide. And behind them, another wave surged. Undead. Relentless. Han didn't slow. It's not about holding out. It's about how fast I end this. He pulled his cloak over his mouth, forcing through the choking smoke. Flames roared on either side, devouring everything. A system alert blinked. Fire resistance. Skill up. 2 undead leapt through the blaze. Han's blade lashed out. 1 stroke, 2 heads gone. He reached for a red vial, downed it fast, blood pounding in his ears. Ahead, just beyond the smoke, the recovery zone flickered into sight. You're here, he thought. I know you are. System alerts lit up in rapid succession. Allies afflicted by fear, stats decreased. A soldier has fallen. His spirit shall live on. Han's eyes hardened. More warnings followed. Ally bleeding. HP dropping over time. Then a flash. Brilliant light ripped through the sky, screaming toward him. Han reacted instantly, shield raised. The arrow struck, tearing through the metal and grazing his shoulder. He staggered back, pain jolting through him. His teeth clenched. The apostle's not built for close combat. His eyes narrowed. So why is he here now? This early? Han's mind reeled. He's stronger than anything we've faced so far. Another flash. Another arrow. He barely slipped past it. Then an entire volley screamed through the air. Projectiles rained down. Han moved like lightning, blade whirling, deflecting, spinning, cutting aside each shot. But then, strike from below. Sharp, brutal, pain tore up his arm. He stumbled back. The smoke thickened around him, choking every breath. His lungs burned as his eyes darted through the haze. If I didn't have a defense skill, I'd already be dead. A system prompt blinked across his vision. Ally bleeding, health dropping. Han scowled. This is spiraling too fast. Each breath grew heavier. Each step slower. Time was running out. If he collapsed here, it wouldn't just cost him. Everyone else would fall with him. Maybe I can talk, he thought desperately. Then, a voice behind him. I want to talk. Han half-turned, growling, fine. Then what? No reply. Just haze. His instincts flared. He slashed forward. From the fog, a calm reply echoed back. I'm not like the others. Then, boom. A crushing blow hurled him through the air. He crashed hard, rolled, came up swinging, roar ripping from his throat. A flash cut through the smoke, glowing projectile. Han lunged forward, eyes flaring red. Berserker mode activated. Power surged. A black trail burned behind him. His teeth sharpened, gripped tight around the dagger. He shot forward like a missile. Through the smoke, he saw him. The apostle. Mid-incantation. Arrows ripped into the cloaked figure. Legs, chest, arms. Blood sprayed across the ground. Han screamed, rage tearing through him, and closed the gap in a blink. 1 strike. His blade slashed clean through the apostle's neck. But he didn't stop. He hacked again, and again, and again, until the body was no longer a body. Just a shredded pile of flesh and torn cloth. Only then did the fury drain out. Han staggered, panting, blood smeared across his lips. He stood still, waiting. Where is it? Where's the system message? Nothing. Silence. His chest rose and fell, each breath ragged. A bitter thought sank deep. It's not over. Not yet. Exhaustion swept through him. He collapsed back, slumping beneath a burning tree. Then we've already lost. It's over. His vision blurred. His head drooped. A faint message flickered weakly before him. A warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will live on. The fire crackled beside him. What a pathetic end, he thought. Dragged into a war I barely understood, only to die like some stray mutt. Images flooded his mind. Comrades still locked in battle. Torn apart. Blood-soaked ground. The gray-haired man standing unyielding before the statue. The girl, blade flashing, refusing to quit. And then, the statue. It glowed in his mind's eye. Suddenly, that same light burst beside him. His body shimmered, fading into it. System message, floor cleared. The world froze. Then, reward, 70,000 gold. Item acquired, common fire, elemental stone. A card appeared on screen. Among heroes, a master awaits ascension. Combine ascension stones to unlock a forgotten memory fragment. New dungeon unlocked. Epic adventure series. Gather evolution stones and rare materials to proceed. The world shifted. System message, 10th floor cleared. Han's eyes shot open. A ceiling. Stillness. Breath filling his chest. I made it. Outside, life moved again. Inside, someone sat at his side. Han turned, voice rough. What happened to your face? The man blinked, caught off guard. So you're awake. We were worried. Han scowled. Then explain why you look like you've been dragged through 5 floors of hell. The man dropped his gaze, voice low. I was just trying to figure out why we're even fighting. Han's eyes narrowed. You're seriously looking for a reason now? Still avoiding him, the man said quietly. When I stepped outside the wall, the city was already corpses. Han sat in silence. Even the NPCs? His jaw tightened. Maybe I'm still too wound up to process it all. The man rose, stretching. Anyway, I'm turning in. Han lifted his drink with a dry look. But I'll see that same face tomorrow. A faint smile. Let's hope tomorrow's better. He walked away. Left alone, Han stared at nothing. Maybe we're okay, at least for now. Evening draped itself over the camp. The table was overflowing, platters stacked high, food piled across every dish. The girl blinked in awe. This is a little much for breakfast, isn't it? Her friend laughed. Han said use the best stuff we've got. No holding back. Han leaned back, eyes shut. So, not good enough for you. She paused, then smiled. If you're asking, I'd eat like this every day if I could. Han cracked an eye, glancing around the table. They're all right. That's enough. His gaze landed on the magician, slowly regaining her strength. Then on the quiet one, still shaken. He'll come around. Just needs time. Time press forward. System message. Welcome back to the game. New alerts appeared. Heroes await ascension. Ascension room required. Link to synthesis room. The chamber lit up. Ascension room now connected. Construction begins. Moments later. Ascension room complete. Hero ascension available. Crystals floated in the air, glowing with radiant light. Item synthesis initiated. A burst of brilliance erupted. From its center, a fairy emerged, hands cradling a glowing crystal. She darted upward to Han, grinning wide. You've passed the first star, she cheered. Keep going. You're headed for the 7th. The tower is yours for the taking. Han hesitated. 7 stars. Can I really reach that far? The fairy only laughed. If not you, then who? If it were easy, Sirius would have done it already. Han lowered his head, weight heavy on his shoulders. After everything I've poured into this, and I'm still not a 7-star. There's something I'm missing. Just then, the door to the synthesis room creaked open. System alert. Master initiating ascension. Han's breath caught. So this is it. The upgrade wasn't just a feature. It's an ascension chamber. He stepped inside. It stretched before him like a stairway. A path upward, maybe even beyond the master's interface itself. With the right hero, the right materials, something would happen here. Something even the system itself couldn't fully track. Han stepped up to the altar and set the crystal down. A blinding surge of energy erupted, flooding the chamber. A massive magic circle lit beneath his feet, light spearing upward like a pillar into the sky. Han squinted through the blaze. And then the visions came. A figure, seated in a chair. A child, cradled gently in his arms. Han's hand flew to his sword. His voice cut through the glow. Who are you? He stepped forward and slammed into something invisible. A barrier. Trapped, he could only watch. Han's eyes fixed on the baby. No family. No past. Nothing. Yet somehow, he knew. This kid, he's the one meant to be here. Not me. But there was no time to dwell. The vision shifted. Endless halls stretched around him, unfamiliar and cold. Every turn ended in a dead end. Still, he pressed on. At last, he stepped outside and found nothing. No buildings. No master's lobby. Just emptiness. Then, groaning gates creaked open. Through them, a fairy emerged. Smaller than before. Fragile. Almost delicate. Han narrowed his eyes as she approached. You expect me to enter the rift of space and time? She didn't answer. Only stared. Han turned, continuing forward, until a massive door loomed before him. Its inscription burned in his sight. Extreme difficulty. A system prompt blinked. Advent dungeon initiating. Then it hit. A crushing weight smashed him to his knees. Siren screamed across his vision. A cold dread climbed up his spine. Status, fear. All stats dash 30%. His sword slipped from his grip, crashing into the dirt. Teeth clenched, fists balled. Heat flared inside him. A crimson aura burst to life. Berserker mode, active. Han forced himself to his feet, breath ragged. Fear won't break me. Then he saw it. A figure, level 999, slowly forming out of the air. A dark entity, cloaked in silence. At last it spoke. We finally meet. Han seized his sword jaw tight, mind racing. Why is this thing here? Is it the one that dragged me into this world? He burned to strike. But one look at its level stopped him cold. This was the monster. The one that wiped out his elite party. 6-star heroes, hardened legends. Gone in 10 seconds. The entity stepped closer. What's wrong? Not going to attack? I thought you hated me. Han's voice cut sharp. If you drag me here just to talk, spare us both and throw me back. The entity chuckled. Good. That fire's kept you alive this long. Then agony. Searing pain tore through Han's skull. He dropped, clutching his head, through clenched teeth. This is how hero ascension begins. The entity shook its head. No, you're different. You won't ascend like the rest. Dark energy seeped across the chamber, curling around him. This space, the voice whispered, it's my gift to you. From the darkness, another figure stepped forward. This time, human. The voice continued, smooth and unsettling. This whole stage was crafted just for you. The great ranker himself. Han's eyes narrowed. Who are you? From the shadows, a girl emerged. She smiled. A fairy's face, but older, more human. He blinked. She looked exactly like the fairy from before. Her head tilted slightly. You noticed? I'm not her. I was made to look like her. She tapped her chest with a finger, still smiling. I'm one of her replicas. Number 100,479. Then, with a playful grin, she extended her hand. Funny, right? Same number as the game's downloads. Han pulled the CEO's business card from his pocket, eyes sharp. His voice dropped cold. What is this? Some kind of joke? The girl only smiled wider. I've gone by plenty of names. I just use whatever fits the moment. Han stomped the ground. The sound cracked through the chamber. She chuckled. Bold of you. His eyes didn't waver. You're part of this. You helped drag me into this nightmare, didn't you? Her grin didn't falter. You really do hate me. The funny thing is, I never meant for you to get pulled in. That was an accident. Han snapped back, voice sharp. Like hell I care. Send me back. Now. Or regret it. Her grin widened. Is that a threat? From a weak little 1 star. Han's gaze burned. I won't be 1 star for long. For the first time, her smile faded. She stepped forward, boots splashing in a shallow puddle. Her voice lowered. Maybe I should have killed you when I had the chance. Then, without warning, a magic spear burst from her hand, striking Han square in the chest. His armor cracked and stopped, frozen just inches from his heart. She snapped her fingers. Didn't even flinch. I'll give you that. But guts won't make you invincible. Han slid his sword back into its sheath steady. So, what do you actually want? He paused, thinking. She's had more than enough chances to kill me. But she hasn't. That has to mean something. She stepped closer. Her smile thinned. Nothing insane. I just want to talk. Her gaze sharpened. You're Loki, aren't you? The indomitable, 5th-ranked master. I'm a fan. There was almost sincerity in her tone. You have no idea how many times I watch your runs back at HQ. We kept your city under surveillance. I had to see you myself. Then her voice softened. I came to tell you the truth about this world. She paused. Tell me, Loki, what do you think of the game story? Her eyes lowered. Most players don't even care. Gotcha stories? Nobody reads them. They just chase the next banner, the next event. Her hand lifted, her voice flattening. Let's be honest, the plot's a mess. Cliché. Predictable. Forgettable. She snapped her fingers. The space behind her warped and twisted. Masters stop caring about world building after a few floors, she said quietly. Look behind me. Do you recognize it? Han's eyes scanned the ruined landscape, his jaw tightening. He crossed his arms. I don't even want to know. She looked away, almost sheepish. Sorry. I get carried away. Then she pointed. This was the Peninsula City, from the 10th floor. But now it was nothing but ash and rubble. Scene after scene flickered into existence. Cities burned to dust, kingdoms in ruins, whole regions erased. This is what remains, she said. And you think this continent's any different? She stepped closer, her voice calm but sharp. More than 100 million worlds, all ended the same way. Her eyes narrowed. There was a book, a prophecy. It said this world would collapse. A bad ending. She didn't stop, but the heroes refused. They wanted something different, something better. Her hand lifted slightly, almost like turning a page. So they summoned outsiders. Characters from beyond this world. A flash seared across Han's mind. Himself, bloodied, arm torn away. Her tone lowered. They forced the story to change. Broke rules. Bent time and space. Then her gaze locked with his. When higher beings are watching, even fate itself can bend. She smiled faintly. That's what this game really is. Han stared at her, silent for a long beat. Then a smirk tugged at his lips. That's it? Was expecting something more dramatic. He stepped forward. So why tell me this? She extended her hand toward him. Because I want to offer you a deal. Her words cut short. A dagger drove straight into her skull. Han drew his sword in the same instant. His voice was ice. I was curious where this was going. But it's just delusion. She kept smiling. Only now darker. So tell me, was that a yes or a no? Han's glare sharpened. You dragged me into this nightmare. Made me crawl through hell. And now you want me to cooperate? He stepped forward, sword raised. No chance. I'd never side with someone like you. She didn't move. Go ahead. Strike me down. But I promise, your head hits the dirt before mine does. Laughing softly, she leaned in. You're so intense. Honestly, kind of rude. Han's grip tightened. His thoughts spun. She can talk all she wants, but I'm not beating her. Not like this. Not as a level 10 1-star. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet. His voice went flat. I'm done talking. Send me back. Wherever you pull me from, I want out. Her smile spread slow, menace dripping in every word. Now that's just cruel. Do you know how much work it took to bring you here? Her eyes flicked to the horizon. You matter more than anyone else. More than the real masters, More than the rankers, more than all of them. None of them compare to you. She looked back at him. Want to know why? Her grin curved sharp. Because like every master, you saw the message. Trust in your bond with your heroes. Han's eyes narrowed. That only shows up after the training arc. She nodded. Exactly. Out of hundreds of millions of players, only one ever truly believed it. The space around them warped violently. In an instant, the two of them stood on a barren plateau. The 80th floor. Her voice carried on the burning wind. Recognize it? 6 months ago, this is where you stood. She swept her hand across the scorched horizon. Only 5 masters have ever held this floor. That's why everyone else is still stuck choking on the 79th. Han scanned the battlefield, memories pulling at him. Yeah, this is it. The one that made me want to smash my monitor. He turned back to her, steady. So why drag me here again? With a lazy flick of her wrist, 2 chairs appeared. She dropped into one and motioned toward the other. Before anything else, sit. There's no truth when you're standing. Han didn't move right away, but as lava split the floor beneath them, she smiled faintly. So, seeing it like this, instead of on a monitor, it hits different, doesn't it? The 80th floor. Conquest stage. No clear objective. No fixed structure. Difficulty shifting every run. No one had ever beaten it clean. The community had a name for it. The Executioner's Wall. Han folded his arms. I already know how to clear this floor. What's the point of replaying it? Her smile never faltered. It's not what you think. Just watch. You'll understand. A cocktail materialized beside him. He lifted it absently, memory crashing back like a blade to the chest. After smashing through the 59th, he charged headlong into the 80th. It was a massacre. His squad, his aces, his core team gone. Now, watching the spawn sequence unfold again, only one word echoed through him. Hell. The floor wasn't just hard. It was punishment. First wave, 2,755 monsters. Each one, level 113. Then the Shards of Despair, 3,164 strong, level 108. And after them, the Shards of Hatred, 2,348 of them. Every single one, level 121. Han narrowed his eyes. So those shards, they're what make this floor impossible. She nodded, her knowing smile still there. Exactly. You're not just playing anymore. You're inside the system now. And everything, the floor's brutality, even your summon rates, it's all tied to your account. Han froze. Wait, all those failed 5-star pulls. That wasn't just bad luck. She lifted a hand, pointing toward the chaos crystals pulsing in the distance. Each one towered like a mountain. Marked level 322. There's a reason for that. In your world, there are no heroes left to summon. Then she gestured to a hulking beast, cyclopean and grotesque, lurking beyond the lava fields. The system sets the difficulty, sure. But your account? Your world? It had S-rank potential and a curse to match. Han lowered his gaze, silent. And yet, she continued, her tone soft but sharp. No one can explain how you reach floor 88. Suddenly, light burst across the volcanic sky. Han's head snapped up. Figures emerged, stepping onto the island. Heroes. Real ones. Could these be the legendary 5? Before he could take it in, the swarm hit. Monsters poured in, fast, brutal, relentless. The girl didn't even blink. System prompts flickered across the air. Tactical command effect applied. All item levels maxed out. A tactical map bloomed across the battlefield. Heroes ready to be dragged into position. Then, action. One by one, they leapt from island to island, movements precise, formation perfect. Each strike carved through the horde like clockwork. Han moved instinctively, calling commands, setting defense points, placing units with exact precision. She watched him closely, expression unreadable. But just for a moment, pride flickered in her eyes. That's the same tactic you pulled back on floor 10, she said. Lock down the support nodes, fuel the push forward. Complicated on the surface, but the goal's as straightforward as it gets. She gestured toward the battlefield. Watch carefully. See how they move. See how they look at you. Han's eyes lingered on them, their stance, their discipline. Not a shred of hesitation. Trust ran deeper than words. That's why they call you their master, she whispered. From the front lines, voices echoed in perfect unison. Your orders, flawless as always. The girl straightened, gaze fixed ahead. Exactly. You were never ordinary. They know it. And you've always known it too. She lifted her hand, and the air itself seemed to sharpen. They swore an oath. One by one, they stepped forward. A girl with her bow drawn. I'm the king's arrow. The spearman, steady and unyielding. I'm the king's spear. A swordsman in steel. I'm the king's blade. A mage raising her tome with a grin. I'm the king's eyes. And at last, a knight, sword gleaming. I'm the king's flame. The clash erupted in the blink of an eye. The knight swung. Fire tore across the battlefield. Monsters dropped by the dozens. The girl laughed. Tell me that's not magnificent. They didn't just obey you. They gave you everything, she said, closing her eyes. Those are the 6 stars. Not even the 7s could stand against them. You shaped them into legends. Han looked at her, confusion still clouding his face. And what does that mean for me? She opened her eyes again. It's not just their skill. It's how they see you. Her tone slowed. Picture a tower. Picture heroes uncovering its truth and losing faith. Who would stay loyal to a master who treated them as disposable tools? She leaned closer. But you weren't that kind of master. You led them. To them, you were king. Her eyes softened. And even now, they're still searching. Because they know you're alive. Her gaze shifted toward the small fairy hovering nearby. Think about it, Han. What kind of hero scours the world for months, just because their master vanished? Han shook his head. No one from the other lobbies would. You're different, she answered simply. Your strategies, they're rigid, sharp, impossible to copy. Even I couldn't have created them. Her voice grew distant, as if staring up an unseen tower. But the thing that stung me most? You never used synthesis. Han's expression darkened. She didn't stop. That's how most players manage their heroes. Anyone weak, anyone disobedient, they're erased. No second chances. Fear keeps the survivors in line. Han's thoughts drifted. A rookie's eyes came back to him. Raw talent, but unrefined. Another master would have tossed him aside, sacrificed him for the slim chance of something better. But Han never pulled a 5-star. Not once. His entire deck? A single 4-star. The rest, barely worth mentioning. People laughed at him, called his account garbage, told him to quit. But he never did. He knew what it was like to be left behind. A memory surfaced, him as a child, standing alone on the sidewalk. A father laughed with his son. But when a man's eyes met Han's, the laughter died. The warmth vanished, and the man looked away. That memory lingered. No, Han muttered under his breath. I never treated them like that. Maybe I used synthesis once or twice, but never to discard someone just for being weak. Her smile softened. Most players did. Every single day. But you didn't. That alone speaks volumes. She studied him for a moment before continuing. It's not just your playstyle. It's how you see people. Most masters burn through heroes like they're disposable. When the shine fades, they toss them aside. But you, Han's mind drifted back to the ones who had followed him. His team, the ones who stayed. He never let go of anyone who had potential. A system built on fear, he thought. That kind of leadership collapses eventually. He remembered his own way, rewarding effort, enforcing discipline only when it mattered. Always with purpose. The girl tilted her head. Do you even realize what you've done? Her faint smile returned. They're alive, Han. Every last one of them. She turned fully toward him now. You must have felt it, even if you didn't want to admit it. There's no way you led them like that without sensing something. Her eyes widened, not in fear, but in realization. It's the only answer that fits. Han straightened slowly, caught off guard. From across the room, her voice carried. Do you know what I think? Then, almost reverently, every hero here, they're real. She repeated it, firmer this time. No one could have fought like that, unless, deep down, they knew. Han turned, stunned. She met his stare, shrugged lightly. Just a theory. Han pulled out a sleek device, scrolling through profile after profile. He remembered the difference in response. Giving the same order to 2 heroes, yet their timing, instincts, even their subtle choices were never the same. It had amazed him back then. The system was brilliant. But he had never once considered, what if they weren't just data? What if they were real? Back then, all he cared about was execution. Precision. Winning. Arms crossed, he glanced back at her. So that's why you were watching me? She nodded. I always wanted to meet you. But on Earth? Nearly impossible. Han understood instantly. His voice softened, almost reluctant. Yeah, I felt the same way. But then his tone flipped. A grin tugged at his lips. If that's the case, maybe I should just go dig you up in some random forest. The shift didn't last. His expression hardened. His voice dropped cold as he stepped closer. But you stirred up too much resentment. And I can't forgive that. Kate lowered her head, fingertips brushing the rim of her glass before setting it down without a word. Han leaned in, his words sharp and final. He had no ties to Tonia, no ties to Nibelheim. He was nothing more than a man from Earth. Then he turned, heading back to his seat. But Kate's laugh stopped him in his tracks. Your heroes wouldn't let that slide, she teased. Without turning around, Han shot back flatly. I don't care. None of it added up. His team was thriving. They'd climbed to the 88th floor with barely any losses. There was no reason to drag him here, just to push higher. He had no interest in playing along. His anger snapped. Han spun back, voice sharp as steel. Back off, before I lose what little patience I've got left. But Kate didn't so much as flinch. She spread her arms slightly. I saw something in you, she said evenly. The potential to become the Han Mobius needed. Then she gave a casual shrug. But truthfully, I just wanted to see if you'd make it this far. And if that means putting up with your tantrum, so be it. Han's glare darkened. The Dark Apostle on the 10th floor, he said coldly. That was you, wasn't it? Kate's gaze never wavered. And if it was, she asked coolly. What then? She crossed her legs, as if to soften the air. Don't be so dramatic. I intended to stop interfering after the 15th floor anyway. Resting her head against her hand, she added, Tonia would have welcomed you, with or without me. But this place? It's as merciless as Nibelheim. Even if you give everything you've got, odds are 90% you'll quit before the end. She paused, her eyes locked on him. But if you take my help, that can change. Han stayed silent. Kate extended her hand across the space. I'll swear on my name, she said. Climb the tower, and I'll send you back. More than that, I'll hand you half my Mobius shares. A faint smile touched her lips. You become one of the most powerful shareholders in the entire corporation. You'd hold real control. Her gaze sharpened, steady. So, are you ready to make it official? Han's eyes narrowed. Don't test me, he warned. You swore you'd send me back, not empty-handed. He took a step closer, tone cutting. This deal of yours, it's too good. There's a catch. There has to be. Kate blinked, momentarily thrown by the edge in his voice. Why do you still despise me so much? She asked quietly. Han didn't answer. Instead, he drew his blade and hurled it straight at her head. She never got to finish her sentence. That was his reply. He would carve out the truth on his own. He didn't need her, didn't trust her, and he'd never rely on her. Kate pulled the blade free, calm, unshaken. Her form flickered, glitching before snapping back into place. She met his eyes, unreadable. That's the resolve it takes, she said simply. No one reaches the summit without it. Then, softer, almost gentle, the words repeated. I forgive your arrogance. And then, she revealed it. At her signal, a golden door shimmered into existence. Vast, towering, radiant. She called it the true prologue. The doors groaned open, flooding the space with blinding light. Kate turned back to him, the faintest smile tugging at her lips. I built this ending just for you, she whispered. But then her eyes narrowed, and the light behind her shifted, no longer gentle, but sharpened into a weapon. A warning. In an instant, the world around Han dissolved. He now stood in a land unlike any he had ever known. Humans and non-humans living side by side, laughter ringing through the air. Children, towny as children, ran through golden streets, chasing each other beneath the sun. A world at peace. Kate's voice cut through the illusion. This land once thrived, she said, until they came. She didn't need to say who. The laughter fell silent, swallowed by chaos. The peaceful streets crumbled, torn apart by an invasion that left only ash and ruin behind. Kate turned toward him, her voice quieter now. Do you see why this ending hurts? The truth unfolded. This wasn't a war waiting to begin. It had already been lost. To undo it meant bending fate itself. Yet, even in that despair, a spark of hope lingered. Kate lifted her hand, pointing at him. If you want to save this world, you must conquer the tower. She promised he wouldn't fight alone. Others would gather, bound by fate, fellow heroes who would stand at his side. She reminded him. The future of this world rested on him. His choices, his strength, entire lives now waited for his decision. But her warning cut deeper. The enemy wasn't just powerful. They were hidden, burrowed in places no one dared explore. Could Han face them? Could he endure the climb? Doubt surged inside him. None of this sounded real. He didn't believe her. But Kate didn't falter. Keep climbing, she told him firmly. You're not alone. At the summit, I'll be waiting. Han turned his back. Leave me out of this. And then, everything shifted again. A system prompt lit the air. Memories he thought long buried surged to the surface. The hero he once was awakened. His card shone, evolving. His rank leapt forward, now 2 stars. His gaze lifted to the glowing pedestal ahead. It was finished. The system's voice echoed, congratulating him on new skills unlocked. Nearby, Aaron gave a quiet smile. His traveler, his comrade, was back. What did you see? He asked. Han only shrugged. Another step forward. You'll face it soon enough. Then he asked, what's the status? Aaron's reply was plain. No change. Han nodded. He hadn't forgotten. Aaron still had a sister waiting. That was the mission. He would climb. He would finish this. And then, he would go home. Later, lying in the dark, Han stared at the ceiling. Everything looked the same. Yet inside, something had shifted. He made a silent vow. Whoever dragged him into this world, whoever pulled the strings, they would regret it. Morning came. A flickering system alert filled his vision, glitching, unstable. The message? An apology. A formal notice, blaming the chaos on a massive system error days ago. Han exhaled slowly, remembering the disconnections that plagued the lower-tier masters. So that's what it all was. Another layer of lies. To Han, it only confirmed the truth. There was no chance the Dark Apostle's appearance on the 10th floor was coincidence. It matched the glitch too perfectly. No question about it. Another message blinked into view. This one promised compensation, 50,000 gold. Not bad. Isel appeared in her usual bright burst of energy, clapping to celebrate his rank up. But her excitement dimmed the moment she saw his face. What's wrong? She asked. You don't look even a little happy. Han hesitated, then said quietly, I met your original. The words froze her in place. What do you mean by that? Han paused, then guessed aloud. It had to be Mobius CEO. That was the only explanation that made sense. Isel looked rattled. Whatever he'd stumbled onto wasn't something she'd prepared for. She had no idea what her original might have told him. But Han brushed it aside. It didn't matter. He wasn't here to dig into secrets. He was just venting. The only thing that mattered now was the tower. Climbing higher. For that, he still needed her. Isel straightened, regaining her usual spark. Then let me help, she said, handing him something shiny. A gold coupon. Han blinked, confused. He hadn't even known such a thing existed. Isel stared at him like he was out of his mind. Wait, seriously? You don't know what this is? It's a gift card, she explained. You can trade it for anything. Han's eyes narrowed. And who sent it? The master, she said. He was impressed. This is your reward, a token of how much he values you. Han had heard of these cards before, usually given out during events. But this one felt different. Maybe the master was shocked they'd gotten this far without intervention. Even so, Han handed it back. Give it to someone else. I don't need it. Isel's jaw dropped. You're refusing? Do you have any idea? This can get you literally anything. But Han shook his head. 10,000 gold barely buys anything useful in the shop. Exhaustion edged his voice. Anything else? If not, I'm going to bed. Isel hesitated. Then the system chimed. A purchase had just been made, with a gift card. Han frowned. He hadn't bought anything. Isel pulled out a small wooden horse and placed it gently on the floor in front of her. A system message appeared. A gift from a hero you admire. Han stared at it flatly. What is this? What am I supposed to do with it? It's from a master, she said. Han looked at the wooden figure for a long moment, then let it fall to the ground with a dull thud. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Gifts should mean something, he muttered. As he left, his thoughts drifted to the others. Why reward just him? What about the heroes who'd fought just as hard? His eyes flicked back once at the trinket on the floor. A gift without meaning, without purpose, was worthless. Later, lying on his bed, Han's mind kept circling. He knew, deep down, the kinds of gift that would bring real joy to real heroes. And he caught himself. Why was he even thinking like that? That wasn't him. Not long after, he stood before a massive portal. This time, he didn't even flinch. Around him, voices rose, chanting for the rift in space and time to open. Han sized up the situation fast. His level wasn't the problem anymore. What mattered now were the threats waiting on the other side. He let out a slow sigh. Let's wrap this up quickly. Even as he steadied himself, his thoughts flickered back to the master. For someone who had joined so late, the power he wielded was absurd. Unreal. Then his gaze caught Ivalka. She was tense. No surprise, after what she'd endured back on the 10th floor. She turned to him with a question. Where to next? Han didn't answer. He didn't need to. They weren't ready for what lay ahead. Not at this reckless pace. No one truly understood how the choose me ending worked. Yet there was again, bold and mocking across his vision. Climb the tower and save the world. The sight made his blood boil. Then another alert flashed. Main dungeon, 11th floor. Before he could react, the system spoke again. Gate opens in 10 seconds. Prepare for entry. Han cut his eyes toward the group. Get ready. We're going in. Ivalka froze, blindsided by how fast everything was moving. Han's thoughts soured. He remembered that familiar arrogance among certain players, the ones who swore raw skill was enough, who believed heroes alone could carry them through, with no strategy, no preparation. He hated that kind of thinking. To him, progress was earned, floor by floor, blood by blood. Getting shoved forward like this only proved how clueless the so-called player behind them really was. Then the mission alert appeared. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Han's jaw tightened. Whoever was pulling the strings thought they were some kind of expert. But to him, it was clear they had no idea what it really took to reach the 100th floor. Moonlight spread across a desolate field, revealing endless rows of gravestones. Long shadows stretched across the dirt. The ground shook. Bony hands clawed free, followed by entire corpses dragging themselves upright. Hollow eyes glowed. Rusted weapons clattered in their grip. Level 11 elites. Han's voice cut the night. Positions. The group snapped into formation, blades out, shields braced, breath steady. Tension thickened. The undead surged forward. Han charged first, taking point at the front. This wasn't about chance anymore. This was his proving ground. Every skeleton that lunged fell beneath his blade, but he knew it wouldn't last. If enemies kept scaling like this, the climb ahead would be nothing less than hell. Each fallen corpse erupted in fire, dragging his memory back, Back to that first encounter with a 4-star threat. The master had merged that monster with him. He remembered the 5 heroes summoned during that trial. Only one survived. Even so, Han hadn't blamed the master. Not then. A sharp crack snapped him back to the present. Jenna tore through the chaos, spinning midair. Her kick smashed into a skeleton, sending it tumbling across the ground. Her expression said everything. These enemies weren't just strong. They were endless. Relentless. Han pressed forward, blade cutting through ranks of the undead. But his mind drifted back to the beginning. Back when a master used a plan. There were structures, training regiments, crafted gear, carefully built strategies Han himself had recommended. But after the 5th floor, everything shifted. Impulse replaced order. The plans vanished. What remained was only chaos. Beside him, Aaron moved in sync, deflecting strikes in perfect rhythm. They fought as one, their bodies moving on instinct alone. The sight pulled another memory from Han, a mission that should have been impossible. And yet, together, they survived. But after that, it was as if the master stopped trying entirely. Ivalka's eyes closed in silence. Heat gathered in her palm until a sphere of flame bloomed, burning brighter with each second. Han's gaze lingered, thoughts darkening. Every misstep since the 5th floor replayed in his head. 5 summons wasted. No upgrades. No gear. No strategy. And still, they were thrown headlong into the 10th floor. Even so, against every odd, they endured. Now they stood surrounded by scorched bones and silence, bodies battered, lungs burning, but alive. Victorious again. Yet Han knew the truth. This wasn't the master's victory. The master had failed them. He had mistaken their strength for his own, leaning too heavily on their power, forgetting the role he was meant to play. No, this victory belonged to Han. Power surged through him. Light radiated, his level rising higher. It wasn't just numbers, it was growth he'd carved out for himself. A step forward he had earned. Night fell, draping the world in quiet. The wind stirred the trees, while lanterns outside the stone house flickered like fading stars. Han leaned against the wall, arms crossed. His voice cut through the stillness. Isel appeared instantly, as bright and sharp as ever. Han met her eyes. "Do you always come when I call?" She nodded. "Always." "Good," Han said. "Because I have questions." Isel hesitated, her tone shifting, cautious now. "There are limits. I can't tell you everything." "I'm not asking for everything," Han said flatly. "Just get me close." Clearly flustered, she shut her eyes, shouting, "Fine, but this is the last time." Han wasted no time. "What's the name of the original fairy?" The question stunned her. She tapped a finger to her chin, thinking hard. "The directors had a lot of names," she said at last. "Over 100 million, actually. A new one for every world. In Tonia, she was Kate." Han repeated it under his breath. Kate. And then the thought followed. If she was Kate here, she'd have been someone else in Nibelheim. Pieces began to click. After the 10th floor, every master was granted their own lobby. The world itself changed with each rating, reshaped by its master. If Isel was telling the truth, then every single world's fate hinged on the master at its center. Hundreds of millions of worlds, all turning, all under different hands. The scale of it was staggering. But he wasn't done. "What is Mobius?" Han asked. Isel blinked. "You'll need to be more specific." "I'm not talking about the company," Han said. "I mean the spiral galaxy. The one with endless worlds." She studied him, then gave a slow nod. "Each master gets a world. Unique. No duplicates. Not even among heroes." Han's stare sharpened. "I've met Kate," he said. "I want to know who she really is." His voice dropped lower. "Did she ever hurt the master?" That was the real question. Isel's tone shifted. "No one becomes a master without first living on Earth." Han dismissed it with a wave. That wasn't what mattered. He pressed again. Had Kate ever betrayed the master? Isel stayed silent. The silence was louder than any denial. When Han pushed once more, she faltered. The thought itself unsettled her. She didn't want to believe Kate could be capable of something like that. Flustered, she promised to check the data, then vanished. Left alone, Han sank onto the bed, folding his hands behind his head, eyes locked on the ceiling. There was no point chasing Mobius tonight. It wouldn't change anything. The fire crackled in the corner, sparks drifting upward like fleeting thoughts. For now, he let the quiet take over. Eventually, Isel returned. This time she stood firm. Her voice was steady. "The master is just an ordinary user. Nothing more. There's no danger." Han wasn't convinced. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I confirmed it with another director. It's safe." But then she added, interference like that came with heavy risks and strict conditions. It wasn't something done lightly. Han leaned back into the pillow. That was enough for now. Outside, training dummies stood motionless in shadows. Then Usher's voice rang out. "Start the duel." The match began. Han struck first, blade cutting clean. In that instant, it all clicked. The master's failures weren't a mystery. They came down to bad choices. Nothing more. Roderick's weapon flew toward him. Han dodged. The strike was powerful, reckless. His teammate wasn't holding back, but Han was ready. He raised his shield, bracing against the next blow, and then the realization hit. The master wasn't just inexperienced. He was infected, blinded by the belief that he couldn't lose. Usher unleashed another wave of attacks. Faster, harder. Han kept slipping away, eyes sharp. If that arrogance spread any further, it would consume him. Another swing, blocked. But Edith appeared in the shadows, daggers flashing. Steel cut across his cheek. 3 against 1. He couldn't win this head-on. But Han's mind wasn't on the fight alone. He recognized the signs. The infection was still in its early stages. If they acted fast, maybe it wasn't too late. Jenna and Aaron dove in, blades flashing, fists striking. Now, it was chaos. A full clash, heroes pushing each other to their limits. And in the center of it all, Han saw the truth crystal clear. The only way to snap the master out of this spiral. It was clear now. The only way to break the master's arrogance was to take away the crutch he leaned on most. That crutch was Han. Han gritted his teeth and threw himself back into the brawl. Later, sunlight spilled across the city streets, turning the cobblestones gold. The team walked in silence, their boots tapping against stone. Jenna glanced at Aaron. "So it's true?" she asked. "We're going straight to the 12th floor?" Aaron hesitated. "That's what it looks like, but yeah, it feels rushed." Han trailed behind, still processing it himself. They had just cleared the 11th floor, and by Earth's clock, not even a full day had passed. Then Isel appeared before them. She raised her hand, calling for a tear in space-time. The air shimmered. The next gate was already forming. 2 floors cleared in under 24 hours. Jenna stepped up to the glowing rift. She glanced back. "You coming?" Han didn't answer immediately. His eyes were on the ferry. Which floor did the master choose? Isel hesitated, then finally said it. "The 12th. Han's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, thought so." The others looked at him, puzzled, waiting for his move. He made it. Crossing his arms, Han said flatly, "I'm not going." Isel froze. The words hit like stone. Han didn't budge. "I mean it. This isn't something to mess around with." Jenna blinked, stunned. "Wait, you mean we can refuse? I thought we had to follow orders." Han scanned his team. "There's always a choice," he said calmly. "You just have to be ready for the consequences." Jenna frowned. Didn't others try to resist and still got pulled in any way? "They broke the rules," Han replied, his voice even. Isel's tone spiked, frustration slipping through. "You need to rethink this. It's too dangerous." Han cut her off. "Dangerous? You mean like throwing us into a dungeon without warning?" The fairy tried again, but Han silenced her with a glare. "I already know what you're going to say." A surge of bright blue light rippled from the gate. Han felt it, the invisible line. Crossing it wasn't optional. Refusing to enter was one thing, but rejecting synthesis? That was worse. The master could erase him, replace him with someone more obedient in an instant. But Han stood firm. "I'm not going," he said again, voice steady. Final. Ivalka's voice split the silence, raw with disbelief. "So that's it? You're just leaving us behind?" "That's your call," Han answered coldly. "I won't stop you." The air froze. Aaron's grip on his spear tightened. "If he's out," he said, nodding toward Jenna, "then so am I." Jenna stretched lazily, her tone edged with ice. "You could have told us we had a choice, Han." She stepped back. "I'm done too." Her partner looked stunned. Ivalka, caught between them, hesitated. Her voice shook. I'm not going either." And then, a glowing message materialized in the air. "Group deployment denied. Some heroes' refuse orders. The master may choose to listen or punish." Han read the message and smirked. "Let him try." Isel looked rattled, her voice trembling. This wasn't in the script." Jenna glanced at him. "So what now?" Han looked away for a moment, then gave the slightest grin. "Now we wait." Above them, the sky split open. An enormous eye appeared, gazing down from the heavens. The player was watching. Han didn't flinch. "Let's see how he reacts." The others slowly tilted their heads back, staring into that overwhelming gaze. And then it hit Han. The master probably had no idea his creations could resist him. Maybe he'd never even bothered to read the rules. That ignorance had led them here. Sensing the shift, Isel quietly summoned the rest. One by one, the group gathered. Edith arrived, scanning their faces. "Why'd you call everyone?" A voice answered from the crowd. "We're not going." Edith blinked, stunned. "Wait, what?" The sky was calm, sunlight pouring down as if mocking the tension. Han sat on a bench, relaxed, answering her questions without a flicker of fear. Edith, though, was shaken. She realized how dangerous this was. If Han couldn't stand by this choice, he could be erased. But he wasn't pretending. He was steady, unmoved. They went back and forth, Edith warning him. The player wouldn't let this slide. Han cut her down with one line. "So what? We're supposed to follow every command without question. We're not here to serve." We're here to survive. The words landed. Edith froze, then looked at the others, trying to sway them. Han stayed quiet, watching, and in that silence, he understood. They weren't united by loyalty. What bound them was survival. Edith turned back at last. Her eyes found Aaron. We're going, she said firmly. We need strength. I won't be someone's experiment. With that, the others moved toward the portal, leaving Han and Jenna behind on the bench. Jenna sat down beside him, her voice low. So what happens to us now? Han didn't soften the truth. I don't know. It's all in the Master's hands. He paused, then added, if I get synthesized, don't fight it. Save yourself. Jenna looked at him, calm. Steady. You're going to outlast us all, she said. Aaron's voice carried from nearby. He's got more resolve than any of us. Ivalka nodded in agreement. If nothing else, you're the one who never wavered. Han exhaled quietly, closing his eyes with a faint smile. They'd come so far, learned so much, but peace never lasted. A system alert burst across his vision. One of his team was bleeding out. Then another, and another. The warnings piled up in rapid succession. The 12th floor was different. The gate opened, and the group stumbled out, bloodied, battered, barely standing. They leaned on one another, dragging themselves forward on sheer willpower. Han's eyes locked on Edith. How are you holding up? At first, she said nothing. Then her voice broke the silence. Han. Her eyes swept over the survivors, sharp and unyielding. How do you just ignore a command like that? Han cracked a grin. Simple. You just do it. A sharp notification blinked. Edith declined the mission. With that choice, the second squad was instantly shut down. Her team stood there, worn out but still on their feet. Isel froze. Confidence drained from her, replaced with panic as everything unraveled. Han only chuckled. With both teams out, the Master can't touch the main dungeon or the exploration one. He faced the group, calm and steady. We'll keep training like nothing's changed. No reason for him to suspect a thing. Restock your potions. Jenna, Aaron, handle the daily solo. I'll meet you after. Isel snapped. If this keeps up, the Master might just abandon us entirely. Han didn't blink. Then he was never strong enough to reach the top. She stammered. He could synthesize you. Han shrugged. Better a clean in than that. And if anyone gets absorbed into the system, it'll be the one who sparked this rebellion. Isel lowered her head, hiding her face. Her body shook as she tried to hold back. But Han pressed on. Yeah, maybe his stress spikes. Maybe his spirit drops. But our team? They'll see what's happening. They'll start to trust again. He stretched out a hand toward her. There's still time for him to change. To earn us back. To lift morale. Then he turned, leading the squad away. Just before fading from sight, he threw out one last jab. Our player's not exactly a genius. Isel stood rooted to the spot, dread heavy on her shoulders. The next day, they entered the weekly dungeon. Their goal, gather elemental stones for ascension. The portal glowed, confirming both mission and location. Han split them into two groups. One squad returned with a fire elemental stone. Jenna and Aaron pushed through the forest path. Han and Ivalka descended into the ravine, cliffs alive with glowing crystal veins. After regrouping, they dove right back into training. Han's sword and shield mastery climbed to level 6. But he knew the next leap wouldn't come easy. He needed sharper drills, stronger opponents, someone who could actually challenge him. He cut through his teammates' attacks with ease, then pointed at Ivalka. Your turn. Unlock telekinesis. Ivalka groaned. But all I got is fire magic. Han smirked. Then get used to potatoes because that's all you'll eat until you pull off. The sky darkened. Winds tore through the training grounds. Days slipped by. And still, the Master didn't log in. Leaning against Han's shoulder, Isel whispered, what if he's not coming back? Han sipped from his mug. Guess we'll see. Then, out of nowhere, a new notification flashed. The Master logged in. Isel lit up, hope surging. He didn't forget us. Edith appeared beside her. Maybe he finally came to his senses. Han lifted his cup again, unimpressed. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have crashed this hard to begin with. Han set his mug down with a soft clink. It's clear what he's doing. Compensation currents to reshuffle the raid lineup. A notification popped instantly. Advanced summon activated. New cards drawn. Stein, Mazel, Tazur. All rare. Edith glanced at Han. If they're like us, we'll have to draw lots to see who stays. Han rose, already walking away. No need. They're not joining this squad. She blinked. Why not? You'll see. At the stairway, the newcomers were already fighting. Mazel wrinkled her nose, griping about Tazur's smell. Stein tried to calm things down. Tazur snapped back, calling her pretentious. Mazel fired right back, neither giving an inch. Han strolled closer, watching them unravel. Less than 5 minutes in, and they were tearing each other apart. Stein spotted him and rushed over. You were summoned before us, right? Han gave a single nod. The bickering behind them grew louder. I'm Stein, he said quickly. Knight in training. Please, can you step in? They won't listen to me. Nearby, Tazur sneered. Like I'd take orders from a weakling. Mazel backed him up, sharp and dismissive. No offense, but I'm not following some spoiled noble who lucked into power. That cut deep. Stein's fist clenched. Say what you want, but drag my family into it again, and we're done. His patience snapped. Sword drawn, he turned on his own teammates. Edith muttered under her breath to Han. What's wrong with him? Han didn't look away. Not every summon works out. Some combos tank stats just by existing together. And then the chaos broke loose. Stein swung wildly, shield up. Tazur yelled he'd teach him a lesson, hurling knives like darts. Stein barely blocked in time. Mazel joined in with spells, sparks tearing through the air. The summoning gate became a battlefield. That's when Isel stormed in. Have you lost your minds? Do you want to die before the mission even starts? Tazur froze mid-attack, startled. Who even are you? Isel stepped forward, hand to her chest. The master's confidant. And if you think any of you can match me, you're dreaming. Stein dragged a hand down his face in exasperation. Isel folded her arms, her tone final. This ends here. I'll overlook it once. Don't expect a second chance. Mazel glared, jabbing at Tazur and Stein. Then get rid of them. I won't stay with these two. I can't even breathe around them. She spun toward Han, sword lifted. If I'm joining a party, it'll be one led by a real hero. Isel stood firm. Not your choice. Only the master decides who belongs where. Right then, the team assignment screen blinked into existence. Beside them, a time rift portal tore open, glowing with shifting light. Han started walking off. Edith called after him. Where are you going? Bed. He didn't even slow down. Those three? They're not coming back. He dropped onto the bed, hands folded behind his head. His eyes closed, only for alerts to start flooding in. Tazur has entered madness. Combat initiated. More messages rolled in. Health bars plummeting. Warnings piling up. Han groaned, rolled to his side, and tried to drown it all out. Then another alert blinked into view. All three characters defeated. Mission failed. Master has been defeated. High above, Isel hovered quietly. A prompt flickered across her vision. Exit game? Are you sure? The system's flat goodbye message followed, and Isel screamed, throwing her arms wide in frustration. She dropped down, hovering inches above Han. What are we supposed to do if he never comes back? Han cracked one eye open. It's possible. Isel yanked his hair hard. Possible. What about me? What about everyone else? Her voice shook. If he's gone 6 months, the account gets deleted. You know that. Her tone broke into pleading. He can't just abandon us. Han's voice lowered. 6 months there. But for us? That's a year and a half. Isel's wings trembled. Her voice softened to a whisper. We can't build anything without a master. I'll lose my power. I'll disappear like I was never here at all. Her words cracked. I haven't even been alive that long. Han sighed, eyes still shut. Drama queen. Quit it. We don't even know if he's leaving. Isel wiped her face. Han opened one eye at her. Relax, he said. If he were that weak, he'd already be gone. She hesitated. You really think so? Han met her eyes. She nodded faintly. Then, I'll trust you. Han arched a brow. So why the meltdown? You actually think it's that bad? That you'll really vanish if we don't climb the tower? She hovered there, wings flickering in the air. Yes, I'll fade away. Han stopped, gaze fixed on the ceiling. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Half a year. He turned toward the window, eyes drifting to the towering outer wall of Nibelheim. Time was slipping away. The next morning, a prompt appeared on screen. Purchase now. Mobius is cheering for the master's success. A new alert followed. Triple gold pack selected. Includes 5,000 diamonds plus 3 gift cards. Cost 90,000. Another window blinked up. Proceed with 90,000 deduction. Before Han could react, golden light erupted in front of him. A tall blonde man materialized as the system announced. Advanced summoning activated. Master is eager to see who answers. Thunder shook the room. Light burst again. The first hero landed, Noken. A wide grin stretched across his face as he glanced around. Where are we? Wait, are those girls? Rare hero acquired. Then another figure stepped through, a bearded man, calm and steady. His eyes swept the area. Looks interesting. But first we eat. Rare hero acquired. A third man appeared, gray-haired, posture sharp. His eyes swept the area. Who's in charge? Take us to the shelter. Rare hero acquired. Han turned to the blonde. Fresh recruits. Think they deserve a welcome. The blonde answered flatly. No. From behind, Noken stepped in, voice loud. Who are you people? Looking to get yourselves killed. Han shot him a glare. You talk too much. Shut up and listen. At the training field, a red-haired girl turned toward Edith, just as Han called her off. Stand by. From the sidelines, Jenna muttered, this is even worse than when my squad got summoned. Noken raised his sword, pointing it straight at Han. Who do you think you're talking to? Han didn't move. His bangs shadowed his eyes. Someone nearby whispered, It's not about the recruits, it's about him. Han didn't reply. He just drove his fist into Nokin's face. Once. Twice. Again. Across the field, frustration boiled over. A dark-haired girl punched the screen in anger, sick of bad pulls. 3 failed summons in a row. No strategy. No synergy. Just filler heroes. Edith stepped in, firing back at the player while Han held him steady. Some players knew how to blend 1 stars and 5 stars into a real team. That took planning. Understanding. This was just noise. Sometimes the smarter move was to burn through 5 spins and pray something stuck. Another update flashed across the system. Nokin, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, Jian added to Group 3. Han rested a hand on his belt. Welcome aboard. Sorry, no warm-up. You'll figure out as we go. First real fight hits in seconds. The hall blazed with light as the rift of time and space stirred, opening wide. The battered newcomers stepped forward one by one, swallowed by the glow. Someone muttered that at least they hadn't killed each other, though one of them looked barely alive after the ordeal. Icel descended, wings glimmering, handing out the reward. The master sends his regards. A voice whispered from the back. They're catching on. Fast. Nearby, training dummies creaked in the wind. They slipped past. Jenna trailed close behind Han. Her voice was hushed. Do you think we're really in danger? Han looked over his shoulder. Do you? She hesitated, then admitted the recruits were the problem. They keep stirring things up. We could lose everything. From the corner, Nokin averted his gaze, sweat breaking out when Han's eyes locked on him. The blonde hero turned, scanning the squad. Jenna moved closer to Han, but he motioned her back. Nokin stepped forward, facing the group. Someone pointed out the obvious. They were running out of time. Still no mage, but overall, the formation looked solid, balanced enough to hold. Group 3 was finally shaping up. No deaths yet. On the surface, the master strategy seemed to be working. The blonde crossed his arms. Anyone know why those other squads never take missions? He didn't wait. Because their master abandoned them. The rest sat around the table, listening in silence as he went on. Once we level a bit more, we'll outpace them all. Every last one. Well, maybe not the mage. We could actually use her. Jelen raised an eyebrow. Aren't we already full? The bearded man grunted. We got 2 freeloaders. Drop 1, problem solved. Nokin's jaw fell open. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Han, steady as ever, just said, that's an interesting take. The blonde moved behind him. So, what are you even doing here? Just came for a drink. Han poured himself a cup, tone casual. But don't mind me. Keep talking. Be honest. Nokin muttered something under his breath, then stood. Not much else to say. I'm heading out. Need rest. Han watched him leave, silent. These guys, they didn't see teammates as people. To them, it was all numbers, units, resources. And still, the master seemed satisfied with them. Han's mind drifted upward to the tower. Floor after floor. They had clawed their way through the 14th, not without stumbles. 13 and 14 had been tolerable. But the 12th? Brutal. Maybe they'd gotten lucky. He raised his arms slightly, caught in thought. Not one member of Group 3 had hit level 10, yet the master kept forcing them higher. Once they broke floor 15, synthesis would unlock. Jenna caught up, out of breath. Are we really just going to keep circling like this? She shut her eyes for a moment. If we don't change something, they'll catch us. I'm out of options, Han. Everything I've got, it's all on you. Han didn't slow. I'll do what needs to be done. If you'd rather move to Group 3, I won't stop you. Jenna stiffened. Not happening. I can't stand them. Han smiled faintly. Good. Then wait. Our turn hasn't come yet. He broke into a sprint, calling back over his shoulder. So, you cracked telekinesis yet? Jenna smirked. Who do you think I am? With a flick of her finger, violet energy coiled around nearby debris, lifting it into the air. Sweat dotted her brow. Easy. Han nodded. That's real progress. In his head, he took note, no incantation. That meant she'd already reached beginner tier. Above them, a pale blue shimmer rippled faintly. A protective barrier. But then the thought hit him. Despite all their grinding, the master wasn't actually moving forward. From above, Han pictured the city below. The lobby was polished, sleek buildings, busy zones, but overcrowded with heroes. Clearing the 10th floor had unlocked new construction slots, third-tier structures, ready and waiting. But the master hadn't built a thing. Not that anyone noticed. The heroes were too busy fighting among themselves. Han turned his focus toward Group 3. Sunlight spilled through the room as he reviewed their prep for the 15th floor raid. Chloe stood in front of Jelen while Han quietly observed. Subtle things began to click. Maybe this was what the master saw in them. Small details surfaced here and there. Arguments over who got extra meat, someone dragging a couch out of the dining hall. But if they really cleared floor 15, that's when everything could break apart. A voice rang across the settlement. Group 3, report to the square. Now, Nokin and Jelen exchanged smug glances. Finally, one muttered. This'll be easy. The system confirmed it. Group 3 has received basic health potions. Han and Jinna sat on a bench, watching. She scowled toward the gathering. We fought so hard, and now they're the ones getting rewards. Han stayed calm. We can restock later. Around them, tension simmered. A few onlookers shifted nervously. Back when we hit floor 10, the square was empty, someone whispered. Now it's packed, another said. Could be a good thing. The gate lit up as a voice declared. Rift of time and space, open. The blonde stepped forward, his tone sharp. You arrogant bastards better keep watching. When we're back, I'll ask the master to teach you all a lesson. Edith smirked from behind Han. Looks like you've got fans. Han didn't answer, but in his mind, if Noken actually survives this, maybe I'll let him. Then the question everyone had been avoiding finally came. What happens if they finish the mission? Jenna turned away, her face tight. Han's reply was flat. Then we follow the master. No more resistance. If we don't, we're done. The portal pulsed brighter, wrapping Noken in a glow. Han's thoughts sharpened. Maybe they'd clear it. Maybe not. They'd survived worse. Odds didn't always matter. Sometimes heroes clawed their way back from the impossible. And if they did it now, the master's confidence would soar. The rest of them would be shoved into the shadows. Han turned to the others. If they make it back, don't fight it. Just go along. A flash of blue swallowed Group 3. Their figures flickered, then vanished into the next floor. Han knew exactly what that meant. The second they succeeded, he'd be first on the list for synthesis. From inside the portal, Noken's voice echoed, sharp and eager. Time to kill. As they disappeared, a new structure began to form behind them. Han stared, mind racing. Clear the floor, or be crushed beneath it. That was the deal. The blonde's expression shifted. His bravado cracked as reality hit. They had no idea where they'd landed. The dark-haired man stood with arms folded. Jenna sat stiffly across from Aaron, both uneasy. Edith lingered nearby with a few others. Another blonde watched in silence. Han stood off to the side, arms crossed, waiting. 5 minutes passed. No alerts. No messages. Maybe it meant they were holding on. Then, system message. Mission failed. Entire group eliminated. Han's eyes snapped open. Noken, Winard, Jellin, Robeal, and Jian have returned to the embrace of God. Their fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Han stared at the screen, blank. Winged figures drifted near the gate in silence. Did Group 3 just get wiped? The next alert confirmed it. Group 3 has been destroyed. The master has failed. He stood frozen. A special mission, over before it even started. Not even 5 minutes. Beside him, Jinna's voice broke through. What's happening? A prompt appeared. Does the master wish to exit the game? Then Icel's panicked whisper. He threw the phone. The system gave its cold farewell. Goodbye, user. Icel grabbed Han's sleeve, eyes wide. This is bad. What do we do? Han's calm reply cut through the noise. Everyone's watching. Let go. He rose to his feet. Jenna followed. Let's go. Nothing left to see. Jenna hesitated. But what about Group 3? They're gone, Han said flatly. Aaron glanced over. Jenna whispered. They had just entered. Han thought it through. An entire squad wiped before the fight even began. Not a single point earned. They were weak, he said at last. That's all it proves. Night fell over the settlement, heavy as a curtain. Somewhere near the wooden dummies, a scream cut the air. Han heard his name. Icel rushed toward him, anxious. What do we do now? Tell me what to do. He didn't turn. I'm training. You should rest. Weapons lay scattered across the field. Life goes on, Han said. Wake. Eat. Train. Eat again. Train more. Dinner. Repeat. Icel stared, stunned. It's been 10 days, she shouted. And the 1 stars? They're already slacking off. She imagined them sprawled around the dining hall, doing nothing. No master. No synthesis. Just a few still forcing themselves through the weekly dungeons. Han touched his chin, thinking. 10 days here, 3 days outside. Then a system alert broke the silence. Download complete. Time to take action. Welcome back, user. Icel gasped, tears welling. She turned toward the glow. Master. Han looked up. He's back. A flash lit the sky. Screenshot captured. Save the gallery. Another prompt. Would you like to exit the game? And finally, goodbye, user. Icel's fists clenched. That's it? He came back just for this. The fairy trembled in the air. Is he really planning to quit? Han watched the glow fade. He took a screenshot. That wasn't random. Icel blinked. You're saying he logged in just for memories? Han turned away. Looks like it. Silence stretched before he spoke again. What's your hobby, Icel? She frowned. Your hobby, he repeated. What do you like doing? She crossed her arms. Digging up stuff online. Han's eyes lit up. So you really can access the internet? Icel nodded. Han stepped closer, his voice serious. Then I need your help. Inside the building, the lights flickered faintly. Icel floated nervously. What kind of help? You want to connect to the network from here? She asked. Han stretched out on the bed, one arm tucked behind his head. Don't tell me you can't. Of course I can, the fairy snapped. She hovered closer, eyeing him. But crossing dimensions like this isn't easy. There are consequences. Han raised a brow. So, what's the holdup? 1 hour, max, Isel said, closing one eye as if weighing it out. Just a watch. But if you post or comment, the timer burns fast. Han leaned back, unfazed. Sound like a pain? It always is, she muttered. I haven't even checked Ragnar Loki's blog in forever. Han sat up. Still do it. Her eyes widened. You're going solo? If it's even possible, Han replied. A bead of sweat traced down her cheek. She smacked both sides of her face and let out a shout. Fine. But only this once, because it's you. With a sharp flick of her hand, a laptop-shaped shimmer appeared, glowing with magic. Energy hummed in the air. Han glanced at her. I can't hold it long, she warned. Do you really have a pose like that? He asked dryly. It helps me concentrate, she muttered, wings fluttering. Hovering above the radiant screen, she urged, hurry up already. Relax, Han muttered. I'm moving fast. His eyes locked onto the screen. It had been ages since he last logged in. Data spilled across the plain white background. Forums, guides, notices. Han scrolled quickly until the help board loaded. Then he froze. A crooked smile tugged at his lips. The screenshot was there, his master's username attached. He was right. Han studied the profile image. Was that supposed to be his self-portrait? Or AI art? Could this really be him on the other side? The comment section was packed, filled with users tearing into the master. Time ticked down. Isel's arm shook. Han. He didn't hesitate. His fingers struck the keys. If I can upload all my logs from a cloud, maybe it would change something. The cursor blinked. Then the replies exploded, comments pouring under his post. Isel's body jolted. She let out a strained yell, head snapping back. Han blinked. Right? Should have gone anonymous. She collapsed onto the bed beside him. Han glanced over. You did great. It's done. Still panting, she asked, did it really go through? Han nodded. Now it's on the master. Her eyes narrowed, drained. You actually sent something? Yeah, he said evenly. All my logs. Her eyes went wide. Wait, like a heavenly book. Han blinked. Isel puffed steam from her nose. There's a rumor. Says the public guides are fake. Locke hid the real raid path inside the book. And you, she jabbed a finger at him. You just handed that to the master. Han sighed, resting his arms on his knees. Cut me some slack. You're not completely wrong, he admitted. What I sent was 2 years' worth of runs. Strategy, analysis, mistakes, fixes, everything. Might as well have been a thesis. Isel's eyes lit up. So the book's real after all. Flames roared in the cauldron. Han calmly added, it's not everything. Just everything I wrote down. From a nearby slot, thick pages spilled out, worn with use. Han glanced at them, wondering, would the master even bother reading it? The pile was massive, never meant for public eyes. Reflections flickered across the window. But if he actually understands it. A grin spread slowly across Han's face. Light stirred in nearby houses. He leaned back, considering the question, would the master just vanish for good or return stronger, ready to try again? Outside, the settlement rested in quiet safety behind its towering walls. Then, system notification, download complete. Tap to proceed. Han reached forward. The chime followed. Welcome back. A dagger spun through the air, catching the light. Han sat still, calm, hands folded. He was back. A fairy floated in front of him, holding a small horse statue. From the master, she said. System notification. Battle comrade statue purchased for 5,000 gold. Granted to the user. Han extended a hand. I'll take it. The fairy hesitated. You're not going to smash it again, are you? Han accepted it gently. Before I sent the message, I made a change. He looked down at the statue, peaceful in his palm. I added a note. Told him to give this to a hero he actually cared about. A new prompt appeared. The user was pleased with the gift. Bond level increased. Han froze mid-step, eyes narrowing. The master had read it. All of it. Above, a vast eye opened in the sky, silent and watchful. Han didn't blink. I don't need a careless master. If this one's serious about climbing, he better match me, or surpass me. Anything less won't work. Clutching the horse, Han glanced toward his allies. If he really has it in him, then he'll be the star we follow. System notification. First group loyalty restored. By the fountain, the horse statue stood tall. What if the master never changes? Someone asked. A soft wind moved through the square. Behind the fountain, a tall building loomed in shadow. Han tilted his head up toward its rooftop windows. Unlikely, he said, but we'll see. Another voice called out. You mean logging in again? Han answered without pause. Depends how fast the interference points start stacking. He bent down, tightening his shoes. What's the situation? Han slid on his jacket as Isel spoke. It's how the main office links everything. Cause, effect, the core of the game. The more active the master, the more interference points stack. And if he starts leveling fast, they pile up even quicker. She lit up, practically bouncing. Oh, and don't forget the diamonds. Han raised a brow. Diamonds? She nodded fast. They're like solidified glasses, physical shards of creation power. With his back still turned, Han asked, same kind tied to real-world money? Exactly, she said. Cash hits harder than anything. Virtual funds are okay, but real money? That's power. And the system sweetens it. A 1% bonus for every deposit. Han took a slow step forward and snorted. 1%? That's a scam. He kept walking, calling out to his teammates. Shake off the rust. Enough sitting around. Without breaking stride, he dropped the verdict. They were back in the fight. System alerts lit the air. First group reactivated. A new notification praised the master for flipping their mindset. Jenna and Aaron followed close behind. Jenna gave a shrug. Whatever. At least we're not stuck in limbo. Not fired up? Someone teased. Before Jenna could answer, Ivalka blurted out. Loud and clear, nope, not at all. Then she froze, flustered, sweat dotting her face. I mean, yeah, totally fired up. Been waiting for this. Aaron eyed Han. Even with the master stepping in, we're still one short. That's 4 of us. Han waved it off. Don't worry. Nearby, a dark-haired girl turned away as the system confirmed it. She'd be filling in with Group 1, at least for now. Edith descended the stairs. So you really ditched the refusal? Han gestured at the system prompt. See for yourself. And the master? She pressed. You'll meet them soon enough. Right on cue, a system ping, Group 2 unlocked. Edith grinned. If you say so, I'm in. Another message locked it in. She was officially part of the first squad. Then the air split open. A white glow rippled wide as the rift stirred. Edith glanced at the team. Don't get used to me being around. Han shrugged. Didn't ask you to. You'll rejoin Group 2 once we clear floor 15. A sharp alert cut across the field. Current stage, 8th floor. Gate opening in 10 seconds. Light flared, revealing a sprawling city stretched behind them. Mission type, Conquest. Eliminate all enemies. Aaron squinted ahead. 8th floor already? Han nodded. Time to put training to work. The ground shook. A hulking beast slammed its paws into the dirt. Behind it, goblin riders poured forward, howling. Spin them. Ivalka shouted, raising her hand. The goblins roared, jaws wide, as a wall of mud ripped across the battlefield. Jenna's bowstring thrummed, arrows slicing the air, striking true. Ivalka thrust her arms forward. Ignite! A torrent of fire roared out, swallowing everything in its path. Han shielded his face from the heat. She used to take 40 seconds to cast that spell. Now, barely 10. This is it, he shouted, his blade cutting through enemies in a blur. Final stage. Blood sprayed across the floor. Edith, already drenched in gore, muttered, Remind me why you even dragged me here? A soft chime echoed. Floor cleared. Aaron and Ivalka shot up a level. Their rewards? 5,000 gold and a bundle of leather gear. Han's gaze shifted. Jenna was holding her ground so well now. He could finally trust her to guard the rear. The girls shared a glance. Jenna smirked. Getting bored yet? Edith shook her head. Not really. Watching this mess is actually entertaining. Han figured she hadn't meshed with the group yet, but she was sharp. She'd settle in soon enough. Ivalka drew a long breath, shutting her eyes. That's it, right? I'm spent. Can't keep casting forever. But just then, a system notification lit up. Top performer. Ivalka. Han paused, taking it in. She really had come a long way. Her control over magic was on a whole different level now. Without hesitation, he grabbed her arm. We're not done. She groaned. You've got to be kidding me. I'm already drained. Relax, someone cut in. This next part's nothing. Ivalka glared. That's what you always say. And it's never true. Nearby, rows of glass tubes shimmered in the dim light. Another system alert pinged. Han had maxed out his research capacity. A follow-up message urged them to begin research, essential for running the lobby smoothly. The group now stood in a shadowy chamber, a faint glow illuminating their surroundings. Ivalka scanned the space. A magic lab? Hands on her hips, she turned to Han. Care to explain why we're here? I said no physical work, didn't I? He replied. She frowned, confused. From now on, he continued, your role is research. A system prompt appeared. Research options unlocked. Hero feedback, building upgrades, dungeon analysis, all available. Assigning heroes would generate research points, the lifeblood for upgrading lobby systems. The system even flagged Ivalka as a recommended candidate. Before she could respond, a tiny fairy flickered into existence right beside her. Ivalka shrieked. Could you not pop up like that? The fairy gave a shrug. Not my choice. Just deal with it. They moved toward a small desk. A chair and container sat waiting. Isel pointed. Simple. Solve the problem, drop it in. That's your assignment. Ivalka scowled. Why me? I already studied all this back at the academy. Isel snapped back. Because the master said so. So unless you want to get tossed out, Do the work. Han opened a book, ignoring the bickering. Ivalka sank into the chair, cheek resting on her hand, looking utterly unmotivated. Another system alert blinked into view. Research unit gained. Current speed, 10 units per hour. Cost, 10 diamonds per hour. A pale blue flame flickered to life inside the cauldron. Han glanced over. 10 an hour? That's awful. Not that I'm surprised. She's not exactly built for this. The system confirmed the schedule, 3 hours of research per day. Another warning followed. Push researchers too far, and they'd burn out. Isel repeated it word for word. 3 hours a day. No more. Ivalka gawked at her. 3 hours? My brain's already fried. The system promptly logged her outburst. I mean it, she shouted. This isn't easy. I'm losing my mind over one stupid problem. This is slavery. Han finally realized she wasn't just being dramatic. Her workload really was stacked. He shut the book with a snap. They couldn't afford to break her down this early. Isel, he called, put in a request with the craftsman. A moment later, a notification popped up. Han had ordered a fur coat for 3,000 gold. A dazzling white coat shimmered into view. Ivalka snatched it up instantly. Han smirked. What did I say? You wanted it anyway. Consider it advance payment. Keep this up, and the perks won't stop. Ivalka shot him a glare. You think you can bribe me with snacks and a coat? They both tugged at the fluffy garment until Han leaned back. Fine. Hand it over then, if you don't want it. She clutched it tighter. Who said I didn't? Fine, I'll do it. I'll take care of everything. Behind them, water roared over a stone bridge, its echo filling the chamber. Another system notice appeared. The craftsman is still working. Upgrading gear. Sending heroes to weekly dungeons. Forging weapons in the central workshop. Clang. A hammer struck metal. Lines of heroes waited for their turn. Han rested his chin in his hand, quietly watching. The recruits, the restructuring, the upgrades. This was the master's doing. He'd changed in for the better. At the next table, a girl struck up a conversation. Ivalka leaned back, eyes closed. I stick to fire magic, but I've studied plenty of the others. She glanced at Han. You've got some skill. Ever think about picking up magic? Han arched a brow. You serious? She nodded. It'd be hard teaching you on my own, sure. But with the books we have, it's possible. Han pulled out 2 game cards. Both showed 2 stars, proof he was still a beginner. If I reach 3 stars, I can specialize, he explained. Right now, I'm leaning warrior. But if I meet the right requirements, I might unlock a hidden class. Something like swordsman mage. Just picturing it left him wide-eyed. Appreciate it, he added. But I think I'll stick with one path. Rare doesn't always mean better. She smiled. Fair enough. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. That's when someone snorted. You're only suggesting that because you don't want to make the choice yourself. Ivalka froze. Excuse me? What kind of ridiculous? The guy just grinned. Bullseye. She lowered her gaze, her voice trailing off. Han shifted closer, changing the subject. So, before all this, what was your life like? She turned her head away. I was a farmer. Ivalka scoffed. Yeah, right. Nobody's buying that. The lamp by the window flickered weakly. Focus, someone reminded her. With a sigh, she picked up her pen again. Han spoke quietly. She was from a noble family. Lost everyone during the war. Ivalka's eyes narrowed, then widened as light shimmered above the table. What is that? Han looked up, his eyes sharp. It's starting. The air rippled. A system alert chimed. Hero reaction research reached level 1. Sparks erupted through the room. Another message followed. The goddess has blessed the lobby. Ivalka stared at the glowing motes, speechless. Han spread 3 cards across the table. This research unlocked 3 new paths. The master spent 30 points here. Ivalka dropped her head with a groan. Ugh, I feel sick. Check your stat window, Han told her. A screen snapped into view in front of her. She screamed. Han leaned in. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now you can see everything. Your skills, all laid out in numbers. Images flickered in his mind. Groups of players crowding around buildings, confused, lost. The third group gone before they even understood the mission. They never saw the messages. But hero reaction research changed that. Ivalka eyed the screen, unsettled. Can you read them? Han asked. Strength, intelligence, HP, agility, even your skills? She nodded slowly. Yeah, there's a mid-level spell listed. Telekinesis. Those are your basics, Han explained, standing. Come on, the others need to know. They stepped outside, just as a shrill cry split the air. Gee Ghost! A glowing orb hovered in front of Blonde Boy. He stumbled back, panicked. It's chasing me. Han grabbed his collar. Calm down. That's no ghost. Then what is it? The spark drifted forward, stopping just above the boy's chest. His face flushed instantly. Across the way, Jin-eyed Han. I knew something was off. You've been muttering to yourself, so I tried doing the same. The windows of the nearby building glowed softly. The group gathered at a table, conversations buzzing low. A girl leaned forward. Turns out there are stats, levels, skills. And when we fight, we really do grow stronger. I felt it after a few battles. A surge of power. Ivalka frowned. That's impossible. Even the best mages couldn't just grow like that. She turned on Han. So how'd you figure it out? No one else ever did. Han shrugged. Accident. Ivalka folded her arms. That's it? That's your answer? Jenna cut in. He's been here longer than we have. Ivalka raised a brow. Still shady. Then she sighed, brushing it off. Whatever. Keep your secrets. Everyone does. But, I'll admit, your advice has helped. Jenna nodded. Everything you said checks out. Aaron chuckled beside her. Careful, Ivalka teased. You're starting to sound like a fan. Jenna smirked. I call it survival. Han sat between them, quiet. If they made it through this, if they survived, he'd tell them everything. They deserve that much. A faint smile touched his lips as he closed his eyes. When that time came, though, it would also be goodbye. By morning, sunlight spilled over the building. Word spread fast. Everyone was buzzing about the new stat windows. System screens shimmered into view across the lobby. Most displayed only fragments of data, limited by the low research level. Some players couldn't access theirs at all. Out on the training field, shadowed figures moved through their drills. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, steady and precise. Across from her, Han stood poised, blade in hand, deflecting each shot with smooth, practiced swings. Lowering her bow, she held up her empty quiver. Wait, deflecting all that, that's an actual skill. Han tossed her another quiver. It is. She sighed. Not fair. I can't even block one. Han tilted his head. Think about it. If I've got a skill that reflects attacks, maybe there's one that counters it. Jenna blinked. What did you just? Before she could finish, Han blurred forward. In an instant, he was behind her. Jenna spun, barely dodging the strike. Are you trying to kill me? Han grinned. If I wanted to, I wouldn't miss. Relax. We're still in the lobby. He lifted his sword again. You want to get stronger? Then the training has to be harder. Jenna twisted back, narrowly evading another slash. Her bow raised, posture tightening into defense. Someone scoffed from the sidelines. Not exciting enough before. Now they're using real weapons. No rules. Han strapped a shield on his arm, sword still in hand. His voice rang clear across the field. From here on out, we train at the edge. Near beatdowns. No holding back. The sharp clang of steel rang out from the practice dummies. The onlookers exchanged glances, impressed. Wasn't he just a farmer? One whispered. Yeah, right. Another muttered. That's definitely a rumor. The clash on the field grew fierce. Jenna crouched low, fingers grazing the dirt. What even is this training? She muttered. Ahead, Han's eyes locked on her. Giving up already? Aaron's waiting. The blonde, quiet until now, gave a small nod. I can wait. Jenna steadied herself. Fine. One more try. Her eyes swept the field, calculating. Coming. Han shouted. He lunged, blade raised, dagger flashing toward her face. In one motion, he deflected it cleanly. Jenna drew her bow in a snap. A red glow flared in her eye as she loosed an arrow. The system chimed, skill acquired, exposure weakness. Han barely managed to block the shot. Jenna dropped to one knee, breathless but grinning wide. That was amazing. Someone from the sidelines called out. How'd you even do that? Still smiling, Jenna answered, I just really wanted it. He said there was a skill that could break through his guard. So I focused, and it clicked. Han blinked at her. She learned a skill just like that? Just by willing it? Strange, but undeniably impressive. You up for another round? He asked. Jenna lifted her bow, steady. This time I won't hold back. The arrow flew. Han dodged. But she wasn't just shooting now. She was calculating. The first arrow forced him to move. The second, maybe the third, would be aimed where he least expected. Feints layered in between. That red glow returned to her eye. She was locking onto the rhythm, breaking his timing, twisting his instincts. That was how an archer turned dodges into hits. Han's pupils narrowed as the system flashed. Basic archery skill leveled up to 6. A barrage of arrows tore through the air. She leveled mid-fight. Han gasped, deflecting desperately. Her movements were sharper, faster, beyond anything from before. He caught her smile in the chaos and felt the pressure tighten around him. Am I actually about to lose? The onlookers froze, whispering. Are they even human? They're monsters, both of them. Sweat slid down Han's temple. Aaron turned away from the fight. Incredible, he muttered. Han's the real deal. His hand shook at his side, jaw clenched, veins standing out as frustration burned through him. On the field, the wooden dummies sat untouched. The real clash was in the air. Another arrow. Han swung wide, tried to force the distance closed. He lifted his blade high. At this pace, he'd need the shield, his final fallback. But this wasn't about winning anymore. It was about breaking past limits, unlocking something greater. As another arrow streaked in, the realization hit. Tracking the target wasn't enough. He had to read the shot before it even existed. One after another, arrows flew. Then came one wrapped in a crimson aura. Han's eyes narrowed. What if I could sense it before the bowstring even released? A faint glow rippled across his body, circuit-like lines sparking to life. The next arrow soared. System notification, new skill acquired. Insight. Arrow defense upgraded to level 3. Basic swordsmanship advanced to level 7. In a blur, Han deflected every arrow in his path. Dust exploded under his feet as he closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was standing before her. Jenna held her ground, jaw tight, eyes locked on him. Lowering his blade, Han asked evenly, "So, does that make one number 19? She glared. "You're a monster." Han glanced at his system window, scanning the new skills now etched there. Jenna turned to Aaron. "What about you? How many skills do you have?" 3, he answered. Spear mastery, pain threshold, and fire resistance. Jenna leaned closer, scanning her system screen. Han raised a brow. "What about you?" She listed them off without pause. Bow mastery, dagger mastery, weapon change, rapid fire, weakness identification, Hawkeye, and dexterity. Aaron, standing just behind Han, gave a nod. "That's plenty." But Han cut in. "Don't get carried away. A long list doesn't mean much if your level can't back it up." 2 dark-haired heroes approached, and Han gestured toward them. "Sometimes skills clash. Pick the wrong combination, and they'll backfire. Take mine, berserk and cold-blooded. Bad mix." He paused. "But my case is different." Jenna swiped the sweat from her forehead. Han studied her in silence. 9 skills. No doubt about it. She was top tier. Aaron's gaze lingered on her, thoughtful, as dry leaves drifted across the quiet settlement. A sudden alert appeared. Item combination in progress. 3 elemental stones, fire, water, and wind, hovered in a glowing circle. Target, normal exaltation stone. Success rate, 87%. A prompt blinked. Proceed with fusion? The stones shone brighter as fairy magic surged through them. Then, system notification, combination failed. Items destroyed. Later, Han and Jenna sat on a bench in silence. Han's eyes were fixed on nothing, bitterness etched in his face. 87%, and it still failed. Jenna broke the quiet. "So, can I ascend now?" The fairy hovered nearby. "Time's moving fast. You've already reached 2 stars. System notification, combination complete. Item acquired, common ascension stone." The palace gates creaked open. System message. The master has begun the ascension. Jenna turned to Han, voice low. "Am I going to die?" Before he could respond, she added softly, "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Han didn't answer. His thoughts drifted. Level 12. Ivalka was at 8. Aaron at 9. Jenna already 10. He remembered his own ascension, the chaos, the interference. Nothing about it had been normal. Ahead, the stone horse stood tall, its shadow stretching across the fountain. Whatever Jenna was facing now, it wasn't what he had seen. A message flashed before his eyes. Jenna's lost memories have been restored. Ascension complete. Stars, too. At the temple's entrance, a new game card appeared, her image glowing faintly on its surface. Jenna walked toward him slowly, quietly. Eyes down, she murmured, "I had a strange dream. The forest near my home, it was burning." She sank down beside him. Han shrugged faintly. "Probably just a dream. Don't dwell on it." "You're right," Jenna whispered, closing her eyes. "Just a dream. Nothing more." A voice asked if she felt anything else. She nodded slightly. "It's like something heavy just disappeared from my back." Han looked away, lost in thought. So this is what ascension means. Not just leveling up, but unlocking who they were. A memory flickered in his mind, someone hammering steel. And suddenly, it all made sense. Every hero started empty. No past, no memories. But by the 4th or 5th star, the truth would break through. The reason they were summoned, and the fate of the world they left behind. He saw it, cities burning, ruins smoldering. Sooner or later, they'd all learn what happened to the old world. A system alert chimed. Another ascension complete. A new card flickered into being, blonde warrior, spear in hand, standing tall, radiating raw intensity. Han wondered what dream that man had seen. Whatever it was, it had lit something inside him. The blonde approached. "You're really not leaving yet?" Han shook his head. "Still work left to do." Aaron stepped in, smirking. "Grinding harder than me now." Then his tone darkened. "Careful. Push too far, and your body won't keep up. But that's just who you are, isn't it?" Han's breath grew heavy, sweat streaming down his face. System alert, berserk mode activated. His eyes burned red as his blade shredded into the training dummy, strike after strike without pause. Aaron looked away, silent. Then he turned and left without a word. Alone, Han stood before the splintered dummy fist tight. He was stronger now, no question, but the strength wasn't landing where he needed it. His thoughts scrolled through his skills. Berserk gave raw power, but no precision. All force, no focus. His gaze shifted to weapon skills. Still no synergy. If they matched, they'd have fused already, like sword and shield had. Skills that were compatible didn't just stack. They became one. From the shadows, Edith leaned against a post, watching. Still training this late? She asked. Han turned. Didn't expect you. She stepped closer. Had something to ask before we hit floor 12. Her tone sharpened. Is it true? None of you had combat experience? Jenna, a forester. Aaron, a hunter. And you a farmer. Arms crossed, she didn't flinch. I don't buy it. Han nodded once. It's true. Her expression shifted. Then tell me, have you ever killed someone? Han stayed silent for a moment. You've cleared floor 12, he said flatly. So you're sizing us up, testing how far we'll go. Her eyes narrowed. Exactly. That's what survival takes. He stared straight ahead. I'm here because others aren't. 3 people fused into me. Edith froze, eyes widening. Han's voice stayed cold. Now you know. She looked down. So the rumors were true. You're the one who destroyed the wolf mercenaries. Han turned, stepping away. What? Are you here to pass judgment? No, she said quickly. That's not what I meant. His blade cut the air with a sharp swing. Everything here is labeled a monster. That means we kill it. End of story. Edith crossed her arms. That might be how you see it. But maybe your teammates don't. Han stopped. Then maybe I need different teammates. Above them, the sky had gone completely black. Night had settled over the settlement. Han tilted his head up. I know them better than you think. Don't worry about it. Edith lingered, hesitating, then gave a quiet nod. A blinding white light erupted across the horizon. A fairy's voice boomed overhead, summoning the rift of time and space to open. The group trailed behind Han as he led them forward. Jenna glanced up. Back to the 11th floor? Han shook his head. No need. We've cleared enough there. The 12th will open any second. Right on cue, a system alert flashed. Prepare yourselves. The door to the 12th floor of the main dungeon will open in 10 seconds. Han moved to the front, turning toward the archer. No matter what happens, stick to the plan. Do your job. I got it, Jenna answered quickly. Then do it better than usual, Han pressed. You know what's at stake. Light burst around them. A soft blue aura wrapped the team as another message appeared. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Jenna scanned the surroundings. Where are the enemies? If this is suppression, she froze. Her pupils shrank. Slowly, she raised a hand, bracing herself. Han's voice cut through the silence. Stop. Everyone hold. Ahead of them stood a formation of spear-wielding warriors shouting. Drop your weapons. Identify yourselves. Above their heads hovered the words. Level 11, human soldiers. Sweat rolled down Jenna's temple. What is this? 45 of them, fully armed. The soldiers held their line, unwavering. Edith turned her face away, irritated. Jenna stood frozen in disbelief. All eyes locked on the standoff. They're not monsters, Aaron said at last. They're people. The blonde behind Han stepped forward. You're not seriously thinking of fighting them, are you? I never said that, Aaron replied. But we can at least try talking. From the rear, Ivalka added. He's right. We should see if they know anything. No point rushing in. Han turned to her. You believe that? Ivalka nodded firmly. Yeah, we avoid bloodshed when we can. Then he looked at Jenna. What about you? She didn't answer. Her face gave nothing away. But images raced through her mind. Armored soldiers. Real ones. Aware. Conscious. That only meant one thing. Enemies. Aaron stepped closer to Han. So, what do we do? Han's eyes narrowed. Raise your weapons. He unsheathed his sword, steel gleaming in the blue light. If you don't want to fight, he said coldly, then stop me yourselves. He faced the soldiers, blade ready. Ivalka faltered. Edith stayed unflinching. Jenna bit her lip. Aaron clenched his fists but stood firm. Then Han exhaled slowly and looked away. Do what you want. Aaron gave a small nod. Thanks. He stepped forward. I'll try talking. His voice rang out. I'm Aaron. We don't want to fight. Can we talk this through? One soldier broke rank and stepped forward. We're listening. We were dragged into this without warning. Aaron halted a few steps away. Dragged? What do you mean? It's complicated, the man said. Not something I can explain from here. Come closer. Aaron stepped forward, only for 3 soldiers to level their spears at him. Drop your weapon, one barked. We're just being careful. Aaron's grip tightened on his spear, torn between instinct and reason. The soldier's voice broke the silence. We don't want to fight. We just want to go home. After a long pause, Aaron crouched and set his weapon on the ground. That's when Han's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Are you out of your mind? He snapped. Just gonna follow their orders? He turned to the soldiers. You want to talk? Then you come here, unarmed. The lead soldier hesitated. That might be difficult. Han stepped forward, eyes hard. Oh yeah? So we drop ours, and you keep yours? That's fair. Another silence stretched, brittle as glass. Then, Slowly, a few soldiers planted their spears into the ground. 3 of us will come forward, one said. The leader raised his empty hand. We've disarmed. Your turn. Han exhaled, tossing his blade aside. Fine. Good enough. The soldier gave a short nod. Now we talk. Aaron stood rigid, muscles taut. One soldier stepped closer, face pale. Do you hear it? He whispered, eyes twitching. The voice. It doesn't stop. Another, bearded and trembling, added, It's talking now. Right now. Han gave a dry smile. And what's it saying? Black veins ripped across the man's skin, his face contorting. It's saying, the lead soldier staggered back, hand flying to his sword. Kill them, he screamed, madness twisting his voice. In that instant, a hand flicked from beneath a cloak. A crossbow lifted. Steel hissed through the air. Han's mind snapped back. Another place, another betrayal, back when he'd still been a master. His fingers clenched around his hilt. One truth cut through everything. Hesitate, and you die. Without pause, his blade tore across a soldier's throat. Jenna gasped, frozen. Han didn't stop. His dagger spun, burying itself in another skull. The next attacker fell in two as his sword ripped through torso and spine. No mercy, no hesitation. A crossbow locked onto him, but a dagger pierced the archer's eye before the trigger clicked. Edith stood behind him, arm raised, her stare cold. Bodies already littered the ground. Aaron stood motionless, sweat dripping down his face. Han turned, voice like iron. Well? Still think talking's gonna save us? Aaron's jaw tightened. Slowly, he bent, reclaiming his spear. I'll fight. Edith blinked once. Jenna already had an arrow notched. What about you? Someone asked. Her eyes glowed as she nodded. If we don't strike first, we won't last. A mark lit up. Her arrow loosed, sharp, precise, merciless. Ivalka moved in beside her, palms blazing with light. Starting the spell, Edith smirked faintly. So, I was worried for nothing. Told you, Han said, voice steady. He raised his blade again. Doesn't matter what face they wear, monster or man. If they're in our way, they fall. The soldiers surged forward, red eyes burning. Han glanced back at his team. When I chose them, it wasn't for strength. It wasn't for skill. It was mindset, raw will to live. Behind him, they stood ready. Not just survivors. Beasts in human skin. Han faced the field, eyes locked on the enemy. Get ready, he said flatly. This one's a brawl. The soldiers snapped into formation, spears bristling. Edith flicked her dagger forward, voice sharp. Something's off. Han narrowed his eyes. Yeah, I feel it too. No time to think. The team launched. Han swung, calling orders to Ivalka mid-strike. Aaron tore through the front lines, jaw tight. Ivalka's hands lit crimson, ignite. Fire burst out, engulfing the enemy. Jenna's bow thrummed, arrows slicing clean. Aaron's spear rammed through a charging soldier, the body crumpling in his path. The real fight had begun. Han slipped past the blade, countering fast, his sword cutting deep. They've got the gear, but not the training. Sloppy. Broken. Another soldier lunged, then faltered. Han's eyes narrowed. Armor without discipline. Dangerous, but hollow. The man dropped to his knees, weapon clattering to the ground. Please, he rasped. My wife, my daughter. I need to go back. Han loomed over him, unreadable. Go back, he asked quietly. Ow! The soldier's eyes burned red. His skin was pale. He convulsed, then coughed violently. Thick black liquid spilled from his mouth. Moments later, his body collapsed. Ivalka stared, voice low. These people, something's wrong with them. Edith gave a curt nod. Brainwashed. I've seen it before. But not this many. Han shot her a look. You think they're the same as last time? Edith didn't hesitate. Yeah, I know I've already killed them. Nearby, a severed hand twitched in a pool of black blood. Han knelt, Kate's face flashing through his mind. The same black ooze. He dipped his fingers into it, thoughts running cold. It's too early, he muttered. We don't have proof. Just then, system notification, floor cleared. Jenna and Edith leveled up. Rewards, 3,500 gold. Leather acquired. Top player, Han. Han rose, turning to the others. You'd better start getting used to this, he said calmly. Just like I have. The group fell silent. Aaron finally asked what they were all thinking. So, killing humans. We treat it the same as monsters. Han nodded once. No difference. Not here. His gaze drifted to the horizon. The 14th floor. The 15th. Both crawling with human-shaped enemies. Different armor. Different faces. New strategies. But always the same. Hostility. Han pictured the first wave charging at them. And in that bitter thought, a strange kind of relief. Easier to fight when you stop trying to explain it. They crossed the quiet grassland, boots rustling softly in the breeze. Han couldn't shake the thought. Facing enemies that looked human always weighed heavier. Even their master had sensed the strain, giving them a full day just to recover. When Han opened their updated game cards, the numbers told the truth. Their levels were finally high enough. The 15th floor was within reach. But not everyone had it easy. Ivalka and Edith, strong as they were climbing slower. Starting at a higher rank came with its own burden. That's when a small bag appeared outside their house. Han picked it up and glanced inside. The equipment workshop's been at it non-stop, he muttered. Fresh leather pouches. Perfect. More room to carry supplies. He pulled out a test tube filled with glowing red liquid. A system alert lit up. Basic health potion equipped. Isel, standing nearby, immediately warned him, "Don't drop that. It's expensive." Too late. The potion slipped from Han's grip, hit the ground, and shattered. Another system alert. Item destroyed. Followed by a cold reminder. Items could break if handled carelessly. Han turned away. "Didn't you just say that was expensive?" Isel froze, then blurted out, "Actually, it's not. I didn't know." She didn't stop there. Without missing a beat, she deflected the blame. If the master hadn't stuck her with recycling duty, none of this would have happened. The commotion drew the attention of the others. Han fixed his gaze on her. "What do you mean by that?" Isel didn't flinch. She looked straight at the group and spoke plainly. If they wanted to survive, they needed to follow Han. No excuses. No freeloaders. Anyone who dragged their feet would only endanger everyone else. At the exit of the 14th floor, Han stopped. One step forward would take them into the 15th. The mission waiting there was a mystery, but one thing was certain. It wouldn't be like the 10th's story quest. He faced the team. "Stick to what we've been doing, and we'll make it through." Jenna nodded firmly. "If we follow you, we'll be fine." Han shook his head. "Don't lean on me too much." Edith cut in without hesitation. "You're reliable. Your calls are always right." A stat window appeared before Han. 107 points. About the strength of a seasoned 3-star hero. That's when reality sank in. 2 full months had passed. Not once had they stopped. Then came a new notification. A feature had unlocked. The system now allowed their runs to be recorded and played back anytime. First, he had to activate it. Han smirked. "So the master wants everything saved now, huh? Makes sense." The purchase prompt appeared, 300 diamonds. He confirmed without hesitation. A congratulatory message followed, and a projection lit up across the ceiling. Live footage of their movements. Han immediately saw the value. Training, dodging, studying enemy patterns, it could change everything. For now, the master could only watch. But higher floors would grant more control. Han gathered the team before the floor began. "2 things you need to know," he said firmly. "First, this mission isn't like the others." He held up a small statue of 2 angels, identical to the one from the goddess mission on the 10th floor. "Same condition applies. If this breaks, we all die. That's the rule here." His thoughts drifted to the last squad. They'd vanished in a burst of blue light. Not because of a fight. Not even 5 minutes in. They failed instantly. No enemies. No combat. Just complete failure because they didn't understand the mission. Han turned to Edith. "Step 1 is figuring out the goal. Fast." Then he looked to Jenna. "We've got 15 minutes. She pressed him for clarity, but Han didn't budge. The third group didn't last 5. "Do you understand what that means?" He turned his gaze aside, his voice steady but absolute. "If we stand here doing nothing, the mission auto-fails. Total wipe. Everyone dead. That's the second thing you need to remember." His mind flicked to the tower itself. Time flowed differently here. Minutes spent on the floors stretched into long pauses in the lobby, which meant they really did have only 15 minutes. Their tiny base camp was proof. This mission was built on a strict timer. Just then, system alerts appeared. 15th floor reached. Door opening in 10 seconds. Another alert followed. 3 minutes to gather information before the mission officially triggered. The world burst into blinding light. When it cleared, Han opened his eyes to a bright blue sky. Sunlight spilled across rooftops. Cobblestone streets rang with footsteps. Citizens moved through a lively square, chatting, walking, going about their lives. Han's team now stood right in the center of it all, scanning the crowd, his attention locked on a bearded man. Instinct told him the truth. This floor was another city-type mission. Around them, whispers spread, townsfolk murmuring about whether it was really him. An old woman brushed past Aaron without even glancing his way. That's when Han realized they weren't visible. The villagers were NPCs. The town bustled with warmth and noise, nothing like the tension that had weighed heavy on the 10th floor. Then the system message appeared. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect someone. Han rubbed the sweat from his forehead. One thought pounded in his mind. Surrounded by this many people, how were they supposed to track down one person? His thoughts flashed to Noken's team. They must have panicked the moment they saw this mess. Without knowing the mission's true goal, they would have assumed the townsfolk were enemies. If they'd skipped the 10th floor, they never would have known the rules. Chances were high they'd attacked the villagers outright, or completely ignored what really mattered. Han tilted his head back, watching clouds drift across the sky. In the end, it came down to 2 possibilities. Either the last group had slaughtered innocent townsfolk, or they'd failed to protect their target in time. Different mistakes, same outcome, instant failure. He turned back to the team. This mission's about protection, but it doesn't matter unless we find the one we're supposed to protect. If we don't figure that out fast, we're finished. Jenna frowned, her eyes darting to the bustling streets. But how are we supposed to search? There aren't any monsters here, just people. Han crossed his arms. Does anyone know this place? Aaron stepped forward, sunlight glinting off his armor as he scanned the square. I've been here before. Traded goods around this region. This is a Dilth, a major crossroads. Always packed with travelers. Han's eyes narrowed. So we're still in Tonia? Aaron nodded. Han pointed across the plaza. Any landmarks? The sun's rays gleamed against a distant temple, its silver-white walls casting sharp shadows. Aaron spotted it immediately. There. That's one of the 3 largest temples outside the holy city. Jenna's eyes widened. I've heard of that place. It's supposed to be enormous. Han moved closer to Aaron, watching the flow of the crowd. Everyone's heading that way. Something's happening. Aaron agreed. Definitely an event. Han turned to Edith. We're moving to the temple. Stay sharp. Without a word, Edith vanished, her body gliding between walls, leaping until she reached a wooden platform high above the city. From there, she had a clear view. The square below swelled with townsfolk pressing toward the temple gates, where armed guards stood in formation, spears raised. One of the guards stiffened, his eyes locked on something unseen. Han reached the gate just as the man barked. You're not Aloe. Steel flashed. Han struck before the sentence even finished. The second guard froze in shock, shouting in alarm, but Han drove his shield straight into the man's face, sending him crashing down. Grabbing the first guard by the head, Han tightened his grip, but before he could go further, Aaron dashed in, tried to stop him. Han released the guard and turned calmly to his teammate. Do you understand what just happened? His voice carried as he looked to the rest. The moment that guard noticed us, it meant one thing. They're not background characters. They're enemies. He remembered the soldiers on the 10th floor, unable to even see them. This was different. Blood ran down the injured guard's face. The second lay on the ground, helmet dented, groaning in pain. Ivalka dropped to her knees beside him, unease written in her voice. What if they weren't enemies after all? Han's tone stayed even. Maybe, but I didn't kill them. Ivalka's gaze lingered on the guards. They already look half dead. From above, one teammate pointed out the breathtaking skyline, while another whispered in awe, asking if this was the legendary snow White Hall of Silver. Aaron confirmed it. Yeah, that's the place. Near the temple fence, an old man shuffled forward, staff in hand. He raised it high, squinted toward the swelling crowd, then slammed it into the ground. A magic circle rippled outward, glowing across the stone. His voice boomed, carried by spell work. Remain calm. The sun's rays are about to descend. Ivalka froze in awe. Voice amplification magic. Han didn't spare a second. We don't have time for this. We're going in now. Jenna jogged up beside him. Then what's the plan? Han's eyes swept over the gathering. With this many people, there was only one answer. The mission's target is whoever's at the center of all this. As they closed in on the gate, another guard stepped into their path, arms wide. You're not authorized to enter. Han's hand went straight to his weapon. Move if you want to live. The guard faltered, eyes flicking over their gear, then locked on Han. Wait, you're heretics, aren't you? Han smirked, shifted his weight, and kicked a nearby statue. Stone cracked, splintered, and crashed to the ground in shards. The guard's face twisted. Kill the intruders. The temple guards charged. System alerts blinked into view. Level 13 soldiers detected. Unknown level hostile approaching. Han's grin widened. Behind him, Ivalka muttered under her breath. Unbelievable. He really has no shame. The clash erupted. Han spun to the group. Tell me, any of you believe in this religion? A sharp, unanimous answer. No? Good. Han raised his shield. Then don't hold back. Push through the targets inside. He surged forward beside Aaron. Let's break through. A sword swung down. Han caught on a shield, then drove his blade clean through the attacker. Aaron parried a spear, steel ringing loud, before cutting down his opponent in one crushing strike. Another enemy lunged, axe raised high. Han braced, blocked the impact, then shoved the man back with brutal force. Don't fight them all, Han shouted over the chaos. We only need a path through. One guard leveled his spear to rally the others. Protect the temple. Don't let them. An arrow whistled through the air. Jenna's shot cut him down mid-command. Han barked, keep moving. Only fight if you have to. The team pressed forward, deflecting blows, countering when cornered, carving their way through the tide. Han felt it now, deep and undeniable. The one they were meant to protect was inside. If they didn't reach them in time, everyone here was dead. Without hesitation, he slammed his boot against the massive temple doors. They burst open. Han strode in, shield raised, every sense on edge. He glanced at the timer. Minutes left, maybe less. The stained glass windows loomed overhead, painted in shifting colors of light. A system message lit up before his eyes. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect the target. Time remaining, unknown. Han's pulse hammered in his ears. His voice tore through the temple. Where are they? Ivalka stepped forward, her hand glowing with power. I've got something. A surge of purple energy burst from her fingertips. Furniture rose like feathers, flung aside as if weightless. And there, behind it all, stood a girl, silent, staring back. But then, another voice rang out. Who are you? A priest appeared, clutching a thick book to his chest, tone sharp. How did you even get in here? Han's eyes flicked instantly to the mission window. No change. Not him, he muttered under his breath. Wrong person. The temple's main doors were still wide open. Too open, which meant there had to be more side halls, hidden corridors, and with them, more guards. Shouts erupted as soldiers stormed in. You there? Do you even know where you are? Han didn't hesitate. Split up, he ordered. Take the right. I'll go left. The team scattered. We'll regroup soon. A knight raised his weapon, yelling to capture him. Han cut him down before he finished the threat. He threw himself into a side corridor, the door hanging ajar, boots pounding against the steps as he sprinted deeper. His thoughts churned. Who was the target? The old man? No. Impossible. Then the clue echoed in his head. The rays of the sun. That was it. That had to be it. A shadow blocked the path. I am Kyle, Holy Knight of the Sun. And I. Han blew straight past without even looking. Hey, I wasn't finished with my intro. Kyle's protest faded behind him. No time. Han tore down the corridor, kicking open another door. Inside, a man sat chewing meat caught mid-bite. Without breaking stride, Han slammed a nearby guard against the frame, startling the man inside into choking on his food. Still moving. Always moving. He brushed past the girl in the hall, not stopping, knowing some couldn't see what he could. Then, a glowing system window blinked to life before his eyes. Time remaining. Less than 3 minutes. His jaw tightened. Almost out of time. Another door. Another kick. This time, sunlight. He stepped into a garden bursting with color, bathed under the blinding rays of the sun. Flowers shimmered in the light, and the air hung still. Too still. His breath caught. Shadows moved behind the glass doors ahead. Then, the figures appeared, armor glinting in the sun. A knight turned his back while others drew their blades. One stepped forward slowly, pressing cold steel against Han's forehead. The heretic must die. The sun poured in through the glass, stretching long rays across the floor. And there she was, standing in the center, framed by the light. A girl, her silhouette bathed in gold. A voice broke the silence. Someone called her name. An old man stepped out from behind her, his presence heavy. The townspeople have gathered in the square. Friases turned, brows furrowed slightly. Did something happen in the garden? The bearded man's face hardened. His voice dropped low. Intruders broke in. But they'll be handled. There's nothing to fear. Back in the garden, steel clashed hard against Han's shield. The force rattled his arm. Blood spattered across the flowers. 3 guards closed in. These weren't like the last. Faster. Deadlier. Han stomped down on one's foot and drove his blade straight into the knight's shin. Armor cracked. The man collapsed. Han slipped free, pivoted, and with one clean swing, his blade took the enemy's head. Blood sprayed as the body crumpled. Another strike came. Han blocked with his shield, then slammed it forward like a battering ram. The guard's face shattered beneath the impact. Without pause, Han thrust his sword straight through the man's skull. A third knight lunged. Their blades collided, strike after strike. Sparks burst with every clash. The knight pressed hard, each blow forcing Han back, but Han met the assault with equal force. One swing of his blade cracked the enemy's weapon clean down the middle. The knight staggered. Han didn't wait. His second sword flashed, a brutal arc that severed the head from his shoulders. The body toppled. Elsewhere, a girl stood before the gathered townsfolk. Her voice carried steady, thanking them for the trust they'd placed in her, swearing she'd never forget it. An elder at her side nodded gravely. Even the goddess herself would be proud. Meanwhile, Han pushed into another wing of the temple. The door creaked. An old man spun at the sound, eyes narrowing. Han stepped in, bruised, blood-streaked. You, an intruder, the man barked. He raised his staff high. How'd you get past the guards? With a roar, he unleashed power. A death spell surged forward. Han braced. Friases turned at the sound, her eyes widening. But the spell wasn't aimed at Han. The staff was pointed at her. Han moved instantly. A blur of steel. The elder tried to counter, but he was too slow. Han's sword cut clean. The man's head hit the ground, his staff still clutched in dead fingers. Silence lasted only a second. Then, from above, red light tore through the air. Screams erupted. Panic swept the crowd. Han stood ready, sword and shield drawn. One truth locked in his mind. He wasn't here to kill a heretic. He turned. There she was. Terrified. Eyes fixed on him. It's her. Han stepped in front of Friasis just as she whispered, "Who are you?" His reply was flat. "You don't need to know." She tried again, voice trembling. "Did you come to kill me?" Before Han could speak, a scream cut through the temple. The blonde girl shouted. An instant later, an arrow shattered against Han's shield. Friasis recoiled. "What's happening?" Han barked the command without hesitation. "Stay low." Above them, shadows emerged. Assassins crouched on high beams, blades drawn. More enemies closed in fast from every direction. A hooded figure hurled something through the air. Han's eyes tracked it instantly. A coney, poisoned. Friasis froze, panic written in her every breath as the attackers closed in. Han didn't hesitate. He pulled her behind him, shield raised. One assassin lunged straight for her. That was all Han needed. She's the target. The assassin lifted his arms to strike, only to be blown back by a sudden impact. From the rooftop, a girl stood steady, bow drawn, already knocking her next arrow. Han didn't pause. He drove forward, blade piercing clean through the assassin's chest. Another enemy whipped his hand forward. Something snapped from his sleeve. Han deflected it with a shield, sparks flying, and answered with a vicious slash that cut the man down instantly. A solid thud hit behind him. Edith landed hard, brushing herself off. That wall was brutal. Took forever to climb. She nodded toward Friasis. Saw two more on the way, took care of them. Her gaze lingered. "Wait, who's the kid? She looks familiar." The blonde's eyes widened. "Who are you people? You can't just barge in here. This is a noble's estate, not some marketplace." An arrow ripped past her cheek, making her flinch. "Just leave already." Han leaned close, voice low, calm. "You sure about that? Because if we walk away now, you're dead." She froze, overwhelmed, trying to process. Another assassin reached for an arrow. Han didn't give her time. "Come with us and live. Stay and you're finished. Your choice." His lips curved into the faintest smirk. "So what's it gonna be?" Her breathing quickened. She shut her eyes. "Fine. I'm coming." System notification, mission complete. Special NPC has joined the party. They regrouped on the balcony, bodies of fallen assassins at their feet. But another alert appeared. Mission objective updated. Escape. Escort the NPC out of the city. Han exhaled sharply, jaw tight. Of course it's not over. He snatched up a crossbow and turned to Edith. "Get ready. We're moving." Below them, the sound of armored boots thundered closer, soldiers flooding the estate. Han glanced at Friasis with a crooked smile. "Look at her face. Remember it. She's the one we're protecting." "I'm not a child," Friasis snapped. Han laughed. "And she really hates being called one." Ivalka pointed. Jenna blinked. "Didn't expect to see her here." Friasis scowled. "How do you even know me?" Still loading a bolt. Han muttered, "Doesn't matter." Edith tied a rope and pulled it tight. "This is our exit. Left side. Less guards. Tight climb, but good cover. We'll follow right behind." Aaron confirmed. Han scanned the group, quick and sharp. "Here's the order. Edith first, then Aaron. I'm next with Friasis. Ivalka and Jenna, you cover the rear." His gaze locked on Ivalka. "Throw up a wall of fire. We need the cover." "Edith, Aaron, secure the drop. No one interferes." Ivalka's hands rose. Flames roared to life, climbing the stone in a blazing curtain. The guards staggered back as fire licked across the walls. "Take down the mage," someone shouted. Edith didn't wait. She swung over the edge. Going down. Aaron followed close behind, gripping the rope, descending fast. Han glanced at Friasis. "You're with me. Stay close. Don't let go." They slid down together, rope burning under their hands as arrows hissed past. Friasis shut her eyes tight, clinging to the line. "We're almost through," Han urged. "Just hold on." He looked up. Above, the mage began her descent. Below, Aaron fought like a storm. His spear slammed into one enemy, spun, and dropped another. Then he faltered. A blade tore into his side. Friasis' eyes went wide. Through the fire, guards pushed forward, their faces twisted with rage. System alerts flashed in the air. Aaron is bleeding. Aaron is poisoned. Health will decline over time. Han's head snapped toward him. "Aaron, I'm fine." Aaron snarled, blood dripping as he clutched the rope. Flames danced across his battered figure. He refused to fall. Friasis let out a shaky breath. "I seriously thought I was going to lose a layer of skin back there." Her thoughts spun. Target secured. Team intact. Now we just have to escape. Han's voice cut through her panic. "Run left. Go. Unless you want to die here." A knight roared behind them. "Seize the witch and her bandits." Friasis recoiled. "Witch? What witch?" Han threw her a quick glance. "Pretty sure that's you." She snapped back. "That's ridiculous." From the shadows, a knight lunged. "You're not getting through." Han didn't slow. One thrust, clean and merciless, dropped him where he stood. The group pushed into the square, only to be surrounded by shouts from every side. Kill them. Kill them all. Edith's voice rang clear. Over here. Han whipped his head toward her. What's the path? She pointed ahead. That way. Move now, and we can hit the outskirts. The ground trembled as Ivalka lifted her hand, magic flaring. A shriek echoed down the street as sunlight lit the stones beneath them. She glanced at Han. We could use a breather. Friasi staggered, collapsing beside him. How is this even happening? Han crouched down. 5 minutes. That's all we can spare. Then we keep falling back. He pulled a potion from his pouch, handing it off. He didn't say it aloud, but he knew. Ivalka's barrier wouldn't hold forever. If their pursuers broke through, they were done. Ivalka tightened her grip on the flask. Han spoke low, sharp. If you can push to tier 3 magic, we still have a chance. As long as we keep a way out, we survive. His eyes shifted to Aaron. How bad is it? Aaron forced a grin. Nothing I can't handle. Han's gaze dropped to the blood-soaked hand pressed against Aaron's side. He wasn't fooled. Aaron exhaled heavily. Potion didn't help. Still burns. Jenna stepped closer, voice soft but urgent. Is there any way to heal it? Aaron looked down. Silent. Then, someone turned toward Friasi's. What about you? Got any skills? Anything useful? She blinked. What kind of skills? Healing, if you've got it. Some NPCs get rare traits. If you do, now's the time. Friasi's lowered her gaze. Sorry. I don't. Han studied her for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. It's fine. Every eye shifted to Aaron. Edith fidgeted. Jenna's stare held. Ivalka stayed silent. Han bowed his head. Reality hit like a blade. This wasn't just a wound. It was poison. Normal potions were useless. No antidotes. No healer. No NPC nearby. Aaron's hand trembled as he pushed himself upright. If I can't keep up, I'll stay behind. The words dropped like stone. Looks like that time's come. He stood, breath ragged. I'll buy you time. You keep moving. Johan's hand covered his mouth. Jenna stepped forward, voice breaking. No. No way. We can all escape. Together. Aaron shook his head. Not happening. A flicker of memory flashed through Han's mind. Too fast, too faint to hold. Silence followed. Jenna raised her bow, forcing a smile that barely held. Aaron's body shook. Jaw tight, eyes shut, he whispered, I'm just not strong enough. Han turned to Ivalka. What now? She looked away. Her reply was soft, almost cold. It's your call. But if we're being logical, we leave Aaron. Han stared at the ground. Friasi's was helpless. Carrying Aaron? Impossible. Protecting one who couldn't fight was already stretching them. 2 would shatter the team. Han shut his eyes. Then, wordless, he pulled a flask, drank, and passed it to Aaron. Aaron frowned. What's this? Drink, Han ordered. Aaron shook his head. Potions won't work on poison. They won't cure it, Han said. But they'll slow it down. He looked at the others. Get the supplies ready. A pack was handed over. 1 dose every 10 minutes, Han instructed. Aaron stared at it. This is a waste. I've made my choice, Han replied, final. Then came the voice. They'd have to split. Han nodded. Group 1, me, Edith, and Friasi's. We take her out. He turned to the rest. Group 2, Ivalka, Jenna, and Aaron. Keep him alive until we're clear. Jenna's voice rang sharp. So we're just protecting Aaron? Han's jaw clenched. They're after Friasi's. If we pull them away, she has a chance. Aaron started to speak. Wait. Quiet, Han cut in. Edith stepped closer, uneasy. That route's crawling with soldiers. It's a near dead end. Han shook his head. Then we won't follow the old plan. The voice pressed him. New tactics. Han laid it out. At first, the mission was simple. Find a target, save them, escape. That's over. Now we got one goal. Get the target out alive. He paused, steady. Forget subtle. They won't let us walk out quietly anyway. The voice came again. Then we use blend-in. A spark flickered in Han's eyes. Exactly. We break out, tonight. No turning back.